The phone rang in the house of the sleeping protagonist, and when he woke up, he realized that it was already noon outside. Yawning, he answered the phone and said hello to the interlocutor, while still sleepy. The voice on the phone shouted that he was glad he finally answered the call, and the man asked Rod what happened. Rod was annoyed by the hero's negligence and said that a representative from Cyber was already here, but he was still asking. Xiang Song then asked what kind of company he was talking about, which made him even more irritated. Rod asked with even more shouting who else he thought it could be, and the girls in Xiang Song's house were scared by the noise. The man told the hero that he had just promised to find time to meet with Cyber representatives and not be late. After this, Xiang Song was called by two sweet female voices who asked him to relax and spend some time with them. Both girls gently hugged the hero, and this made him feel more calm and pleasant, which was evident from his facial expression. Xiang Song admitted that he played cards so much that he drank too much that night, which took its toll on him. The brutal man asked if Sang was already afraid of his strong hand, and the hero said that there was no one to be afraid of here. The protagonist's subordinate approached his boss and said that Cyber Corporation would like to discuss some matters with him. Xiang Song told him that he had to deal with such things himself and asked him not to ask him. After these words, he picked up a glass of drink and said that he was answering his opponent's bet and they could continue the game. Finally, the main character began to remember what Rod was telling him in the phone call, and this made it very awkward. Jiang Song asked if this was the famous medical consortium that didn't even take this seriously. He also asked where he was now, and Rod tried to speak in a whisper and calmly explain the situation to him. At one point, he finally said that the medical consortium had already been waiting for the main character in the waiting room for half an hour. But in response to Xiang, Sang began to straighten his hair and said that the Enterprise member would have to wait for him for a while. Then he, putting on his jacket, shouted to Paul that it was time for them to go and that he needed to be ready to leave immediately. Two guards stood outside the door, guarding their boss without even moving and maintaining full combat readiness. One of the guards reported that the boss was leaving, and after some time, Sang was on the field where the helicopter was landing. The main character boarded the helicopter, after which they began to take off, and he said that they needed to go back to New York. After some time, he was at the headquarters, where Rod gave him the information collected about the Cyber Corporation. But Xiang Song did not take the folder with information and asked if it was true that the man was still waiting for him in the reception area. Rod excitedly replied that he was indeed still there, after which the hero confidently walked towards the reception area. Within a minute, Xiang Song opened the door to the reception room, where a member of the corporation was waiting for him. The hero asked for forgiveness for keeping him waiting, while he smiled and maintained his natural behavior. The man smiled and said that he thought he would have to stay here until sunset before he could see him. Sang said, their field of activity concentrates a lot of information, and they have to use some means. The man moved the chair and said that as he understood, this time Xiang Song took so much medicine that he even slept all morning. The hero sat down on a chair and said that it could be said that way, and Rod immediately gave the boss a statement of the company's intentions. Xiang Song asked if it was true that Cyber Corporation was going to give them 20 million to take them under their wing. He carefully read the papers, after which the man told him that everything was indeed exactly like that. But not unexpectedly, the smile disappeared from his face because the papers were thrown onto the table with a sharp movement, which was surprising. Sang said their investment window has already closed, and the only thing he can suggest is to just wait. The corporation member asked for the decision to be reconsidered and said they would be able to provide them with whatever support they needed. At one point, Xiang Song laughed and asked for forgiveness, making the excuse that he simply couldn't help himself. The man said that in the world, power, wealth, and violence are interconnected, and core funds does not have enough allies. But Xiang Song interrupted him and said that he was talking about the interconnectedness of power and wealth, and he could not but agree. But there was one thing. He said that violence does not include this because they are not arms dealers, so they cannot use any violence. The corporate member headed to the door and finally said that they would see what they thought about this in a month. Xiang Song mockingly called him a Brazilian guy and asked him to remember to close the door when leaving. These words were imprinted on the man and deposited in his head, but still he continued to walk forward and was silent. Rod immediately nervously asked the boss why he deliberately insulted a member of another corporation, because it was impolite. The hero replied that he was not interested in the harmful monopoly of enterprises that deliberately inflate prices for medicines. His position was firm and confident, and Rode wanted to challenge his decision, but he was not able to do so at all. Sang said that the company does not lack anything, and such a shady organization does not deserve their attention. And then he turned to the subordinate and asked if he understood what he was trying to convey, and he replied that he did. That evening, a frustrated Rod sat at the bar in the club and drank a drink, thinking about what was happening in his life. Suddenly, a man came up to him and said that it was a blessing to have such a boss, and asked if he was telling the truth. And Rod asked what he meant, and the corporate member answered with a smile that it was nothing special, and the bartender served him whiskey. He picked up a glass of drink and smiled, and said that he just wanted to discuss something with Xiang Song's subordinate. But in response to this, the constrained Rod just looked at him silently and did not answer anything, while still remaining sad. At the same time, armed masked men made their way to the main character's mansion and acted quickly. Xiang Song, unsuspectingly, came out of the shower and asked Paul to check what was there in the yard, because he heard sounds. But the subordinate was not in the house, and he did not respond. And the hero did not suspect that both guards were lying unconscious on the street. The main character found this strange and opened the window to see what was happening in the yard, because it was haunting. He was trying to figure out where Paul was, and at that moment a man crept up on him from behind and began to choke him with gauze soaked in the substance. Xiang Song's eyes darkened, and he lost consciousness, and he was held hostage by unknown persons for several months. He was kept in a locked basement in Texas, and at one point a black bag was removed from his head. The main character looked very tortured, and he began to look at the floor and tried to understand what was happening to him and where he was. Sitting on the chair in front of him was a corporate member whom he had previously insulted, and who hypocritically said that he was glad to see him again. The big man from behind grabbed Xiang Song by the head and began to press his head hard into the ground to force him to talk. The hero looked at the corporation member and asked if he had brought him here, but he smiled and began to say that it was not so. The man said that he did not have such authority to bring him here straight from Miami. Then he turned his attention to the man standing next to him, whom he introduced as a partner from Cyber Corporation. It was a long-haired blonde man in a white suit and with a cigarette in his hands, who remained silent, and whose name was Donnie Lave. The man said that one thing that Xiang Song likes to indulge in flows into the United States straight from Mexico through the hands of Leva. Sang said he couldn't understand how control of him and his company would do so much good for their organization. A member of the corporation approached the young man and said that there was one thing in which he was very much mistaken. He whispered into the bristly hero's ear that the core funds had not belonged to him for a long time, which shocked Xiang Song. Donnie Lave pointed to the screen to his subordinate, indicating that he needed to play a video for their red-haired hostage. The request was immediately fulfilled, and the long-haired man in a white suit turned on the video on his laptop. The recording showed an agitated Rod who was surrounded by 2 security guards, and there were many people around. Reporters asked if it was true that the former head of Core Fund, Xiang Song, died suddenly due to bad habits. The main character looked at the monitor screen with wide eyes because he could not believe what was happening. A member of the corporation said that he was deep in search of a new leader for the company and asked if this sounded familiar to the hero. Xiang Song realized that he had been in collusion for a long time, and the man said that he was just in the right place at the right time. The hero shouted and asked what his company had that required so much effort. The corporation member smiled and asked the main character what kind of effort he was talking about and whether he had made a mistake that time. He said that these were nothing more than simple questions to them, and then asked if Xiang Song remembered what he said a month ago. The hero immediately remembered that a month ago a member of the corporation said that wealth, power, and violence are interconnected. The man then stepped on Xiang Song's head and asked if he was now ready to tell him no, without the support of violence. But in response to this, the main character did not answer him, because he was not even going to walk on his leash. The corporate member looked at him emotionlessly and asked if he was really not going to say anything anymore. After that, he began to leave and ordered this dumb idiot, who was damnably an eyesore, to be removed from here. 2 big men lifted Xiang Song from his knees on the orders of the boss, after which they began to lead him out of the room. Donnie Lave, meanwhile, stood aside and silently looked after them while thinking about his problems. Then he asked a member of the corporation what he was going to do with this guy, since he was silent. The man smiled insidiously and said that they would transfer him to a laboratory where there was a critical shortage of test subjects. Sometime later, Xiang Sanga, unconscious, lay on the operating table surrounded by doctors. One of the doctors asked the assistants for a scalpel because he was preparing to make the first incision on the skin of the experimental subject. They gave him a scalpel and made an incision in the cervical region, and Xiang Song suddenly woke up and began to come to his senses. Pain reflexes quickly came into action, and he tried to escape due to incredible pain, which shocked the doctors. The doctor said that test subject 82 had woken up and asked that the anesthetic dose be increased immediately. The assistant administered the anesthetic and said that the subject had returned to a lethargic sleep, after which the doctor continued the operation. After some time, the operation came to an end, after which the doctor took off his bloody gloves. The 82nd test subject was left in the room completely alone and lay on his back, while being unconscious. The doctor said that the ruling classes use means of monopolizing knowledge, but this approach is losing relevance. He said the gap between civilians and elites was rapidly narrowing and many could develop. He also said that as long as conditions allow, the lower classes are expected to achieve a class leap. The doctor added that millions of families will be able to give birth to children who will compete with people from the upper classes. Then he asked if it was true that they would not want to witness such events because it would be unpleasant for them. One of the men asked if he was really going to sell them weapons to shoot the village bumpkins. The doctor said that this is not so, and the time has come to show them the latest development that will surprise everyone. Everyone began to follow him, and he said that a week ago, their partners delivered experimental material to them. The scientist said that the material was born in an ordinary family, but relying on education made a lot of money very quickly. Then he led everyone present to a place where the test subject was visible, who was sitting and drawing something on a canvas. A man in a white robe, similar to an Arab, asked what the test subject was doing, who was behaving very strangely. The doctor replied that the subjects were painting a picture with oil paints, which would be in the neoclassical style. The man was surprised that the young man could draw and paint in oils, which is something that not many people can do. The scientist said that he could not do this before, but thanks to their technology, he gained the skills of a skilled artist. The long-haired man asked how they were able to achieve this, because it was amazing. The doctor replied that the operation, built on the basis of transplantation, allowing for a clearing of knowledge, helped them. On the second day, Xiang Song was in the ward with an IV attached to his arm, and he was completely silent. At one point, a doctor entered the room and, with a small grin, asked how he was feeling. The main characters put his hand on his neck and then asked the medical worker what they did to him. The blonde man smiled and replied that they only performed a small operation on him, which did not harm him. As a result of this operation, a chip connector appeared on the back of Xiang Song's neck, and a serial number appeared below it. The main character still held his hand near the connector on his neck and asked what kind of minor operation it was. The doctor said that they took away all his talents and knowledge in mathematics and economics thanks to the operation. Xiang Song looked tortured and said that the joke was very funny, because he did not believe that such a thing was possible. But the doctor spread his arms to the sides and said that this was not a joke but a completely acceptable explanation of the situation. The hero understood that while he could name several economic terms at random, their statements were incorrect. Among the terms in his head were calculation, and memory recovery, and he was completely focused. The doctor looked at Xiang Song and asked in a calm tone what was the point of lying in this situation. The main characters despaired and with a loud cry wondered what was happening and why he could not remember anything. A copious amount of sweat appeared on his face and he asked the doctor how they managed to do this to him. The scientist folded his hands to his chest and wondered why each of the test subjects was asking the same question. He began to say that for the last few years they have been studying the areas of the brain responsible for managing and storing talent. The doctor then said that the operation they performed on Xiang Song was based specifically on this discovery. The main character was shocked by what he heard, after which the scientist left the room, leaving him alone with his thoughts. The head doctor, meanwhile, was in his personal office observing the situation and thinking. He was disturbed by a subordinate who addressed him and bowed slightly as a sign of respect for his superior. Dr. Hemingway turned to his subordinate and asked how everything went, since he was assigned to talk to the test subject. The young man replied that everything went as smoothly as ever, and the subject accepted the current reality of his life. The doctor ordered testing of the chip to begin, because the body of the previous sample was no longer able to function. The subordinate grinned at Mr. Hemingway, after which he said that he understood everything and would complete the assigned task. On the second day, Xiang Song sat indoors on a chair while warily looking at the chip in his hand. In his hand was a small chip on which a musical instrument was drawn, which was incomprehensible to him. Sang asked what it was, and the doctor replied that it was a chip that contained violin skills and he should test it. The main character tensed even more and asked if this meant that his knowledge would also be replaced with something else. The doctor put his hands on the hero's shoulders and said that this is so, and he already knows one user of this invention. He quietly said that during this critical period, the core fund had no choice but to act using this method. Xiang Song was not surprised that the Brazilians were so confident that they could easily control his company. The doctor was surprised because previous experiments had shown poor results, but Sang had excellent self-control. The main character with a serious face asked the scientist what he should do now and how this microchip in his hand works. In response to this, the doctor replied that the microchip must be placed on the back of the neck, and it will work. Xiang Song looked at the chip in his hand in disbelief and then decided to follow the specialist's instructions. Within a few seconds, strange things began to happen to him, and his mind seemed to be endowed with a surge of knowledge. The doctor asked his colleagues to prepare to test the chip, after which a case with a tool was placed on the table. Inside was a cello, which was immediately looked at by Xiang Song, who was to play it and show off his skills. The doctor asked him to clear his mind and follow his instincts, because he is now a world-famous cellist. The main character immediately took the cello and began to play it, while being absolutely calm and restrained. The excellent sound of the cello allowed him to relax and attracted the attention of all the people standing near the hero. Xiang Song played the musical instrument so easily and freely, as if a master player was standing in his place. The head doctor ordered his subordinate to send invitations to their partners, which was surprising. Mr. Hemingway asked simply to say that he had something interesting that he would like to show them in 4 days. On the 7th day, Xiang Song sat on a chair and wrote a picture, being emotionless. He tried to look to the side with great caution and realized that he could only start from 2 conclusions. The hero also understood that scientists were looking for unique talents and extracting knowledge for their own use. Xiang Song assumed that this activity could be called the transfer of knowledge in order to inherit a certain part of it. He was sample number 82, which meant he was the 81st test subject. The hero recalled that yesterday, the scientist told him that there would be big people here who would like to check the progress of the project. He asked the hero to remember and not to say, and also not to do anything that they did not ask him to do, so as not to bring them under attack. Xiong was sure that he and the others were just expendable, because downloading the chip carried a certain risk. The man asked the doctor if it was true that they extracted knowledge from the artist and then kidnapped a Wall Street guy for the project. The doctor replied that this was not entirely true, and the man in white asked if anyone could do this thanks to the chip. Hemingway replied that as long as the body does not have serious defects, no problems can arise at all. The long-haired man was pleasantly surprised by this, but suddenly a stern man in a military uniform burst into the conversation. He asked if this meant that after using the technology, they would be able to breed war veterans in batches. Dr. Hemingway confidently snapped his fingers and said with a smile that he could rest assured that the chip would be enough. But the man asked to prove all this to them in practice, and said that they would fully support their project if it was true. The chief scientist smiled and said that he and his team would do everything as they wished, and show them the latest development. Hemingway said that next, they would conduct a real test of the killer chip and ask the test subject, Xiang Song, to prepare. The main character said that he understood and accepted everything, and then wondered if, after the artist, he should become a killer. The scientist voiced the furious heavyweight from prison, who was a huge killer whose name was the Butcher Reed. Xiang Song was on the other side of the room, looking at his huge opponent, who was holding a chainsaw. The hefty killer looked at him with clenched teeth, and his gaze was animalistic and bloodthirsty, which spoke of his intentions. Then the former head of the mercenaries from Mercury Corp, nicknamed Lone Wolf Ingram, was introduced. Butcher Reed looked at him and said that he would have to be killed first, and the Lone Wolf only wished him luck in this. At the very end, an elite intelligence agent was introduced who turned out to be a pretty woman in a latex suit. Xiang Song did not understand the whole situation a little because first the killer was introduced, then the mercenary, and now also the special agent. He noticed that some people were following all this and remembered that this was the company's latest development. Hemingway said that this time, a chip called the Killer was loaded into the body of the 82nd experiment. Everyone around froze and began to observe the situation, and it was announced that the game had no rules or time limits. The commentator announced that whoever could survive to the end would receive 50 years rest, and Reed began to fire up the chainsaw. Why did the presenter add that their freedom is at stake? And the Lone Wolf silently, Ingram loaded his pistol. The elite intelligence agent straightened her hair, and the commentator at that moment added that several $1,000s were also at stake. Ingram and Xiang Song's faces were as serious as possible, while the agent smiled and Butcher Rick grinned wickedly. The main character looked around at his rivals and realized that among them was a professional mercenary, a special agent, and a serial killer. The organizers chose him to test the chip, and he would like to show his full potential and abilities. Xiang Song realized that those present wished to create a person whose strength would be based on boundless violence. He also knew that this was an excellent chance to get rid of his predicament, and he needed to get their attention. Reed wondered if the organizers had sent a guy to play with them and called it reckless on their part. Lone Wolf Ingram, meanwhile, looked around and considered his further actions during the battle. Meanwhile, the special agent analyzed him and realized that he had a Colt pistol in his hands and 7 magazines in his pocket. She concluded that she should maintain a fighting distance, staying within a radius of 5 to 8 meters. The agent understood that after killing Reed and a neat fight with Ingram, an ordinary person should be left for last. And then she began to analyze the butcher and realized that the only one who could break her plan was him. The special agent realized that she needed to team up with the butcher because she would have every chance of killing the mercenary. Unexpectedly, she was approached by the butcher Reed, who called her a woman and offered to join forces against the mercenary. He said that they could leave the weakling sent by the organizers for now, but they should kill the lone wolf Ingram. The special agent smiled at the opponent and then asked what he was going to do to defeat the enemy. The butcher said that he would unload the gun, and at that moment she would sneak up from behind and grab the mercenary, and then it was up to him. The girl immediately gave her consent, especially to this adventure, after which the butcher Reed began counting down from 3 to 0. Mercenary Ingram was tense at that moment, and the huge butcher counted to 1 and pounced on him. He ran at an incredibly high speed to the lone wolf, after which he jumped and swung his chainsaw. The lone wolf, meanwhile, did not waste a second and opened fire with a pistol, trying to remain calm. The huge butcher was shot point blank with a pistol, and a lot of blood oozed from multiple areas of his body. At that same moment, it fell to the floor and smoke came out of the barrel of the lone wolf's pistol and still stood in place. Sweat began to form on his face and hands, and then he told the big man not to even try to challenge him. But besides the butcher, his rival was also a special agent who made a sharp jerk and ended up behind him. The mercenary had an excellent reaction and immediately opened fire on her with a pistol, but the girl managed to dodge the bullets. While running, she avoided the bullets in a zigzag, gradually approaching her opponent closer and closer every second. Within a few seconds, the special agent ran up to the lone wolf, after which she struck and he was confused. The agent also used an ability that allowed her to send a snake towards the enemy, which began to bite him. Lone Wolf. Ingram gritted his teeth in pain, and the agent grabbed his hands and smiled insidiously, continuing to constrain his movements. The mercenary managed to grab the knife that was in his pocket, after which he swung at the enemy. He tried with all his might to escape from the girl's hands in order to stab her, but he succeeded with difficulty. At one point, Ingram's sharp knife was near the special agent's temple, but she remained completely calm. The girl ducked with a sharp movement and avoided the blow of the knife, after which she smiled in the face of the enemy, who was angry at this. During the fight, the special agent remained cool and conscious, which allowed her not to make unnecessary movements. She began to move even faster, and the mercenary Ingram did not have time to resist, which made him more and more nervous. The special agent wrapped her legs and arms around his body, and the mercenary realized that she had fixed his body, and it became even more difficult for him. The girl smiled and said in a calm tone that this show would end with her victory, which angered the mercenary even more. But at one point, an outside voice exclaimed that this would not happen, which attracted the attention of 2 rivals at that moment. The huge butcher exclaimed that he would be the only one left here and then swung his chainsaw at them. Reed asked the special agent to think better next time before accepting someone's invitation to join forces. When the butcher wanted to saw them, he suddenly experienced incredible pain, and the chainsaw was thrown out of his hands. The mercenary special agents were shocked by what was happening and could not understand who could harm the big man. Reed lost all control and a huge amount of black liquid poured out of his mouth and his eyes rolled upward. As it turned out, behind him was the cold-blooded Xiang Song, who stuck a sharp blade right into the butcher's neck. Then, the main character with a sharp movement pulled the sharp blade out of the big man's neck and was splashed with his black blood. Butcher Reed then fell to the ground with a loud stomp and was covered in his own black blood, which was amazing. Xiang Song looked at the dead big man with a cool look, around whom there was a huge puddle of black liquid. The hero caught himself thinking that his current cordiality and coldness towards life are surprising because he had not felt this before. The young man admitted to himself that he had never felt such a wonderful feeling before, and this was new to him. Xiang Song then wondered if the use of chips had an impact on the user's identity. At one point, the cold-blooded protagonist drew attention to his rivals, who unexpectedly attacked him. Their faces were filled with hatred and the desire to destroy him, but he still remained calm and cold. Xiang Song only calmly took a few steps to the side, and the opponents fell to the ground with a loud stomp. Although he did not intend to take their lives, as they jumped, he stabbed them with incredible speed. The commentator announced that the fight was over, and the winner was the financial genius from Wall Street, namely Mr. Xiang Seng. The observers from the stands were very surprised by what they saw, and the long-haired man was very nervous. He asked how this was possible and said that there must be something wrong here because the lone wolf had never lost. Hemingway said that the test subject's chip imprinted the skills and abilities of the world's greatest serial killer, John Chris. He said that he was quite surprised that this guy managed to do everything so easily because not everyone is capable of this. The scientist said that Xiang Song's potential as a person who did not even undergo training after receiving the chip was limitless. After some time, they finished observing the experimental subjects and went to the scientist's office. The long-haired man understood that these idiots did not understand the consequences of the spread of this technology. Xiang Song, meanwhile, was in the laboratory, where scientists were working on him, who had to pull out the chip. One of the medical workers successfully pulled the chip out of the connector, after which the main character was released. He silently got up from his chair and began to button his white shirt, being tired and not wanting to talk to anyone. One of the scientists put his hand on his shoulder and called him well done, which was a little unexpected for Song Xiang. The man said that many investors had now decided to invest even more, and the doctor was incredibly happy. Xiang Song asked if he could demand something, and the scientist replied that if he had a desire, he could realize it. The main character began to yawn and said that he wanted to eat in their dining room, which shocked the man at that moment. He asked if his desires really ended there, and the young man answered him with a smile that, for now, yes. After some time, he was in the dining room and putting food on his plate, choosing carefully. One of the scientists asked a colleague if this was the same test subject that Cyber had recently sent. His colleague confirmed that it was he and said that it was the same Wall Street billionaire named Xiang Song. The scientist said that the video on it was news on TV last year, but now it is only experimental material. Xiang Song sat down not far from them near the window and at one moment listened, because he realized that they were discussing him. The man asked his colleague if a vacation was planned, and he replied that it was possible because the project was moving quite quickly. The scientist asked his colleague if he could give his daughter a teddy bear upon his return, and he agreed. Then the man lit a cigarette and decided to discuss their group, after which he asked if Liu had gotten sick again. The colleague replied that this was true, and this guy knows that he is allergic to the sea breeze, but still goes to the beach to sunbathe. The bespectacled man said he stayed at the base to work on the project for days on end, and could not go outside. And his colleague nervously exclaimed that he needed a vacation and at least some access to the network, because he was already going crazy from work. The bespectacled scientist then turned his attention to Xiang Song, sitting by the window, who was sitting alone. The man suggested that his colleague wait a little and approach the test subject, to which he agreed, because he was curious. Sang found out that firstly, there are 7 bases located on 3 islands in the center of the ocean, and each is isolated from the outside world. Secondly, the laboratory requests a new test subject every 2 months, and the previous body is sent for treatment. Thirdly, presumably, the relationship between the laboratory and Cyber Corporation is much more complex than previously thought. Xiang Song realized that the previous conclusion was also not wrong, and for researchers, they are just consumables. He did not know when and where to run and what to do, and the thought of frequent replacement of experimental subjects was stuck in his head. Sang wanted to break the system as quickly as possible and get out, but apparently the investigation was not progressing at all. The main character wondered if he could ultimately only count on the people he fought with. He realized that if those guys could correctly weigh all the risks, then he would have the opportunity to get out of here. Xiang Song hoped that they would definitely try to stop the spread of this world-threatening technology. But the main character also understood that he too should start acting, because he couldn't stay away. Meanwhile, in the helicopter, the commander said that the customer ordered them to destroy information about the project and take the scientists. He loudly exclaimed that they only had 2 hours, and his motivated subordinates accepted this information. The bracelet on Xiang Song's neck signaled that the lunch break was over, after which he reluctantly went to Area D. But suddenly, an incredibly powerful and loud explosion sounded, which made him listen and be wary. Armed persons blew up a wall on one side of the building, after which the task force broke into the premises. One of the mercenaries radioed to Squad C that the security level of the laboratory was lower than expected. Laboratory employees signaled that an intrusion had occurred and asked all employees to evacuate. Xiang Song grinned wickedly and realized that this was his chance to get out because he could escape unnoticed. Meanwhile, gunfire continued on the laboratory grounds and machine gun bullet casings scattered. The lab guards were around the corner of one of the walls, and one of them was radioing that they needed reinforcements. Dr. Hemingway, meanwhile, was in his office and looked at the CCTV cameras while feeling nervous. Suddenly, there was a phone call from James, which the doctor immediately answered because the situation was tense. Hemingway asked his subordinate what the situation was and whether they could hold off the onslaught of mercenaries without losing the laboratory. Nervous James, meanwhile, was in his office and looked at the danger map in the laboratory. He said the zones are barely holding and the enemy level is too high for their security forces to cope. James desperately said that, with deepest regret, at the moment, they had no chance of withstanding the onslaught. Dr. Hemingway removed the phone from his ear and said in a quiet tone that this meant that now they would have to give up. He then asked his nervous subordinate if everything was ready. He exclaimed that there were still 30 seconds left. He launched the destruction of files, while panicked researchers ran around the cold-blooded Xiang Song. The main character, meanwhile, stood still and smiled. I understand that God is still on his side. He understood that now all the laboratory security was focused on the intruders, and no one could stop him. Meanwhile, in the chip storage there were two scientists who were sorting through all the chips while being nervous. One of them said that they needed to hurry up because there was little time, and the second replied that they had to do it. The scientists collected all the chips in the storage facility because the doctor said that not a single level A chip should remain. Suddenly, someone unknown entered the room and made himself known, alerting the nervous researchers. It turned out that it was Xiang Song, who was stained with the blood of the researcher he killed and said that it was a pleasant coincidence. Dr. Hemingway, meanwhile, was on the roof of Laboratory D and jumped into a helicopter with a subordinate. After that, he sat down and exhaled in a relaxed manner, but his calmness lasted only a few seconds. A knife was presented to the doctor's throat by an unknown attacker, who said that this was a good try. Xiang Song, meanwhile, was sitting on a chair in front of the scientist, who after a while began to come to his senses and opened his eyes. The main character was covered in blood and asked with a smile if he had finally woken up and they could talk. The scientist slowly came to his senses, but at one moment he became very wary and began to nervously look around. Xiang Song asked him to humble himself and said that he had no chance of breaking free and running away from him. The man turned around at one point and tremblingly asked the question of what happened to his colleague Jerry. The main character pointed at him with his gaze, after which the scientist looked to the side and saw a huge puddle of blood. A few seconds later, everything inside him collapsed, and the realization came to him that his good friend was dead. The man tried with all his might to break free from the tight rope and began to throw mud at Xiang Song for what he had done. The main character asked what worries him so much, and maybe he wants to be in the place of his friend. The researcher clenched his teeth in anger and could no longer restrain his hatred of the hero, but he could not do anything. Xiang Song asked him to think about his loved ones and reminded him that he still has a daughter, and the scientist silently lowered his head down. The hero asked the nervous man if he was really going to let his beloved daughter spend her childhood without a father. The man could not restrain himself and screamed and asked what he wanted from him, while drops of sweat endlessly flowed down his face. Xiang Song smiled and asked first to tell him everything that the scientist knows about chips, because it is not at all difficult. The attacker, meanwhile, still held the knife to Hemingway's throat, and the doctor asked who sent him here. The mercenary put his hand into the pocket of the doctor's white robe, whose intentions were unclear and made the man nervous. He stuck out a recording device and said that the customer did not ask to return it intact and safe. After these words, Dr. Hemingway became even more nervous, and the device was tightly clenched and destroyed in the man's hand. The operator told the boss that the mercenaries understood everything and the satellite positioning system was destroyed. After hearing what he heard, the boss stood still with a serious face and did not say anything in response, reflecting on the events taking place. Xiang Song, meanwhile, finished listening to the scientist's story, after which he analyzed it and asked if he was sure. The scientist said that there was no point in lying to him, and with prolonged use of the chip, personal knowledge arises. Sang asked if there was a solution to this problem, and the researcher replied that they could only delay the disease. The main character put his hand on the man's shoulder and asked him to take him to where they keep people with this disease. After some time, they looked out from behind the wall, and nearby there were two guards who interfered with them. The excited scientist said that the entrance to the elevator was under the control of mercenaries and asked what they should do now. Xiang Song immediately came up with a solution to the problem, causing the two of them to simply come out from behind the cover. Two mercenaries immediately pointed their weapons at them, after which one of them shouted and asked what they were doing here. The main character and the scientist raised their hands, after which the young man said that they had only come with the goal of surrendering to them. After this, the mercenaries calmed down a little and believed that the two men really came to surrender. One of the mercenaries ordered the other to go and inspect them, which he immediately did, and the surrenderers were ordered not to move. Xiang Song and the scientist did not resist, after which they knelt down and obeyed the order of one of the mercenaries. One of the armed men began to slowly examine and feel the main character for the presence of prohibited items. He finished watching the main character and headed towards the scientist, and Xiang Song grinned insidiously and realized that this was his chance. When the mercenary turned his back to him, he made a sharp lunge forward to grab his pistol. The armed man turned around in an instant, and Xiang Song immediately struck his face with a knee while jumping. The second mercenary was about to fire a shot, but the main character got ahead of him and shot him in the head first. Within a couple of minutes, Xiang Song and the shocked scientist were in the elevator and going up to the desired floor. The researcher asked how he managed to do this and said that the young man clearly did not use any chip. Xiang Song said that it was all thanks to his memory because there were some things he still hadn't forgotten even after what happened. But the scientist nervously replied that this was impossible because this phenomenon could not be connected in any way with his memory. The main character confidently said that then there is only one explanation, namely that he is incredibly talented. After a few seconds, the elevator stopped and the doors opened, after which they headed to the room they needed. On the sides there were cells for prisoners, and Xiang Song was a little surprised because the room was huge. They continued to walk forward, and in one of the cells there was a man wearing a mask and a humble shirt who was shackled. They also passed a cell behind which a gray-haired man was sitting, and in one of them there was even a cute girl who was putting on lipstick. Xiang Song suddenly addressed the prisoners loudly and loudly declared that from now on they were all free. But his loud statement did not bring surprise or joy to the prisoners, and they looked at him emotionlessly. The hero asked the scientist if he was sure that these guys were suffering from the consequences of personality cognition, and he confirmed it. One of the prisoners asked if Xiang Song thought that he was mistaken, because most of them could escape from here without him. He said that they didn't take the lead simply because they didn't want to, and the hero just looked at him sternly. Another prisoner asked the main character if the researcher standing next to him had told him something important. The prisoner with the scars on his face said quietly that the chip carried a hidden threat, which was very important. Sang replied that he knew, and he said that then he should understand why they were maintaining restraint and staying here. The main character then asked if they were looking for a way to cure the side effects after using the chip. The other prisoner laughed and said that his escape plan simply wouldn't work, and his intentions made him laugh. But the reward found its hero, as a result of which the prisoner's ridicule did not last long, and a bullet flew into his forehead. The rest of the prisoners were shocked by such insolence on the part of a boy unknown to them, who allowed himself to do this. The researcher became even more nervous and screamed and asked the main character what he was doing. The prisoner with the scars on his face also became nervous and asked Xiang Song what he meant by these actions. In response to this, the main character only said in a calm tone that his finger had simply slipped and nothing more. Then he said that, unfortunately, the prisoners could keep their wishes to themselves and everything would be as he told them. He said that the base security forces were killed by mercenaries and they probably gathered all the scientists in one place. Waving his pistol, Xiang Song asked the prisoners what they thought the mercenaries would do to them when they came here. The prisoners were stunned by his speech because his words were truly truthful and made them think. The main character said that he is not going to become a leader for them, but he needs companions because this is important. He really needs comrades who will share the same goal with him, and suddenly a female voice addressed him. The charming, cute girl with pink hair smiled and asked Xiang Song who his enemy was. He did not answer her with a mutual smile and said that his enemy was Cyber, but the girl said that they had the same enemy. The armed mercenaries, meanwhile, continued to capture the base and rapidly advanced further and further with each passing hour. James was killed, and the mercenary looked around and began transmitting a message via radio to all units. He reported that bodies had been found in Area C and asked those who completed the task to move to this area and suppress the enemies. The girl with pink hair told the hero that they simply could not cut down such a large tree as Cyber. Xiang Song said that the matter is indeed not easy because Cyber's power is enormous, and now they have no way to resist them. He said he was going to go to Hong Kong to start developing from there, and then think about getting revenge on the company. The girl began to happily wave her arms, after which she said that in this case she agreed to be his companion. The prisoner said that the company's shareholders have power throughout the world, and they will not stand aside in any case. He added that they would take retaliatory action even if Cyber was captured. The protagonist silently listened to him. A man with scars on his face told the main character that on this path only failure and death await him like his comrades. Xiang Song at one point simply asked if he was really afraid, and after these words the man became very tense. He said that the approach was effective and asked to leave contact, promising that he would contact him upon his return to Canada. Meanwhile, an armed group of mercenaries approached the huge room where the prisoners' cells were located. The mercenary radioed that the group had discovered a large number of prisoners and received permission to kill. The armed men began to look around and realized that they could remove the test subjects at any moment. Xiang Song sat behind one of the prisoners, who lowered her upset gaze to the floor and remained silent. The girl with pink hair began waving her arms and addressed the two mercenaries who had their backs turned. The girl raised her tone and asked the two guys for help, after which they immediately turned and walked towards her cell. By her action, she bought time for Xiang Song, who approached the mercenaries from behind and pointed a gun at them. The pink-haired girl suddenly giggled insidiously, which made the armed men nervous at that moment. Then a series of loud shots rang out, and at the same moment two mercenaries were lying on the floor bleeding. One of them survived and tried to get to his feet, experiencing severe pain, but Xiang Song did not give him a chance to survive. Thanks to the main character, everyone remained alive, and he exclaimed that for a year he would be in Hong Kong. He said that he is quite a vindictive person and will not leave the Cyber Corporation alone, and they can join. The superior mercenary, meanwhile, monitored the laboratory territory using CCTV cameras. On one of the cameras, he saw the main character walking accompanied by a pink-haired girl and a scientist. Xiang Song, meanwhile, also turned his attention to the recording camera and grinned wickedly. An elderly prisoner sat in his cell and thought deeply about what was happening in the situation in the laboratory. Suddenly, he took a thin master key from his sleeve because he had thought of something and was about to leave the cell. He bent the master key and looked at the lock of the cell door, trying to come to the right decision for himself. The prisoner with scars on his face watched as an elderly man walked up to the door and stuck a master key into the lock. In less than a minute, the elderly man managed to open the cell doors, and soon he found himself outside. He remained emotionless and silently began to walk away, and one of the prisoners asked if he was really leaving. The stern old man replied that as he could see, he was really leaving, and the question was a little stupid. The prisoner asked if he really believed the boy's words, but the elderly man replied that he did not. He said that he should go out and see what they could achieve in a year, and then decide whether to join them. The man then approached the cell where the prisoner lay in a humble shirt and asked if he would go with him. The prisoner of the humble shirt asked the old man why he decided to choose him for this purpose. The old man replied that he was not sure how to deal with the persecution of the organizers, but he knew one thing. After that, he said that he was absolutely confident that the humble shirt prisoner could help him for sure. Xiang Song. Meanwhile, he was in the chip storage room, and with him were a researcher and a pink-haired girl. He told the girl that there were a lot of interesting chips in the closet, and if she was going to take something, then she should take it from there. But the beauty replied that she was quite happy with her current condition and did not want to increase the load unnecessarily. The main character looked at her emotionlessly, and in response to her words, he said nothing and continued searching for the chips. Armed mercenaries, meanwhile, moved deeper into the laboratory and were ready for any battle with their targets. The red-haired prisoner in the humble shirt still joined the old man, and they were in the elevator. A few seconds later, they arrived at the desired floor and survived the elevator, but they were surrounded by a crowd of mercenaries. The old man told his comrade that half of the targets were on him, after which they began to mercilessly beat the mercenaries. A prisoner with scars on his face, meanwhile, took the machine gun of one of the killed mercenaries and then loaded it. Balian was emotionless and turned around because he was approached by his comrade who needed something. He asked to take him with him and said that his friends from Toronto were able to help him return what was rightfully his. After this, Balian asked if it was true what he said about those people who sold and exiled him here. The man was still completely sure that he was no less interested in the wealth and power of his friends from Toronto than he was. The elderly prisoner and his comrade finally finished with the mercenaries, and blood was splattered everywhere. The old man said that this would be enough for a start, but now they need to find out the whereabouts of these people and their ship. The red-haired prisoner said that Hemingway would not have to hide on the island, and they themselves would take a vacation and come for him. The scientist asked Jiang Sung why he didn't take a few more people with him, since they were all fighting forces. The hero replied that he did not want to cooperate with those who were opposed, and it was better to create conditions for the capture of an important person. He said that they themselves would help him attract the attention of the organizers and would gradually increase his fortune. The pink-haired girl smiled sweetly and said with joy in her voice that Hallie thought this idea was very cool. Xiang Song became a little wary and asked if he heard correctly that her name was Gale, which was unusual. The girl continued walking and said that this name was very cool, and she was also sure that it completely suited her. The main character said that the name Hallie Quinn sounds like the name of some villain, even though they are not villains. Balian and his comrade left the elevator, after which they immediately drew attention to the numerous bodies of the mercenaries. There were many pools of blood around, the walls were splattered with it, and everywhere lay the bodies of people who had been exterminated by the prisoners. The main mercenary who was in the observation center was angry because of such anger and composure of the prisoners. After that, he became even more angry and decided to radio to the rest of the mercenaries who were still alive. He radioed that anyone who heard the current message should immediately stop any work. The mercenary who held the knife to Dr. Hemingway's throat was distracted, and the doctor asked if he was having trouble. With sweat on his face, the armed man said that they had serious problems and this was not a joke. Another prisoner with good physical shape and athletic build was stretching his arms before escaping. After that, he grabbed the bars and with incredible strength simply pushed their sides apart, after which he left the cell. He asked if anyone else wanted to join the fun, and not far behind him he heard a loud crash. The loose prisoner who was in the cell began to sweat, because he saw a thug ahead. He was a huge man with long hair and the build of a sumo wrestler. The big man who opened the bars looked at him and then asked if he would go with him. The brute with the body of a sumo wrestler said that perhaps he would actually join him and go with him. Meanwhile, two mercenaries were on the coast guarding motorboats for the retreat of personnel. Both of them gaped and did not expect an attack, but suddenly, their heads were shot through and blood scattered to the sides. It turned out that the culprit of their death was Xiang Song, who fired bullets into the heads of the mercenaries without any doubt. The scientist said that this is an assault boat and they will not be able to swim even to the neighboring country, but this did not stop the hero. Xiang Song pointed back and said that they only needed her to get to the mercenary ship behind. Huge prisoners with the physique of a sumo wrestler, meanwhile, smashed the mercenaries, breaking their heads. He grabbed one of them and pushed it into the wall at high speed, causing it to be slightly destroyed. The mercenary in the video surveillance room did not understand how many other similar monsters there were. There were two prisoners behind him, and one of them asked if he was the person who was watching them through the cameras. Another mercenary tried to contact the others by radio, and there was a merciless prisoner not far from him. The armed man tried to contact his colleague, who at the time was suspended upside down and dead. Dr. Hemingway told the mercenary that now they could come to an agreement, but the man had no time for that. He closed the doctor's mouth, which made him even more nervous, and drops of sweat began to flow down his face. Then the mercenary leaned out of the helicopter because he expected the appearance of two prisoners on the horizon. Jimmy and Rhodes, who were not at all afraid of him and were also armed with carbines, approached the helicopter. The mercenary grabbed the knife and looked at them in disbelief while being prepared for any outcome. He asked what happened to the rest of his guys, and gritting his teeth in anger said that he understood that they were looking for death. Xiang Song took a boat to the mercenary ship, and one of the mercenaries from the ship asked what about the others. The disguised protagonist shouted that, to be on the safe side, they had captured one important person. He then shouted even louder that the boss had ordered them to go back first to deliver the man. Meanwhile, the mercenary had to fight with Jimmy and Rhodes, who were armed with carbines. He was nervous, tried to remain calm, and wondered if the second prisoner wanted to help him. The prisoners with a malicious smile at one point threw the machine gun to the ground, which was a hint that the fight would be with knives. Then he sharply grabbed the knife and began to gradually approach the enemy, without making sudden movements, so as not to get confused. The mercenary smiled and said that, unfortunately, he has no equal in knife fights, so it won't be possible to play with him. But the prisoner just laughed and said that his confident expression looked too terrible. His words angered the man, and gritting his teeth in anger, he said that they would see who would laugh last. After that, they locked eyes and began to walk in a circle, expecting each other to strike at any second. Suddenly, the prisoner lunged forward, trying to plunge the knife directly into the enemy's chest. But at the very last moment, the mercenary managed to substitute his knife, after which he managed to repel the enemy's attack. He then wasted no time and immediately tried to strike back at the enemy, but he failed. The prisoner put his hand up, thereby grabbing his fist and not giving him the opportunity to counterattack himself, which played into his hands. Holding his opponent's fist, he took the chance and with his right hand swung the knife again at the chest. When the tip of the sharp knife was already at the mercenary's chest, the prisoner began to smile sarcastically at him. But the mercenary was not going to give up and tried to remain calm and also began to smile sarcastically at the enemy. They bumped their foreheads and began to press their heads on each other, while none of them gave up and the fight continued. Suddenly, a loud shot was heard, causing the bullet to pass through the mercenary's head, shocking the prisoner. His face was splattered with the blood of the dead mercenary, after which he screamed and asked his comrade in arms what he was doing. The guy replied that this mercenary's skills were not amazing, and they would still have many opportunities. The prisoner then turned his attention to Dr. Hemingway, who was looking out from behind the helicopter, scared. The doctor was very nervous and was sweating, because he did not know what fate awaited him in the next few minutes. The prisoner with the physique of a sumo wrestler was nervous because he could not find an important chip with the name Lyosi. The second man said that his chip was also missing. Moreover, all the other level A chips were also missing somewhere. The big man asked if he thought that the mercenaries had taken them. The man replied that it was not a fact, but they would soon find out about it. Two bloodthirsty prisoners, meanwhile, were in the room where the huge submarine was located. The elderly prisoner looked nervously at his colleague and asked if he could open the door to this boat. Xiang Song and a member of his crew were meanwhile in the ship's control room holding the hostages. He told one of the crew that they either sail to Hong Kong immediately or they will be killed right now. The man with sweat on his face said that he would do everything as he asked because he understood that his life was on the verge of death. Mr. Dawson called together 3 important people and announced that they had received terrible news, which he would now announce. The Chancellor of the United States, Mary de Medici, a blue blood of the aristocracy, asked to clarify the situation. The man politely bowed before her and kindly agreed to explain the situation, since it was important. He said that 2 hours ago their Pacific Research Laboratory was attacked. Dawson said there were dangerous prisoners on the loose, bent on revenge and posing an incredible danger to themselves. He said that they needed to think about what they should do with old friends who were about to return. The head of the corporation, Ji Cheng, decided to express his point of view and said that at the moment there was no reason to worry. He said it was okay to give prisoners a chance, but that didn't mean they should be underestimated or that you should keep an eye on them. The man also added that it was much easier than dealing with these guys directly, and Dawson said that he understood everything. Meanwhile, Xiang Song and his team arrived in Hong Kong, and Holly shouted joyfully that they had finally arrived. She immediately threw her arms at the main character and asked what they would do next, calling him dear. The young man replied that first they needed to find citizens from whom they could borrow some money and then plan. After a while, in a dark alley, Xiang Seng, using brute force, forced the young man to give him his wallet. Scientist Kevin stood aside and asked if he was really going to beat up ordinary people to make money from it. The young man said that at least they had their first money and suggested going to a flea market to buy something. After a while, they were in the trade district and Xiang Seng asked Holly if she really didn't need some kind of chip. The girl proudly replied that, alas, there could only be one person with whom she could be connected. The team entered one of the clothing stores, and the woman selling there smiled politely at him and was silent. Xiang Song said that they needed to disperse and gather at this place in 2 hours, and Hallie asked to go with Kevin. Then he began to leave, and said that since everyone understood everything, in that case they would see each other later, because they needed to go about business. But the hero did not suspect that 2 men were spying on him, and one of them reported by phone that they had found a foreigner. Xiang Song was walking the streets of Hong Kong and came across an elderly man who was selling beautiful wooden products. The man was concentrated on his work and continued to make products, and at one moment he paid attention to the guy. The hero nevertheless found an interesting item for himself and asked how much he wanted for the Buddha icon, which he pointed at with his finger. The old man blew away the wood shavings and answered the young man that he wanted 1,000 for the icon and would no longer bargain. Xiang Song awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that he sincerely wanted to buy it, and asked the man to make a small discount. But the man was adamant and emotionlessly asked him to simply choose any of the boxes next to the icon. The main character thanked the polite man, after which he gave him the money for the box and finally took it in his hands. The young man looked at the icon inside the box, after which he smiled and hid the box, his black backpack, and moved on. He continued to move through the shopping district and did not suspect anything, but two big men continued to follow him. Xiang Song walked around the block and softly whistled a song, and two big guys continued to follow him in the crowd. The young man heard their voices and grinned slightly because he realized that these people were clearly following him and they needed him. Hallie Queen, meanwhile, was with Kevin and stared at the charming nesting dolls on one of the counters. Another stalker told his boss by phone that he had found two targets who were also important to them. But the boss ordered to leave these two alone and give priority to the main goal, which was much more important to them. After that, the man ended the phone call and began to eat rice porridge with raisins while remaining calm. The big guys understood everything and continued to follow the main character, but at one point they got distracted and lost sight of the goal. They immediately started running because they couldn't let him escape, and Xiang Song simply disappeared into a dark corner. He grinned and stepped out of the shadows, then asked his grandfather sitting on the ground how much he sold his handmade knives for. 2 hours later, the main character was at the place where he was separated from the team, and soon his comrades went there. Hallie called him dear, and smiling sweetly, pulled out a nesting doll from the bag which she began to show him. Xiang Song did not react at all and asked Kevin how the harvest was because this was much more important at that moment. But the man replied that they could not find anything worthwhile, and then asked if the main character had found anything. The young man said that, unlike them, he had something interesting, after which he began to take out a box from his backpack. After some time, the heroes were in a catering establishment, and Hallie was looking at the box. Kevin asked if she was really that interested, and the girl asked how much this wooden box might cost. Xiang Song said that it is not so much the box itself that is valuable, but the wood that is used and the manufacturing process itself. He said that there was a very big story behind this box, and Kevin, surprised, asked how he knew all this. The young man asked if they had heard about the Buddha box, which is incredibly valuable for its history. Kevin asked what it was, and Xiang Song replied that it was a box that contained small Buddha statues and his personal belongings. He said that most people in Asia believe that this thing can be used to protect the body and reduce karma. People at the next table eavesdropped, and the hero added that the enamel box was also more expensive and had no market price. Kevin was dumbfounded and asked how much this mahogany box that Galley Queen was holding could cost. Xiang Song replied that if the relic is valuable, then its value could be up to 12 million. The researcher tensed even more because he saw two suspicious individuals behind the back of the main character. The main one asked him to give the box and the woman, promising that he would spare his life, otherwise he would be beaten. Hallie Queen pretended to be scared and said that he should protect them, and people looked at her in bewilderment. Xiang Song said that there were only a couple of them, and they demanded something from him, and told their leader that he could teach them a lesson. The arrogant bandit grabbed the bottle out of anger and then swung at the main character, who insulted him. Nearby, a man with glasses exclaimed to the bandits that Fei Shang and the other guys were fighting with the foreigner of the establishment. The bandits immediately grabbed knives and bats, after which they went to help the rest of their comrades. But when they burst into the establishment, at the table they saw Xiang Song with a knife in his hand, who smiled and greeted them. The boss, having learned about this, angrily shouted that this was nonsense because there were more than a dozen of them, and the foreigner cut them all down. He received a call from Xiang Song, who mockingly said that these were just a few people who were not even suitable for warming up. The thug got even angrier and clutched the phone tightly in his hand, because he wanted to destroy the foreigner. His assistant in a burgundy suit entered the sauna and asked the nervous Shan Gi if something had happened. It was the financial director, Actuary Adu, who looked absolutely calm and even smiled slightly. Shan Ge angrily said that one foreigner who had not seen real death dared to cross his path. He gritted his teeth and told the actuary that he had 3 days to kill the foreigner, and he replied that it was no problem. After this, the CFO left the room and took out his mobile phone to contact someone. He wrote to the assassins that there was good work available and asked anyone interested in this to contact him. Xiang Song told Hallie that tomorrow, she and Kevin would go to the black market to find an opportunity to get rid of the box. The girl scrolled through her phone and gave her consent, and the researcher asked the hero what he would do tomorrow. The young man grinned slightly and said that he had some other things to do and did not bring them up to date. The actuary, meanwhile, was in the assembly hall, and in the seats were people who had gathered to listen to him. Among them were 2 men in black suits, one of whom was sitting in a cap and covering his face while looking into the field. The financial director ordered his subordinate to distribute photographs to everyone present to bring them up to date. Photos were distributed, and the mercenaries examined the faces of their targets, for whom they offered good money. Adu held up a photograph of Xiang Song and said that for him they would give $500,000, and for the others, $200,000. One of those present in a black business suit stood up and asked how much time was given for killing them. The chief financial officer, Actuary Adu, smiled and said that the deadline for completing this task was only 3 days. He then asked his subordinate how many people agreed to cooperate, and he replied that 6. One of them arrived at the establishment at 10:30 in the evening, after which he pulled up a chair and sat down at the table with his boss. The black-haired man looked at him with a serious face, but he remained silent and serious. The man with glasses said that the seafood noodle bowl was a pretty good choice, but that wasn't what he came to talk about. He put the photographs on the table and said that this time the list is from the Shanju Tang faction, and these 3 need to be eliminated in 3 days. He also said that besides them, there are also others who have taken up this work, and he needs to act as quickly as possible. At the same time, a man in a Panama hat was near the door to one of the apartments, after which he knocked and began to leave. But he didn't have time to leave, and a few seconds later the door was opened by a man with black hair and a red t-shirt. An inconspicuous man in a Panama hat showed him a small brown folder containing important information. The guy in the red t-shirt looked at him emotionlessly and scratched the back of his head while remaining silent. One of the mercenaries who took on this job strangled a man who crossed her path and left him on the bed. Then she began to get dressed and received a phone call, which she answered immediately because it was important. Xiang Song was fast asleep in his bed and did not even suspect that the hunt had begun before him after this late call. The next day, the main character said goodbye to Hallie and Kevin again, after which they separated and went about their business. The bandits continued to spy on them, and one of them took a photograph of the collapsed company on a smartphone. Then it was written in the chat that the loot was divided and the mercenary needed to act before they disappeared. One of the assassins looked at Xiang Song through a sniper scope, and the hero Jia noticed a glare from the window. The killer held his breath and was about to fire, keeping his hand on the trigger of the sniper rifle. But unexpectedly, a man in an olive jacket appeared on the street and for an unknown reason, shot into the sky with a pistol. Xiang Song was not afraid at all and looked at him with a stern look, while remaining silent and standing still. Then he asked the stranger if he didn't think that this was not quite a suitable place, because someone could be hit by a shrapnel. The man looked at him with a serious face and said that perhaps this was so, and the mercenary was watching them from a high building. He radioed that the first target had already appeared, and he would have to leave this place to follow them. Kevin and Hallie Quinn, meanwhile, were in an antique store where they wanted to hand over the precious box. The man from the antique store examined the box and said that it was indeed an incredibly valuable Buddha box. The stranger told Sang that he had heard that he had angered the boss, and now he was so angry that he hired assassins to kill him. The main characters reached into his backpack and asked him if it was normal for him to so easily reveal the details of his employer. The thug said that he was unlikely to have broken the rules in any way because in any case, the boy would soon be dead. Xiang Song took out a shiny knife from his backpack, then grinned slightly and said that the enemy had a good attitude. The big man preferred to fight with his fists and looked into his eyes bloodthirstily. "I'm about to start the fight." Within a few seconds, they rushed at each other, and none of them even thought about giving up at that moment. Xiang Song smiled bloodthirsty at his opponent and swung his sharp knife at him, hoping to scare him. But the big man was also not timid, and also looked bloodthirsty into his eyes and laughed, raising his fist. One of the assassins continued to watch them from around the corner and called the whole thing strange in his head. The opponents jumped back at one point because each of them needed to catch their breath in order to strike again. Xiang Song was sweating from fatigue and had severe shortness of breath, but he understood that he could not give up. But the main character managed to inflict many cuts on the big man, a lot of blood flowing down his hands. In his thoughts, he said that this time he had come across a foreigner, but his incredible speed still surprised him. Xiang Song understood that he could inherit no more than 30% of the actual skills contained in the chip. The mercenary continued to observe and realized that someone who has outstanding talent has a moderately developed body. But he could tell that Xiang's physical fitness was only slightly better than an ordinary person, and it was all strange. The main character asked his opponent what he thought about stopping the fight and stopping. He grinned and said that if they continued, the best scenario would be for both of them to lose, and that would not be pleasant. His words stunned the Holemaker at that moment, and he clenched his fist tightly, but only remained silent in response. Still, he thought about the protagonist's proposal and said that in this case, he had one condition. Xiang Song was nervous because he didn't understand what he was getting at, and the big guy said that he wanted to kill his employer. He said that when concluding a contract, each of them is obliged to fulfill it at any cost and nothing can affect this. The main character asked why not ask other killers for help if he so wanted to do it. The man replied that no one, including him, would like to be on the blacklist of killers who killed the employer. He said that he could only look for someone outside the circle, and Xiang Sanga said that he needed to think and figure it out. Then the young man asked if it was true that the big man wanted him to help him get rid of his hated employer. The man with blood on his face smiled and said that everything was absolutely true and this is what he longs for. The secretive killer, meanwhile, pursued Kevin and Hallie Queen, holding a syringe with unknown contents in his hand. He kept a safe distance from them, was wearing a light, inconspicuous coat, and had a mask on his face. Kevin and the girl were in the cinema some time later, watching the film without suspecting anything. The killer understood that this was his only chance to deal with them, after which he reached for the girl's shoulder with a syringe. But at the last moment, he was stunned, because everything did not go according to plan, and Hallie grabbed his hand. She then turned her head and smiled intimidatingly, causing the killer to become even more nervous at that moment. Soon they left the cinema, and the cleaning lady began cleaning and noticed a man sitting on a chair and not moving. She tried to wake him up, but the body collapsed to the ground and the woman realized that the man was dead. Her eyes filled with horror after she saw the terrible eyes of a man who was brutally strangled. The actuary reported to the boss that the list had been sent out and there were 6 strong hands who took up the task of carrying it out. The boss decided to ask who he could give as an example of these 6 hands, because this is very important in this task. The financial director said that among them were Black Widow and Warrior, who had previously shown themselves to be very worthy. Also among them were the pharmacist, the arsonist, the country kid, and the old man, whom he considered reliable. The boss said that he heard that the warrior was simply crazy because on the last mission, he did not show his best side. When Dadzenia hired him, he broke into the police station with a bag of explosives, causing a whole lot of problems. The man asked how to explain all this to him if the warrior went there alone and began to create complete chaos. Actuary Adu asked him not to worry and said that the police station was quite loyal to them. Xiang Song, meanwhile, asked the warrior when he proposed that they begin to act and implement his plan. The big man said that they would start this evening at 10 o'clock and said that he would be waiting for him on Shifeng Street. It was there that they would have to discuss everything, after which the main character said that he would come there without any problems. After these words, the warrior picked up his olive jacket from the floor and began to leave, leaving the hero alone with himself. The hired killers. The village kid still remained around the corner and continued to secretly observe the main character. He then used his smartphone and called his boss, who asked if everything was ready. The kid reported that the warrior refused the job, and the boss called him a madman, who nevertheless took the initiative. The mercenary said that the goal is indeed quite good, and by combining their forces, he and the warrior are capable of much. But the man did not respond to these words, after which the phone call ended and he thought about it. He remembered the War Master's boss, whom he immediately decided to call and discuss some details. The boss immediately understood the phone and asked who it was, and the man replied that it was the 23rd, after which everything became clear. He immediately asked what fate and said that he also remembered him and even thought about calling. His smile immediately disappeared from his face because the 23rd calmly said that they were going to kill him. The boss shouted that he would give him 2 million if he said who wanted to kill him, but the 23rd did not provide any specifics. After that, he looked at the clear sky and said in his thoughts that the time for change was approaching, and the consequences of this were unknown. The huge boss threw plates in different directions out of anger, and ordered his subjects to immediately bring him rolls. After that, he called one of the numbers and said that he wanted to create an advertisement, while being very angry. The girl wrote it down, and he dictated that he needed a better Hong Kong killer for his personal protection, and as soon as possible. A few minutes later, the document was created and a stamp appeared on it, on which all the information was indicated. Shang Song, meanwhile, was in one of the establishments and asked the bartender to pour him a glass of martini. The man slowly wiped the glasses and said with a smile that it was non-working hours, so he could not serve him. The main character looked at him with a small grin and said that they don't put salt in martinis, which was a secret code. The man immediately looked at him with a serious face and asked how much the honey cost, which was also a code phrase. Sang replied that half, 3, which meant that he was interested in replacing the identity and passport of 3 people. The bartender took out a mobile phone with a key from under the bar and then handed it to the young man. He asked to place the money and their photographs in the mailbox at the specified address and pick up the documents a week later. Seong-song was glad that the supplier's address indicated in the hacker chip remained the same, and now the issue with the documents was resolved. The world-famous violinist Akato lived with the violin day and night, and San Xiang was able to feel all this thanks to the chip. He realized that the value of the chip was not in how much knowledge it could provide, but in the experience, and he found himself a participant in the trial. On the day of the battle with professional killers, he saw that he needed to prepare a little, because they did not care about him. He wanted to know if there was something in this chip that could make him wake up, and he delved into the memory particles. The main character delved into the memories and thoughts of a guy named John Chris, which immediately absorbed him. But this time he felt only the endless sorrows of loneliness while the battle took place around him. As the butcher was about to kill Ingram and the special agent, an enraged Seong-song came up from behind with a knife. He took the chance and then stabbed him in the back several times, causing Butcher Reed to fall to the floor. At that moment, the main character asked whether murder had always felt as pleasant as he felt it. After he saw the world of John Chris, it was as if he became one with him and his reaction speed increased, like many other things. This may not be the first trick you can learn from the original owner, but it won't be the last. Unlike other test subjects who escaped from prison, Seong-song will have to gradually integrate all the personalities in his body. The hero realized that they are all united, because becoming stronger individually does not increase their overall strength. After a while, he returned home, and Kevin, looking at him, asked if everything was okay, because he didn't look well. Seong-song did not answer this question and threw him the phone with the key, which surprised the researcher a little. The hero asked them to follow the instructions to put the money and their photographs in the designated mailbox. He said that the problem with the documents would be resolved in a week, and Hallie asked if the name Wang Shuihua would suit her. The main character asked Kevin if they received money for selling the precious boxes, and he responded by pointing to them. Seong-song looked at the indicated place and saw a black backpack in the corner under the table, in which we had money. He said that all this was wonderful, and then said that he would take one bundle of money with him because it would come in handy. Kevin asked him to take his time and asked if he still had anything to do since he was leaving again. Seong-song replied that that's right. There was a place he had to visit that night and he couldn't refuse. Then he said that all this was not important and asked Galley Queen to give him the killer chip, which he also really needed. She said that he should have waited at least a couple of days, but still did not dissuade him and threw him a chip. Seong-song tried to justify himself a little, but still the chip ended up in his hands, and he thanked Galley Queen for it. Within a few minutes, he went down the street and went to the place he needed, and Kevin watched him from the window. He said that by his actions, Seong-song was greatly encouraging the growth of connections between his personality and the chip's personality. The warrior, meanwhile, was already on the spot and decided to buy you a cup of coconut tea at the kiosk. But soon, he heard footsteps behind him and turned around to see the main character who greeted him. The main character asked when they were leaving for the mission, and the warrior first took a few sips of coconut tea, period. While in the car, he said that he had recently learned that his employer had learned from someone that he was going to be killed. The warrior said that the employer paid huge sums and hired first-class mercenaries to protect him. Seong-song did not attach much importance to this and asked if he suspected him, but the man replied that he did not. He asked if he was afraid, and the hero asked if he should care, and the War Master was convinced that he was the one he was looking for. His employer, meanwhile, was sitting in his office and thinking that someone wanted to kill him, which gave him no peace. He became paranoid and asked the bodyguard if he should add another guard post for security purposes. But the guard, Gabriel, replied that there was no need for this and too many people would only be annoying. Then he decided to ask whether Asian Mr. X, standing at the window, agreed with him, but only remained silent in response. After that, Mr. Number 4 looked down outside the window and saw a guard there guarding the courtyard area. The warrior said that first they would have to deal with the soldiers outside, then they would make their way inside. Seong-song grinned and loaded the gun and said that this was not a problem at all, and they would do everything in the best possible way. An inconspicuous man in a red hood, meanwhile, was moving along the hotel corridor to find his target. It was a Korean nicknamed the Old Man, who opened the door to the room and then began to creep inside the room. In the room, he took off his shoes, after which he silently screwed the silencer onto his pistol to make everything quiet. He began to creep up to the bed where the target was supposed to sleep, but did not suspect that Galley Queen was behind him. The Korean, nicknamed the Old Man, then fired the entire clip into the bed where he thought the target was sleeping. After that, he wanted to put on his hood and leave, but suddenly, someone turned on the light in the room, which blinded him. The light was turned on by Galley Queen, who took advantage of his distraction and immediately rushed at him with her fists. Within a few minutes, the assassin was tied up and sitting on the floor, and the girl and her colleague were wondering what to do with him. Kevin said that this is the second killer, and Hallie said that it was because of Song Xiang, but this guy will have to be taken care of. The warrior and the main character, meanwhile, successfully knocked out 2 guards on the territory of the boss's estate. Gabriel stood up from the sofa, which alarmed the boss a little, who was sitting at his desk trying to calm down. 3 hours ago, the guard met with someone downstairs, and he was supposed to send messages every 5 minutes, but he disappeared somewhere. Asian Mr. X calmly said that they were already here, and the terrified boss did not understand what he was talking about. The warrior asked Xiang Song if they were leaving or going together, and the hero replied that it was every man for himself. After that, the man decided that in this case, he wouldn't see each other later and rushed in the other direction, leaving the hero alone. The boss's bodyguards warmed up slightly and then went to the exit from the office to reconnoiter the situation in the area. The boss panicked more and more every second and asked them what they were going to do because he was afraid to be alone. The bodyguard said they would go kill the intruders, and the frightened man ordered them to go back. Bodyguard Gabriel asked Asian Mr. X what he thought about working together. But in response to this, the man said that he preferred to solve problems in person, and he did not persuade him. Xiang Song kept his gun ready and was prepared for any outcome, while remaining secretive so as not to give himself away. The killer, nicknamed the Country Kid, watched with binoculars and radioed that they had entered the villa. The warrior moved to the second floor, but an unexpected surprise awaited him on the second floor, namely the guard Gabriel. The blonde-haired big man looked at him with a serious face and asked if he came here alone or if there was someone else. To this question, the warrior said that everything was correct and said that he was also alone, so they would have to fight each other. They smiled wickedly at each other, after which Liu Fakai grabbed the machine gun and aimed at the big man. But he became very wary when he looked to the side and saw a live grenade flying past. Gabriel's bodyguard said he was too slow, and he was twisting the grenade pin on his index finger. After that, with a sharp movement, he pulled the pistol out of the holster and then, with incredible accuracy, shot directly at the grenade. The wall on the second floor was slightly destroyed, and Xiang Song heard an explosion and wondered if they had already started. After that, he looked forward and paid attention to the man coming towards him and realized that this was his opponent. The warrior was wounded after the explosion and held his sore eye, taking cover behind the corner of the wall, and Gabriel advanced on him. He understood that he lost from the very beginning because he was already bleeding, which flowed non-stop from the wound. Bodyguard Gabriel noticed traces of blood on the floor, after which he realized which direction he needed to move. He grinned wickedly and loaded his shotgun, then followed the trail of blood, hoping to find his enemy. The warrior held on to his right side, which ached due to his wound, while breathing heavily and waiting for the enemy to appear. Xiang Song looked at his opponent and suggested that they simply discuss everything so that later he would let him pass further. Asian Mr. X responded by simply loading 2 pistols, preparing to begin a merciless fight. The main character exhaled tiredly and realized that no compromise could be found and he would have to fight. Gabriel began laughing loudly and firing his shotgun non-stop, shouting at the War Master to run away quickly. He got a taste for it, and with great excitement continued to fire bullets from the shotgun, realizing that victory would be his. Xiang Song looked at his cold-blooded opponent, who crossed 2 pistols near his shoulders. The hero realized that they would play with guns, and it would be a little more difficult than he expected, but he had nowhere to go. Asian Mr. X, without warning, began to shoot from a pistol, which he did skillfully and very accurately. But the main character did not stand still and moved in different directions, trying to avoid the bullet without getting injured. The bodyguard continued to fire a series of shots, leaving no hope that he would hit the enemy. Thanks to the cutting method, which is based on an ancient type of martial arts, the frequency of bullets can be reduced. Xiang Song calculated all the enemy's actions, and as soon as he finished shooting, the next move would be his. The enemy fired the last shot and now it was empty, after which the protagonist confidently aimed at him. But unexpectedly, Asian Mr. X grinned, after which he fired another shot into the young man's chest. Xiang Song was in incredible pain and rode several meters on his back, not understanding where another bullet came from. He could not believe that this was possible, because he had calculated everything, and there simply could not be another bullet in the enemy's pistol. The Asian gentleman smiled at him and asked who said that both pistols should have the same magazine capacity. He presented the gun to the main character's head and said that he lost, and Xiang Song silently lowered his head down. The bodyguard mockingly called him a shooter with strange steps, and all he had to do was fire a control shot. Without thinking twice, he fired the last shot directly at the main character's head and then began to move away from the scene of the murder. Asian Mr. X hid the pistols and began to walk back to the boss, but the hero's body remained in place. But at one point, the bodyguard stopped because a shot sounded and he felt something in his chest. He was stunned and immediately looked at his chest, and a red blood stain was visible through his shirt. The bodyguard then turned around and saw Xiang Song rising from the floor, holding a pistol in his hand, which he fired. He couldn't understand how he managed to survive being shot in the head, but he was indeed alive. The main character did not talk to him, after which he fired several more shots, thereby finishing off the enemy. Then he fell to the floor because he could no longer stand and said that death was close, because he really was almost killed. The wounded warrior, meanwhile, stopped and no longer ran away, and Gabriel with a shotgun did not understand what was happening. He mockingly asked why he wasn't running and said that he still wanted to play with him for a while. After this, the warrior became even more angry and exclaimed that only he should run here. He got into a boxing stance, and Gabriel took his cue before throwing away the shotgun and saying it was time to play. He said that no matter what the War Master does, trash will always be trash, no exceptions. These words hurt the man. He clenched his teeth in anger, clenched his fists tightly, and was about to show what he was capable of. Shang Song got up from the floor after a while and tried to pull out the foreign body from the wound site. A few minutes later, he managed to do this, and he realized that death was close, and he had just almost thrown off the ends. The hero realized that if he had not managed to react in that tiny fraction of a second, he would certainly have been killed. At the moment when the bullet enters the skull, it is necessary to find a position in which the force can be distributed throughout the body, which saved him at that moment. As a result, this is an excellent option, and it pleasantly increased Xiang Song's killing intent, who began to smile bloodthirstily. Liu Fakai smashed the glass in his office and shouted that he was spending a lot of money so that he would be protected and not die. He was trying to understand whether some serious person was really approaching him, and at that moment they were looking at him through a sniper scope. The village kid radioed that the War Master and the foreigner had distracted everyone and asked if he should shoot. He was given the order to shoot because the brainless fat man lived too long, after which the shot was fired. Within a split second, the bullet passed through Liu Fakai's head and glass shards scattered throughout the room. After that, the door to the office was opened by a bloodthirsty, smiling Xiang Song, who asked if anyone was here. But when he entered the room, he saw a bloody Liu Fakai on the floor who was dead, and there were glass shards everywhere. The village kid began to put away the sniper rifle and conveyed that the task had been completed and he was awaiting payment. The main character did not linger in the office, after which he went down the stairs leading to the first floor. Going down to the first floor, he saw a fistfight between the bodyguard Gabriel and his comrade War Master. The bodyguard brutally beat his colleague, and a punch to the rib caused the man to spit out some blood. The warrior could no longer resist. He was breathing heavily due to the incredibly powerful blow, and the enemy was mocking him. But still, he was able to gather his remaining strength into a fist and angrily attacked Gabriel, who relaxed a little. At the last moment before the strike, Xiang Song intervened and said that there was no longer any need to fight. The warrior looked at his comrade and asked if the fat bastard was really dead and his mission was completed. The main character replied that the bastard was of course dead, but it wasn't me who killed him, which put the two men in a stupor at that moment. Gabriel was wary and began to examine the guy, who was holding his head, and blood was flowing down his arm. He noticed the bullet marks on the guy's body and wondered if that Asian Mr. X had been killed by this young man. Xiang Song told Gabriel that his employer was no longer there and asked, "How about they stop?" In response, the man said that they would forget about it and admitted that this time they had won. The warrior folded his hands to his chest and looked at him with a serious look, but Gabriel turned around and began to walk away. Hallie Queen, meanwhile, took pictures with her phone of the captured hitman, who was tied up. The main character received a notification, after which he took out his phone from his coat and looked at what came there. He saw a photo from Hallie, who took a selfie with a tied-up man in a red hoodie. Xiang Song read that she was having an interesting day today, after which he looked at the photo in bewilderment. Soon he was riding in a car with the War Master and asked if he was sure that he did not need to go to the hospital as soon as possible. But the stern man responded by saying that nothing terrible had happened because he was not blind and felt fine. The warrior asked who killed Liu Fakai, If a little earlier Xiang Song said that he was not killed by him at all. The main character still held his head and replied that he also did not fully understand what was what. He said that when he went to the War Master's boss's office, he was already lying dead in a pool of his own blood. It was as if someone had taken advantage of their invasion to lure out the guards and done their job. Xiang Song asked the warrior if he had any idea who could have done this, but he said that there could be 5 such people. After some time, the main characters, his new comrade in arms, came to his house and he loudly said that he had returned. Then all he had to do was take off his jacket, and Halley Queen asked who the person was standing behind him. Xiang Song pointed his finger at the serious warrior and said that this was his new friend, and the man at that moment only remained silent. But at one moment he became very tense because he saw a Korean man nicknamed the Old Man sitting on the floor. He immediately asked if it was Shang who was the killer, and also wondered how they caught him in the first place. Xiang Song asked if he knew him, and the warrior replied that this Korean was quite famous in a narrow circle, and he was a professional. Then he slowed down a little, because the realization came to him that the Korean had also failed in his task. Silence hung over the room and everyone began to reflect on what had been said, and meanwhile the old man made body movements. Halley began to beat him, and Xiang San asked which other killers had received reports on them, but it was difficult to find out. However, the War Master said that he seemed to know who could help them, which interested the protagonist. The next day, CFO Actuary Adu was getting into his car in the underground parking lot. After that, he started the engine and felt that someone was behind him, and a chill immediately passed through his skin. In the front seat, you are Xiang Song, who smiled bloodthirstily and greeted Mr. Adu. In the morning, the mercenaries received a notification that the case of the murder of 3 individuals had been completed. The black-haired boss was eating noodles and asked the man with glasses what was known about Shan Jutan because he was curious. Actuary Adu handed the War Master a cell phone behind him and then asked if that would be enough. The man began to read the text on the phone, and Xiang Song approached the CFO again to say something. He smiled and said that this was not enough yet, because he had one more request for him. After some time, they were at the home of the leader of the Shanjutan gang, who were spitting out their own blood. He maliciously said that he trusted the actuary, but it turns out that he conspired with this scoundrel to kill him. The warrior pointed a gun at him, not showing him a drop of pity or compassion after the path he had traveled. Actuary. Adu silently watched what was happening, and the main character recorded the moment the gun was shot on his phone. The financial director asked the young man what he was photographing, because at the very least it looked stupid. Xiang Song replied that he was keeping the evidence, after which he walked over to take a selfie with the director. The actuary tried to squeeze out some kind of smile, which however he did quite well, considering the situation. The hero said that in the future he will become the master of Shanjutan. His expression should be so stern. The man looked to the side and said that according to the rules, the financial director has no right to be the owner. But the confident Xiang Sang convinced him that if he said that he had the right, then he would be the master of the clan. The actuary said that these rules were set by the older generation of the clan, and no one dared to break them. The main character looked at him with a terrifying look and said that he himself knows how to arrange everything, because he is the director. The CFO looked down and said that he did have a way, although he didn't want to. Xiang Song said that he was giving the body to him and asked to contact them in 3 days, after which they went out to eat. Actuary Adu was left alone with the body of his former boss, and for several more minutes he stood in place without moving. The man looked at the dead man's face and then lowered his head and said, a little upset, that it seemed like everything was changing. After a while, employees arrived, whom the actuary called, and who took the body and cleaned the place covered in blood. The man who was the main one recalculated the amount and said that everything was perfect and there were no problems. Finally, he thanked the actuary and said that he would invite him to tea someday, after which they walked away. After that, Adu called someone on the phone and said that he was inviting all the elders to tea at a shop on Shifang Street. Xiang Song asked the warrior what he would do, and he replied that he would be a freelancer, and the hero asked if that was really possible. The warrior replied that there are many wild demons in Hong Kong who lack agencies, and they are all people who have been fired. He said that most of them are on public lists, and the dumbfounded Xiang Song called this simply ridiculous. The man looked at the young man and said that he was interested in something, and it concerned him specifically. The main character looked at him and was completely attentive, while being ready to answer any question from his new friend. The warrior asked why he took such measures against Shanju Hall, because he has quite good skills. He asked the main character what he was up to, or what his purpose was for coming to Hong Kong, because all this was definitely for a reason. Jiang Song looked into his eyes emotionlessly, and this look was followed by only a minute of silence. The warrior said that he could forget and not talk about it if he didn't want to, and he wouldn't force him. Jiang Song said that someone once told him that wealth, power, and violence are necessary, and without violence and power, being rich is meaningless. He said that Hong Kong, in the East, was an excellent starting point for this, and asked what the War Master thought. The man looked at him with a little bewilderment and asked if it was true that he was aiming at Shanju Hall. The protagonist replied that he was using them as a test to see if he could control the violence of Hong Kong. The warrior said that this was interesting and smilingly asked if he understood correctly that the enemy had transferred him to Hong Kong. Xiang Song spread his arms to the sides and, lowering his head slightly, replied that he did not deny this fact at all. After this, the man asked if it was true that, in other words, holding on to the hero would mean a lot of fun. The main character replied that if everything goes according to plan, then the warrior will be able to see the entire Hong Kong underworld that day. The warrior exclaimed that before Xiang Sang hung up his skates, he really wanted to see how far the foreigner could go. Kevin and Hallie Queen, meanwhile, found the right locker and put the documents in it, as the main character demanded. They were being followed by the country kid, who radioed that they had put the documents in the public locker. The boss said that he understood everything and gave permission to retreat, because he could do everything further on his own. After that, on the laptop screen he saw the news of the day, where it was stated that the cause of the death of the young billionaire was bad habits. Mr. Chen was a Wan Chai police officer at the scene of the investigation into Liu Fakai's murder. One of the employees said excitedly that they found Mr. X's body in the hallway of the first floor of the building. After that, he turned his attention to the smoking policeman Chen, who stood still and kept his cool. After this, a serious man followed forward and demanded to show him this place immediately. Xiang Song, the old man and the warrior played cards, and Kevin and Hallie returned home, but the guys did not pay attention to them. The girl got angry and screamed and demanded not to ignore her because it made her very angry. Still, no one paid attention to her, and Xiang Song won the card game, which angered the warrior a little. The Korean, nicknamed the Old Man, was completely silent, slightly shedding a tear because there was good money at stake. The main character rejoiced at his win, and the dissatisfied warrior said that the young man's luck was simply amazing. But then he suddenly asked if Xiang Sang was cheating, and the young man really used a Sharpie's chip at the time of the game. Mr. Chen knelt down in front of Mr. X's body, after which he began to carefully examine and analyze it. He realized that it was a surprise attack and ordered a subordinate to check which barrel the bullet was fired from. The actuary, sitting at the table, said that he would like to thank each elder for coming today. One of the elders asked to skip the useless formalities because he understood that he did not call them for this. Adu said that someone named Guo Jianlong infiltrated Shanju Hall's base a few days ago and raised an alarm there. He also said that he sent out a list of suspects on behalf of the master, and all the elders listened to him carefully. The actuary then said that they accepted the offer and sent 6 experienced assassins to deal with the suspect. According to him, up to this point, everyone knew the current situation, but this morning the mountain pig died. Adu began by saying that he had no right to participate in matters, but in this situation he could invite the elders to consider these issues. He said that the next master would be, and secondly, the conflict between the previous master Mountain Pig and Guo Jianlong would make itself felt. Elder Zhao laughed lightly, and Actuary Adu asked him if he really wanted to say something about this. He then said that Zhang Log had crushed several pitiful subordinates and that was nothing new, and Log himself angrily asked how he could say that. At that very moment, a crowd of people entered the room, and all the elders present immediately became wary. In front of them stood a big man with burgundy hair whose face was very stern and negative. Elder Zhao realized that Guo Jianglog was actually willing to go that far since he dared to do so. Actuary Adu adjusted his glasses and told Elder Zhang that this was quite rude of him, which he did not expect from him. He said that they were all adults. There was no need to throw a tantrum over a dead mountain pig, and suggested that they discuss the next master. After these words, he looked at all the elders present and asked what they would say about this. Uncle Li asked how he wanted to do it, and Adu replied that if the elders appointed him master, then some things would obviously change. Elder Zhanglog jumped up and shouted that there is no harm in dreaming and this will obviously never happen. Adu said the rules are strict, but people change all the time, and he would make exceptions if everyone was kind enough to follow his suggestion. Elder Zhao asked if he understood correctly that when he invited them to have tea, it would change their minds. The actuary said that as long as the elders agreed, everyone's income would be tripled, and he could guarantee that. Sang was at home with Hallie, and she asked if to begin his revenge plan, he needed to force the deputy to become the head of the gang by gathering 2 killers. The young man replied that this was almost so, then asked why she was interested, and the girl replied that the main thing was that he was having fun. Elder Zhang was riding in the car and was angry at the actuary, calling him an idiot who dared to talk about him like that. Elder Zhao told Uncle Li that Qian Zhongxing and Sun Chuan could agree to Adu's terms and help him seize power. Elder Li lay there with a cloth on his face and tried to relax, and then said that everything would be as expected. Zhao said that their first priority was to get rid of Adu, after which Li picked up his rag and replied that he was fine with that. Within a few minutes, the elderly man left the premises, accompanied by his bodyguard. Elder Li called a subordinate and ordered someone to find out what exactly the mountain pig had fallen victim to. The actuary understood that it would be easy to convince the elders Qiang and Song, since they must agree to his conditions. As for elders Zhao and Li, he was sure that they were already discussing with each other how to get rid of him. The man was unsure of the odds of 1 against 2 and knew that he needed to consult with his boss. After that, he took his mobile phone and called his newly made boss because disturbing thoughts did not leave him. Xiang Song, meanwhile, was in his bed and asleep, but still picked up the phone and asked who was calling him in the middle of the night. Actuary Adu made it clear that it was him, and the main character began to yawn and asked what happened. The man said he convinced half the elders to support him, but the rest were probably conspiring to work against him. He then added that all this means that he needs the help of the main character, because he cannot cope here on his own. Xiang Song asked him to collect information and send it to his mail, and promised to take care of the rest personally. Elder Li's subordinate to his boss that Guo Zhonglong's identity was successfully discovered through their powers. Li Mingxing was the Red Club of Shanzhu and said that this person was a foreigner. The elder said that he was almost sure that Shanzhu Hall's business area did not involve interaction with foreigners. Mingsheng said that this was true, and the master's conflict with Guo Jianglong must be just an accident. But the elder understood that Adu would definitely not have the courage to challenge them, and someone was clearly helping him. Xiang Songa asked if Adu was very busy these days, and he replied that he had some business in Shanzhu. The main character said that in this case they would meet on the spot, after studying information about Li and his right-hand Mingsheng. Fei Yuzhou sat with Uncle Zhao and told him that if this Adu guy wanted to take the place, then he should just be allowed to do so. But the elder looked at him sternly and asked if he was really trying to anger him with his words. Zhao asked if Fei Yuzhou really thought that if they allowed the actuary to take the place, they themselves would not suffer. The young man asked why not let Elder Li take the first place as master. Elder Zhao responded by shouting that this guy was no better and asked how he thought Li's son had achieved everything. He said that no matter what happened during the selection of the master, Fei could not allow these 2 dogs to do anything. The young man no longer argued with his uncle and said that he would do everything possible, although he had no desire. Xiang Song and the warrior were in a cafe, where a nice waitress brought them coffee and did her best to give them a good mood. But the serious warrior suggested that the main character finally talk about serious things and not waste time. Xiang Song asked him for forgiveness, and then with a smile he handed over the photo and said that this time their target is the person in it. The warrior became a little wary and asked with a serious face if their target was really Li Yi. The main character asked with interest if he knew this person, while holding a cup of hot coffee in his hands. The man replied that Li Yi is well known in this field of business, and all the people who once offended him are already dead. He called this man a degenerate, and Xiang Song said that he seemed to know this elder quite well. The warrior said that in the past he took the job to remove Li Yi, but things became complicated and he was unable to complete the job. Kevin at the time reported to Hallie that the target had brought a group of thugs with him, and they simply walked out of the garage and entered the elevator. The girl gave a signal at the end of the call, after which the Korean, nicknamed the Old Man, asked how many people would come. Hallie Queen said that at least 10 people would come, after which silence hung over the room, lasting several seconds. Actuary Adu was nervous, and the girl said that they were just a couple of thugs and she could take care of them herself. Then she asked the Korean to stay here and guard the financial director, while she went to deal with the punks. Hallie grabbed a canister of poisonous gas, then put on a mask and stood at the door of the elevator where they were supposed to exit. The crowd of thugs, meanwhile, was in the elevator, which at one point finally stopped at the floor they needed. The girl immediately splashed them with poisonous gas, which immediately began to act and made it impossible to open their eyes. The thugs did not understand anything, but they also could not resist her, and soon they were all lying in the elevator. Li Mingsheng radioed that someone was going down to the 6th floor and ordered him to climb the stairs and get to Adu. His subordinates, who were on different floors, accepted the order and then began execution. Harley Quinn was in the elevator going down to the 6th floor while remaining absolutely cool and calm. At one point, the elevator door opened and she was attacked by 2 thugs who wanted to deal with her. But the girl was not taken aback and immediately reacted, splashing both big guys with poisonous gas at the same second. Within a few seconds, both bandits were lying on the floor, foam gushing from their mouths and their eyes rolled up. Harley Quinn immediately dragged one of them into the elevator by his feet to hide the bodies and not attract attention. Li Mingsheng shouted into the radio for all his subordinates on different floors to come down and support the others. All the remaining people received the order and prepared for its speedy execution, not knowing what awaited them. Harley Quinn, meanwhile, came out of the elevator and said on the phone that she took care of the punks who got out of the elevator. The Korean, nicknamed the Old Man, said in a calm tone that she could leave the rest to him. He heard strange noises outside the door and looked at her, and Hallie said that there was another group that was going up the stairs. 3 punks began to break down the door leading to the room, and the Korean immediately realized that it was them and was ready for a fight. He asked Actuary Ada to stay indoors and said that he would take care of the people outside, preventing them from harming him. Several more thugs came down the stairs to grab the girl before she ran away. Soon a whole crowd of bandits came downstairs, and Galley Queen took off her mask and looked into his eyes coolly. Another of the thugs opened the elevator door, after which he saw several of his sleeping comrades inside. He immediately squatted down to analyze the condition of his comrades, but they were passed out. After this, the man immediately radioed that each of them was unconscious. Li Mingsheng became even angrier and asked how it was so quickly and what was used against them. Golov said that some kind of gas was used against them, which knocks out a person, and Hallie was surrounded by bandits. She stuck out her tongue and smiled sweetly, then said that it looked like she had been caught and had nowhere to run. The head of the thugs told the boss of the operation that the attacker had been caught, and it turned out to be a girl. Li Mingsheng ordered her to be brought to him, after which the thug told the girl that their boss wanted to see her. Harley Quinn looked emotionlessly into the eyes of the thug, while she did not even try to resist them. Within seconds, she was handcuffed, followed by the others. The girl in her thoughts called them meticulous, and after a few minutes she was led to the boss of the thugs. There was a large crowd of people standing near Li Mingsheng, looking at Gale Queen, and were silent for a while. The boss asked the girl who was helping Adu take the place of the master and promised to let the girl go if she told him. In response to this, Gale Queen laughed irritatingly and asked him to try to guess, but he did not like it. Li Mingsheng did not stand on ceremony at all. He calmly struck her right in the stomach, causing the girl to instantly curl up. The cool-headed man then asked if she would speak after what she had experienced, but she remained silent. For some time, she tried to recover from the strong blow, while on her knees and trying to regain her breathing. But as it turned out, this was just a deceptive maneuver, and at that time, Galley Queen chewed through the rope, which amazed the boss. The girl immediately attacked him with untied hands and exclaimed that she had deceived him, while looking at him bloodthirstily. The rest of the thugs immediately began to save the boss, but Hallie tied him up with ropes, and Mingsheng himself asked no one to approach him. The man was very nervous and asked the girl what she was going to do, and she asked him to just guess. Shang Song. Meanwhile, he was riding in the car with his companion and listened to the story of Mingsheng, and then asked if this man was strong. The warrior replied that there were less than 5 people in the Hong Kong underworld who could defeat this man. He said that that old weirdo Li Yi was alive because no one had targeted him yet, thanks to Li Mingsheng. The hero said that it was quite strong, and meanwhile Galley Queen continued to tie Mingsheng tightly with ropes. He tried to break free and said that it seemed to him that she would not be obedient at all, which sounded strange to her. Galley Queen looked at her opponent with bewilderment, but was a little wary because she did not know what to expect from him. Suddenly, Li Mingsheng began to spread his arms to the sides with all his might in order to break free and break the ropes. The girl was a little confused because she was already having difficulty holding him, and he continued to make efforts. Hallie tried to hold him with all her might, but still the ropes were torn and she was thrown upward due to incredible power. She then landed on her haunches, and Li Mingsheng did not stop for a second and walked towards the entrance of the elevator. The girl was not going to give up and got into a fighting stance, and he simply turned around and ordered his thugs to grab her. Two thugs immediately pounced on her and swung their bladed weapons, but Hallie remained calm. She immediately kicked one of them in the face, causing the thug to drop the weapon from his hands. Galley Queen then continued to beat one after another, and Lee Ming-shung took the chance and calmly left. For several seconds, he watched the fight from the elevator, and the girl single-handedly continued to destroy the thugs, not giving them a chance. But one of the thugs still managed to get behind her and inflict a live wound, which immediately angered the girl. Hallie Queen immediately screamed that what he had done was the end of him, after which she turned her whole body and swung at him. Lee Ming-shung meanwhile climbed up the floors in the elevator, remaining serious and surrounded by his sleeping comrades. But when he got out of the elevator, he looked to the left and became a little wary because there was a man waiting for him. In the corridor stood a Korean man nicknamed Old Man, who looked at him and asked if it was Lee Ming-shing. The man also recognized him, after which they coolly looked into each other's eyes, followed by a pause. Lee Ming-shung told the Korean that he was not his enemy and asked him to let him pass, and in return he promised to pretend that he had never seen him. But in response to this, the old man clenched his fist tightly and said that he could not allow this, which alerted the man at that moment. The Korean added that if his boss found out that he let the enemy go instead of stopping him, then he would definitely be dead. Lee Ming-shung immediately took a fighting stance and said that the old man might not think he had the strength to defeat him. Galley Queen, meanwhile, was in the midst of a heavy battle with thugs who still wouldn't let up. She grabbed a knife from one of the bandits, after which it should have become easier to deal with the thugs. One of the bandits warned the others that she had a knife, and Galley Queen began mercilessly cutting everyone in her path. Kevin stood aside and looked at the test subject in horror, wondering if she had been so strong before. The cool-headed Galley Queen turned her head and looked at the frightened man who was standing nearby behind her. Kevin was terribly scared and didn't know what to expect after what he saw, because she was stained with someone else's blood. The girl asked him not to forget to call an ambulance, after which she began to silently leave the parking lot. The frightened researcher said that he would call an ambulance without any problems, and Hallie Queen finally entered the elevator. Lee Ming-shung, pressing the Korean's head into the floor, asked who his boss was, and he responded by asking why not guess for himself. At one moment, the man heard the sound of the elevator stopping, after which he immediately turned back warily. He became even more wary as Hallie Queen, covered in blood, came out of the elevator and moved towards him. The girl looked at him bloodthirstily and said that they had met again, and the blood on her body gave horror. Lee Ming-shung was very nervous, because he understood that a fight was inevitable because the thugs remained below and were no longer alive. The warrior said that Lee Yi would stop in the park for a couple of hours, and Sang asked why and whether he really likes feeding pigeons. The man replied that he was not sure, but he heard that Old Man Lee became like this a few years ago, as if something had changed him. Xiangsong understood everything, after which he left the car and saw a man in the park sitting on a bench with a newspaper. A young man with a glass of coffee in his hands approached the man and asked if he could sit on this bench next to him. Li Yi replied in a calm tone that of course he could sit down, and Xiangsong thanked him and sat down. The man said that after seeing the main character, he remembered how people from Huashan came here a few years ago. He said that if members of society were perceived as wolves, then these people were hyenas, greedy, wild, and with a lack of fear. Li added that hyenas are blind and will do anything to eat a piece of meat, and Sang said that these people are quite creepy. At one point, the old man asked the main character if he was the one who killed the mountain pig, because all the arrows converge on him. But Xiangsong began to smile stupidly and told the man that he did not understand what he was talking about, and Li asked whether Adu was under his leadership. The main character realized that the old man was aware of everything, after which he threw his body back and said that it could be said that way. Old Man Li asked the young man if he wanted to control Shanju, because that's what everything was leaning towards. Xiangsong was silent for a few seconds, and then said that if this was possible, then he would very much like to lead Shanju. After that, Li Yi looked at him and asked in a serious tone what would happen if he did not allow this to happen. The main character looked at him sternly and confidently said that in this case, he would simply take it himself. Li Yi laughed slightly and asked if he understood correctly that the boy was already ready to lose in this competition. Xiangsong grinned confidently and asked him not to worry, then said that he would be on the winning side. The old man put the newspaper aside and said that these are exactly the words that all the players say when they approach the table. After that, he suddenly stood up from the bench, while grinning insidiously, and the main character did not understand his intentions. Old Man Lee took a few steps away from the bench, after which he clapped his hands and people turned to them with strange looks. He then turned to the main character and said that he would give him another chance and asked him to think carefully. Behind him were more than a dozen people who seemed to be hypnotized and were ready to kill for him. Lee Yi asked the main character whether he would fight or negotiate, and asked him to choose one or the other. Xiang Song looked at him and grinned slightly, after which he said that he would fight because he had nowhere to run. The old man looked at him emotionlessly and called it pity, after which he ordered his subordinates to kill the guy. The warrior, meanwhile, met with the girl and said that he now realized that all this time she had been working for Li Yi. The leader of the Background Actors Assassin Association, Madame Ko, said that it was just a part-time job and nothing more. She said that she heard that Liu Fakai was killed a few days ago and asked how about joining her side. The warrior grinned a little and said that she was late because he already had another job in mind. Madame Ko asked if she understood correctly that he was here because he accepted the contract for Li Yi's life. The man replied that he was only here to keep company with his friend, who may have already met Li Yi. The girl smiled and asked if he was sure of his words and said that she had assigned more than 20 people with him. She understood that his friend would probably end, and the warrior smiled and said that if it was 20 people, it would not be enough. He smiled a little for a few seconds and Madame Ko didn't understand anything, and Xiang Song tore down her subjects one by one. He did not leave them a single chance, and the warrior was confident in his friend and said that he was super strong, so he would defeat them all. The Korean, nicknamed the Old Man, meanwhile sat on the floor, wounded, and watched the fight between Gala Queen and Li Mingsheng. The girl with a knife rushed at the enemy, not showing a drop of pity towards him and wanting to end him immediately. But still, Li Mingsheng managed to attack her first, as a result of which he struck her with his knee in the chest and knocked out the knife. But Galley Queen was resilient and managed to land on her feet before rushing at him again and screaming that she would kill him. Li Mingsheng, with a cut on his hand, looked at her and wondered if she was possessed if she wanted to kill him so much. The girl jumped and swung her fist at him, and at one moment the man simply froze in place. During the jump, Galley Queen called him a capitalist dog, and Mingsheng replied that he did not understand what she was talking about. At the last moment before striking, he lunged forward, causing the girl to simply land on the floor. But still, she managed to stab him with a knife with incredible speed, after which he could no longer stand on his feet. The Korean still held onto his wounded shoulder and watched in surprise, unable to help. He then looked at Gal Queen, who was stained with the blood of many opponents and was looking at her hand. Suddenly, she began to smile and asked if he agreed that she had just been very cool, and the old man was simply shocked. He looked at her and told himself that he could be wrong, but it seemed to him that she had just turned into a completely different person. Xiang Song interrupted everyone and realized that he needed to find a gym and start training, otherwise his body would hold him back. Trying to catch his breath, he looked to the side, where he saw a colleague walking towards him who was in the company of a woman. The warrior told Madame Ko that, as he said earlier, just a few people would not do anything to his strong friend. The woman looked at the main character with a serious face, while remaining silent and waiting for words from the warrior. The man thanked Xiang Song for the job, which he did perfectly, but the young man did not understand anything at first. The main character wiped the sweat from his forehead and, looking at the woman, asked who she was because he had never met her anywhere before. The War Master replied that she was the leader of the Background Actors Assassin Association, and he could call her Miss Ko. The woman immediately politely extended her hand, and Xiang Song shook her hand in return and introduced himself in return. The companion said that Miss Ko was impressed by his ambition, and she and the rest of the Phi would remain neutral in the fight between the hero and Li Yi. Then the warrior remembered the protagonist's enemy and asked where he was now, because he was here. Xiang Song said that he ran away, and the man said that in that case, Li would probably hide in one of his hideouts. The main character confidently said that he doesn't have to worry because he has a backup plan for this. Li Yi, meanwhile, ran to the road and stopped the red taxis passing by with a hand gesture. He got into the taxi and slammed the door behind him, saying that he needed to get to Shifang Street now. The taxi driver looked suspicious and said he would take him. And Actuary Adu received a letter from him saying that Li had fallen for the trick. He began to smile, and the Korean nicknamed Old Man and Galley Queen looked at him in bewilderment because the reasons were unclear. The girl immediately asked the smiling CFO why he was smiling and what happened. Actuary Adu adjusted his glasses and said with a smile that he fell for the trick and wrote that he would transfer the money to the specified account later. The man in the dark blue shirt put down his phone and looked at the board, which contained photographs of undesirable individuals. The main one was Xiang Sang, who in the photograph was wearing a business suit and was taken before his abduction. Elder Zhao Fenqing was having lunch with his nephew and was stunned when he received a call saying that Old Man Li was dead. Fei Yuzhou's excited nephew immediately asked with trepidation what had happened, because his face had changed. Chao said that Li Yi and Li Mingsheng were killed, and Adu wants him to give him an answer by noon, and the old man didn't know what to do next at all. Fei Yuzhou tried to reassure his uncle and said that after all, they had no direct conflict of interest with the actuary. The old man was very nervous, barely holding back his tears, saying that he couldn't leave just like that, and he simply didn't understand what to do next. The nephew said that Uncle Li also couldn't just leave, that's why he died, and the same fate could await Zhao. After that, the elder asked him to forget about it, and asked him to call them back later and tell them something. The actuary on the phone said that he was not the type to abandon his allies, and Xiang Sang bandaged the wounded Gali Queen. The Korean was outside the door and was thinking about life, but at one moment he looked to the side and saw the warrior. He said that he heard that Ming Sheng brought thugs to find the Korean and asked how he managed to fight him off. The old man said that he shouldn't ask him about it, and said that most of the thugs were killed by this woman. Gali Queen, meanwhile, was in severe pain and asked the main character to be more gentle because she feels everything. The Korean took a sip of soda and said that he had not helped her at all during her murder of Li Mingsheng. The warrior said that the same thing happened to him when Xiang Sang and he went to the park, but in the end, the hero killed all the assassins alone. He said he was becoming increasingly interested in the mysterious force that drew Sang and Holly to Hong Kong. Adu told the boss that Fei Yuzhou called him and said that Zhao Fenqing promised to campaign on their behalf. He added that if we count Sun Chuan and Jian Zhongxing, who expressed their position, then the position of head of Shanzhou is already in his pocket. Xiang Sang said that he had a month to suppress all dissenting voices, and after that, he must prepare documents describing the income. The hero said that this is probably the least brutal way to seize power, and now the only thing missing is wealth and power. In his mind, he said that as soon as he accumulated enough power to overthrow Saibo and Roddy, he would return to Manhattan and take everything that was his from them. After a while, Xiang Sang learned from the actuary that, in addition to racketeering, their main business was high-interest loans and gambling houses. Adu replied that yes, but the lending rates at Shanzhou Hall had dropped recently, and he had already taken some measures to rectify the situation. Xiang Sang said that the liquid assets should be transferred to his account, but Adu said that Shanzhou needed some of them. The main character asked him not to worry and said that he would return them and just borrow them for a maximum of a month. After that, the finance director called the number and asked how much money was still in Shanzhou's accounts. The warrior was driving in the car, and at one point he received a phone call from Xiang Sang, who asked how things were going. The man confidently said that everything was ready, which could not but please the main character, because no one wasted time. Xiang Sang asked him to wait for further instructions, after which the call was ended and the door to his room opened. Gali Queen happily said that the passports and ID cards were already ready, which couldn't help but rejoice. The hero said that this is a great job, but there is one more assignment, and asked to open an account on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. The girl got angry and pointed her finger at him, after which she screamed and asked why he couldn't do it himself. Xiang Sang replied that he had more important things to do, and Gali Queen, although angry, gradually began to calm down. At one point, the main character called again, and he asked the girl to wait a little, which made her even angrier. The actuary collected the money, after which he was going to transfer it, and the hero suggested meeting at Adu in the evening, because he had a mature plan. In the evening, they all gathered and the Korean asked who they needed to kill, but Xiang Sang replied that the operation had nothing to do with violence. He asked everyone to familiarize themselves with the materials, and the actuary, having familiarized himself with it, asked if he really wanted to speculate on the stock market. Xiang Sang said that more precisely, they are going to sell shares of the San Quan Dairy Company in the near future. Adu asked if it was right that Shanzhou Hall's capital alone would not be enough if they were talking about buying their shares. Hero replied that in a normal situation, simply relying on capital would not be enough to create hype, but there are exceptions. The Korean, nicknamed the Old Man, held the material in his hands for review and asked what exceptions we were talking about. Xiang Sang replied that these exceptions were food and medicine, after which he set out to educate everyone. He began to draw something on the board. Everyone present listened to him attentively and delved into the essence of the matter. The hero said that food is the most important factor for an ordinary person, so this will benefit them. Xiang Song asked what they thought was the most dangerous thing for any food company in existence. Madame Ko said that it was a security risk, and Hallie shouted that it was a competitor with a new popular product. But with the correct answer, the main character emphasized Madame Ko's answer, after which he continued to explain the essence on the board. He said that in most cases where a company falls, it is not because of a competitor, but because of a big scandal. Those present fell asleep from boredom, and Xiang Song asked them to imagine that a contaminated product had been discovered. He also added that this led to hospitalization, and asked those present what the consequences of this would be. Adu said this would generate news that would cause the stock to fall, and in the worst-case scenario, it could negatively impact the subsidiary. Xiang Song said that this is true because when the market loses its mind, a huge panic will quickly occur. He said that this was inevitable, even if the news were fake, and Kevin said that doctors could refute these rumors. The main character asked him to conditionally take 2 products, one of which is contaminated and the other is not, and asked which one he would choose. Kevin thought deeply after the words he said, after which he said that everything became clear to him and began to write something down in a notebook. The Korean asked if he understood correctly that Xiang Song was planning to make up a rumor and destroy this dairy company. Shang replied that yes, and with the help of social networks, in just half a day of work, they will be able to tell all residents of the city what the company's milk is contaminated with. He said that immediately after this, Sanquan's shares will be unstable, like building blocks in the wind. After some time, the warrior radioed that he was in the store and the operation was about to begin. Soon the news reported that there were widespread cases of food poisoning due to Sanquan milk. The girl who drank milk from this company in front of the TV was shocked, because many people had already been hospitalized. Soon, people began to discuss among themselves that someone was hospitalized with food poisoning due to Sanquan milk. The news reported that after the incident, the company's shares fell below 10% and the product lost consumer confidence. The main character sat in front of the TV and Kevin rejoiced loudly because the main character's plan worked. Hallie asked Xiang Song why he still knew all these things unless his knowledge was turned into a chip for someone else to use. The hero looked at her and replied that he simply knew a little more about the value of their shares than all of them. The girl looked at him with a little bewilderment and asked what all this meant because it was very strange. To gain power in the secondary market, investors usually buy shares based on news, Xiang Song said. The method he used to destroy Sanquan would work for anyone else, and it was all very simple. A few more days later, the whole team was in complete bewilderment and shock because the result was unexpected. Xiang Song stood next to a table that was completely filled with money, and no one could believe that he earned it so quickly. The hero said that he had not done this for a long time, so his skills had slightly weakened, and if not for this, he would have earned more. Galley Queen proudly said that it was just money, but they had already made a mountain out of a molehill, and the warrior could not stop looking at the money. He admitted that he should have worked harder at school, and the old man said that some people just weren't cut out for studying. Xiang Song said they could still pull this off several times before financial regulators find out. He said that the day after tomorrow he will provide them with information about the goal and an action plan. If they want, they can invest some money. The young man said that he could not promise to make them billionaires, but the mansion, he could guarantee that. A news reporter asked Professor Zhou what he thought about the Sanquan and vaccine security scandal. 23 and his baby were in a cafe, and he began to listen to the program that was on TV. The village kid asked why he suddenly became interested in economics and asked if he was selling some shares. But in response, the 23rd said that this is not so, but something is happening in the market, as he predicted. He asked a colleague what he would do if someone he thought was dead suddenly turned out to be alive and living under a different name. The village kid said he would probably pretend nothing happened and take the information to his grave. He added that, as a rule, public figures don't just play dead to retire, but something clearly happened. The village kid said that if someone can force them to defend themselves in this way, then they are clearly very powerful. He added that it was smarter to avoid them in the first place to avoid problems, and the 23rd said that he was the type to protect himself. A news reporter reported that due to workers' protests, construction work at MTR projects would be suspended. It was also announced that Chen's Yu Construction's shares had fallen sharply, which was unexpected. Kevin and Warrior immediately began to rejoice while sitting in front of the TV screen, while Xiang Sung and Hallie were calm. The whole situation was incomprehensible to many, but in fact Xiang Song was behind it all. The main character looked at the huge mountain of money and said that with all this money they could get a ticket. Hallie Queen heard about the ticket for the first time and asked what other ticket he was talking about, since he had not mentioned it before. But the young man said that he could not tell her this yet, and the girl stuck her tongue out at him and called him greedy. Xiang Song then asked Kai Wen to make an appointment with a psychiatrist tomorrow, and he kindly agreed to do so. The hero said that lately he has been hearing a voice in his head and wants to make sure that it is the same side effect of the chip. The next day, Xiang Song was running on the treadmill at the gym, but at one moment the bell rang. He answered it, and Kai Wen said he contacted the psychiatrist, and he said he was free on Thursday. The main character understood everything, and wiping the sweat from his face, asked him to confirm the time of the meeting with the psychiatrist on Thursday. The personality from the chip asked why he needed a psychiatrist, and said that he was not fighting for ownership of this body, so the hero did not need a psychiatrist. Xiang Song replied that he just wanted to check if he was really part of him, because he didn't fully believe in it. The young man added that he could simply be an imagination that could not bring any benefit. Meanwhile, in the psychiatrist's office, an unknown man was beaten, watched by his subordinates. The psychiatrist said on the phone that he was free on Thursday until 3, and the man begged not to touch him and said that he had no more money. The doctor bowed down to the beaten man kneeling, then smiled and asked how this happened. He said the heart cost $119,000, the liver $137,000, and the kidney $262,000. The doctor also added that a scalp cost $607 and a pint of blood $337. He smiled and said that the man's body was very valuable, but he said that he had no money left at all. The psychiatrist ordered that he be taken to the black market and not killed, because the freshness of the organs determines their value. Then they dragged the beaten man away, and he begged for another month and swore that he would pay the rest of the money. But the psychiatrist no longer listened to his promises, and then he was approached by a man who called him boss. The doctor turned around and looked at him and said that he had already asked many times not to call him boss, and the man immediately called him doctor. Then the psychiatrist adjusted his glasses and asked the comma what was the matter, after which he asked to tell him, because there was little time. The man said that the Elites Association wants them to stop business lending in the Sai Kung area as soon as possible. The psychiatrist said they were all bark and no bite, and a subordinate said the other gangsters criticized them and said they broke the rules. The doctor said that when they see others doing something they dare not do, they become furious and shout that they have broken the rules. Then he looked at the subordinate and asked if he knew what they called people like that who interfere with business. But in response to this, the man remained silent with sweat on his face, and the psychiatrist said that they call such people trash. The CEO of the 4 largest companies, Shang Lao, gathered people in his office to discuss issues. He said he had everyone here today to talk about 2 recent outsiders that were causing a stir. After these words, the spiritual director of the underworld in Hong Kong asked his secretary to distribute papers to everyone. Shang Lao said that everyone had obviously heard rumors about them, but now he could confirm that Hong Long and Shanju were under their control. He said that they had not heard any news from Shanju, but the Hong Long Association's short-term loan had greatly affected their business. Ma Tuwei said that it was not surprising that Hong Long was disbanded, because not a single rule of the underground was being followed by the new head of the association. Ah Wong said that if he doesn't like him, then why not just pull out his knife and they can sort this out once and for all. Zheng Kun asked them to calm down and reminded them that every time they meet, they are ready to rip each other's throats out. He said that Ah Wong is now one of them, and asked Ma Tuwei not to blame them if they don't come to his aid, because he treats everyone badly. Ma Tuwei himself admitted his guilt and asked everyone for forgiveness, promising that he would be more attentive next time. Ah Wong asked Shang Lao if it was true that he called the meeting ahead of time due to Hong Long's association, but he replied that these were trivial questions. He could sort them out himself, but he called them for a different reason. He said that the Yoshinari Association destroyed the Fujisaki and Takahashi Association, and they would obviously fight new turf wars. Xiang Song, meanwhile, was lying on the psychiatrist's couch, who was looking at his notebook and analyzing the situation. He asked if it was true that the patient heard a male voice calling himself a murderer, and this was just recently. The main characters lay with their eyes closed and answered in a calm tone that this was indeed so. Then the specialist asked if he had tried to talk with this person, to which the young man also replied that he had tried. The psychiatrist asked if he heard anything back, and Xiang Song replied that at first he didn't, but then he did. The doctor pondered the described symptoms for several seconds, after which he asked whether the young man could see this man. After these words, the main character stood up from the couch and asked the question, which surprised the doctor a little. Xiang Song asked if he really believed that this was just a figment of his imagination, and that he really saw a person near him. The psychiatrist said that he needed more information to diagnose him and understand whether it was split personality or imagination. The main character looked at him seriously and asked if his situation was difficult, and the doctor replied that it was very difficult. He said dissociative identity disorder is linked to childhood trauma and is a defense mechanism that creates a safe space. The psychiatrist added that under pressure, people create a positive personality so that solving problems becomes easier. Then he said that, unfortunately, he did not see these traits in the main character, after which the reception could be ended. The young man left, and the psychiatrist on the phone asked the man to say that action against the Big Four would begin soon. He also said that they would start from the weakest, namely the Port Association, while Xiang Song silently walked down the street. The person, John Chris, said that during the interview the psychiatrist kept asking questions about him, and there was clearly something wrong with him. Xiang Song said that it was just a habit, and after all, this was his first time encountering a case like them. The personality said that this may be so, but he does not think that everything is as simple as it seems at first glance. Fei Yuzhu had lunch with Adu and said that he had found the reason for the decline in loan income, and it was the work of the Hong Long Association. The actuary asked whether it was correct that the association's territory was in Hong Kong's northern New Territories. Yuzhu replied that he did and said that he had heard that they had stolen most of the Triad's business and had no respect for the Qingying Association. In response to this, actuary Adu looked at him and asked if they were too brave to be so insolent. Fei also said that the short-term loans they provided were also very suspicious. He said it's really no different than a loan shark when you factor in the service fee and interest. Actuary Adu asked if they were afraid of attracting the attention of the police with their suspicious actions. Fei Yuzhou wiped his lips with a napkin and said that the police do not have time to deal with such things now. Officer Leiho said that if it weren't for customs, he would not have known about the existence of the black market supply chain. The chain was involved in the collection, extraction, and smuggling of prohibited goods, but the Hong Kong media is following them right now. Leiho said the commissioner told them 2 hours ago to use whatever means necessary to solve the problem. He ordered everyone to put aside their current work and focus on this, because he needed results within 6 months. All those present said that they understood everything, and the deputy commissioner shouted and asked them to say these words louder. Everyone present shouted even louder that they had listened carefully to the order and were ready to get to work. Deputy Leiho smiled confidently because he had complete confidence in his employees and said that this was great. Xiang Song, meanwhile, returned home, where Kai Wen and Galley Queen were relaxing and playing the console together. The girl immediately drew attention to the main character and asked what the psychiatrist told him. The young man waved his hand and said that the doctor said that all this still requires further observation. Kai Wen said that the warrior just called the young man and he needed to call him back quickly. Xiang Song asked if he was really looking for it and didn't understand why he could need it so unexpectedly. He didn't think long and called the warrior, who at that time was in the establishment and was talking with a girl. The warrior said that the Hong Long Association violated the agreement of the 6 districts and blew up the headquarters of the Port Association. He added that the head of the port was seriously injured, and the elder of the elites was furious and announced a reward for the leader of the Hong Long Association. The warrior said that all the Triads and Asian assassins have awakened and want information about the leader Hong Long. Xiang Song became wary of what he heard and asked, why such extremes? Because so many are now chasing the leader. The comrade in arms replied that this was because of the big reward, because this had not happened in Asia for a long time and the killers were now considering this possibility. He said that he and the Korean had decided to join forces to capture the leader and asked if he would join them. The personality of John Chris was in the back and asked the main character to answer yes, although he was very doubtful. Xiang Song immediately turned and looked at the person. I don't understand why he asks to say yes. The personality said that having top-notch assassins in his arsenal would help the protagonist in executing his revenge plan. The young man nevertheless listened to his advice, although he was not eager, but still said that he would join. The warrior did not understand the situation a little and asked who he was talking to there, because he never answered him. Xiang Song asked if it was too late to register as a killer, but asked to take him with him if there was still time. Ah Wang, meanwhile, asked Jen Kun how Ma Tuwei was doing now. He replied that not really, because the doctor said that there was a high probability that he would remain disabled. In the hospital parking lot, There was a nondescript van with a man inside begging to be let go. The psychiatrist said if he couldn't work for him to pay off his debt, then his wife and daughter could do it for him. The man was even more frightened, but for his family, and the tired doctor asked him to forget, which gave the man hope. The doctor's eyes suddenly turned red and he smiled intimidatingly, then said that he wanted the man to deliver something. His eyes turned red for a reason because hypnosis affected the man and he began to listen carefully to the doctor. Ah Wong decided to break the silence and asked Jen Kun if he had managed to contact Elder Shang. He replied that the elder had also disappeared and was hiding somewhere, and nearby someone was shouting for the man to be stopped immediately. Someone shouted that the man had a bomb, after which Ah Wong and Jen Kun looked warily to the side. The hypnotized man said that the doctor was coming to deliver something to them, after which he pressed the detonator button. After pressing the button, the dynamite instantly exploded, and the blast wave could be observed with the eyes. According to the news, after the explosion in Hong Kong harbor, the Hong Kong hospital again became a target of terrorists. The reporter also added that currently the number of victims is still being counted and there is no exact data. The warrior will ask if the people from Hong Long are crazy, because this is no longer just an internal conflict, but a terrorist attack. A Korean nicknamed the Old Man said that the big four of the Triad were now dead, which alarmed everyone. Xiang Song asked Ada to help him study the Hong Long Association urgently, because there was no time. He promised to help, and meanwhile Elder Zhao sat in front of the TV and heard about the terrible news. Beads of sweat ran down his face, and the reporter said no terrorist group had claimed responsibility for the incident. The Hong Kong police station was in chaos and everyone was running in different directions, trying to start an investigation into the hospital explosion. At that moment, the doctor was approached by a subordinate who addressed him while being agitated. The man said that the reward on the head of a psychiatrist on the darknet had already been raised to $12 million. The psychiatrist remained calm and said with a smile that this was expected, but the subordinate continued to be nervous. He then said with trepidation that many members of the association were shocked by today's incident at the hospital. The doctor asked if they wanted to sever ties with him, and the subordinate awkwardly scratched his head and did not answer directly. The psychiatrist did not become nervous and sought that they could do what they wanted, because after all, triads are the same. He said they are outnumbered, oppressing the weak, wide open for money, and afraid of the crazy. Ultimately, he considered them to be simply a pack of wild dogs who forage together because they are capable of surviving on their own. The doctor then took out a photograph of Xiang Song from his pocket and said that he wanted to know everything he had done in Hong Kong this month. He hypnotized the man and ordered him not to reveal anything related to him, and he successfully followed his lead. Xiang Song was at home and said that after working in this field, he had never seen such a huge reward. The warrior asked why they were waiting and suggested that they quickly kill this psycho and divide 12 million among themselves. The hero asked him to calm down and said that they had no information about the head of Hong Long and it was too early to make decisions. Well, his comrade in arms shouted that if they hesitate, someone else will steal the reward and he does not forbid interrogating Hong Long members. Xiang Song said that if they intervene without checking the Hong Long members, then something will definitely go wrong, so there is no hurry. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted by a phone call, and the main character immediately reached into his pocket for the phone. It was Actuary Adu who said that he had information regarding the Hong Long Association. The main character was very serious at that moment and asked what information he knew about them. Adu replied that he was fed up with recent news from the association, and as it turned out, there was no short-term loan. He said that on the 5th, the head publicly renounced the position of leader and voluntarily went to surrender to the police. The actuary said that all the members agreed to have a stranger become their boss, and Hallie said that it was complete hypnosis. Xiang Song removed the phone from his ear and asked what it was, while the girl calmly continued to sip her cocktail. Hallie replied that this is a technique that allows orders to be entered into the subject's subconscious in eye contact. She added that Dr. Hemingway called it complete hypnosis, and Xiang Song was shocked by what he heard. Queen said that the Persona Laboratory received a similar chip, codenamed Psychologist, and it was used on one of the objects. The main character said with a serious face that it sounded powerful, but asked why he didn't see it when he collected the chips. The psychiatrist was in his office. He was told by phone that the man in the photo was close to Adu from Shanju Hall. The doctor ordered that all their information be immediately collected, especially about the events of the current month. The assassin was at that moment on the window holding onto it with special adhesive gloves. A few minutes earlier, he had been told by radio that the target was on the 4th floor, and he immediately began to descend. Using his gloves, the assassin held onto the window, trying to see the target through the window. At that moment, the doctor was talking about Shanju Hall and giving instructions regarding this, without suspecting anything. The assassins identified the doctor so that his colleague could determine his identity using a computer. The girl said that this is the person who was present at the meeting of the Triad with the previous head of Hong Long. The special agent said that he understood everything and was about to break the glass, but unexpectedly, the cold-blooded doctor turned to face him. The doctor immediately used hypnosis and ordered the killer to immediately get out of here while there was such an opportunity. The hypnosis immediately took effect, and he simply jumped out of the window, and his colleague screamed and asked what he was doing. The village kid watched all this through binoculars and then radioed that the arsonist was dead. 23 was stunned by the news and asked how he could have died, and the people were stunned to see his body. But still, the boss remained calm and immediately decided that the mission was cancelled. Blizzard got very angry and immediately grabbed the monitor because she didn't want to believe that her colleague was dead. She smashed everything on the table and screamed with anger, but after a few minutes she calmed down. Then she wrote in the chat that she had news about the head of the Hong Long Association, for which she wanted 400,000. The main characters, meanwhile, watched a recording of how the doctor hypnotized the arsonist, forcing him to throw himself down. The warrior could not believe that he just died, and Xiang Song and the Korean looked at it silently, but with great surprise. The main character could not believe it and understood that this could not be a mere coincidence. Suddenly, Galley Queen rushed into him with a hug, asking what they were watching and asking him to let her watch. She began to watch the recording from the camera, but at one moment she became very tense, as if something seemed strange to her. The girl asked the main character to rewind a little, which he did, and she said that he rewinded correctly. The video stopped at the moment where the doctor had red eyes, and the warrior nervously asked what it all meant. Hallie said it was complete hypnosis, which the man in the video showed when he made eye contact with the dead man. He placed the suicide order into the person's subconscious, and they could observe the result for themselves. The girl said the worst thing was that the time to completely hypnotize him was too short. Hallie Queen said that if he had more than 25 eye contacts, then he was at risk of being hypnotized. The warrior, very nervous, asked if this doesn't mean that they can only kill this psychopath with a sniper. The girl replied that the problem was that if he was careful enough, they wouldn't have a chance to shoot him. Suddenly, Korean's phone rang and he said that the manager was calling him, and he was a little embarrassed. The manager asked him where he was, and when the old man replied that he was on the street, the man said that there was a new order. The young man said that he would be back soon, and everyone else looked at him silently and did not interrupt. Shang Song asked the warrior if the old man was really not with him, and he replied that it was impossible to simply fire his manager. He also said that it was okay to take on extra work while the Korean man scrolled through his phone. The warrior hugged him and said with a smile that he was not allowed to share this information with his manager. Xiang Song said that he should share with them any information he receives from the manager. One of the employees reported to Lei Ho that all the evidence indicated that the organizer of the two explosions was the Hong Long Association. The deputy commissioner asked the uploader why this association was related to terrorists. The employee said that in fact these two explosions arose due to internal conflicts of the Triad. Lei Zhou said that he was not so stupid as to mistake internal conflicts for terrorist ones, and asked not to be fooled. He then asked if he thought the reporters outside would believe him, even if they didn't believe his bullshit. But the man said that only 3 Triad leaders died in the hospital, and the remaining one was a senior member of the Elites Association. After these words, the deputy commissioner of police thought seriously, but said nothing in response. The man said that their recent actions are a bit unusual, because even members of the underworld other than the main triads have problems with them. Deputy Lei Ho then looked at him with a serious face and asked what exactly happened. The doctor, meanwhile, hypnotized a crowd of people, after which he realized that he could give them orders. He ordered that this building be guarded for the next 5 days, and any person who entered here be killed. A crowd of hypnotized people obeyed him and accepted the order. Then the doctor released them, but asked Ade to stay. The man asked the doctor if he really needed him and he wanted to discuss something with him, since he asked him to stay. The doctor suddenly pulled off his own facial skin and asked him to give him his face, which he immediately did. The warrior said that if a target can take control of a person in a couple of seconds, then it will not be possible to kill him alone. Xiang Song said that they should also consider the fact that he might already have many others under his control. Gal Queen asked if it was right then that penetration would also be useless. The warrior said that this was impossible, and now there were only two ways. But suddenly, an unknown number called him. The main character realized that this could be a serious call and asked him to pick up the phone, which the man did. He immediately answered the call and a female voice greeted him, calling him warrior, and he asked in bewilderment who it was. The girl introduced herself as the arsonist's assistant and said her name was Blizzard, and then asked if he would accept an order from the elites. She said that she hacked the security footage of the Hong Long building and thought that it might help the War Master. The man incredulously asked why he was sure that many killers wanted to get this information. Blizzard replied that he was the same as the arsonist, a lone killer, and she only works with lone killers. The warrior incredulously asked how he could contact her, because he still wanted to check what she had to offer. The girl said that she would give him a hard drive inside which there were drawings of the building and a route for him. She then said that 20 hours had passed between her partner's death and today, but the target had still not left the building. Blizzard said with trepidation that this essentially confirms that the target already knows about their bounty on the dark web. Xiang Song asked if he had decided to stay in the building and wait for them to attack to kill him. The girl replied that this is true because there is no other explanation. If we take into account the large reward, then we can draw a conclusion. She was sure that many members of the Hong Long Association were planning to betray their boss for a good price. Hallie said that the doctor had clearly already solved the hidden threats, and among those guarding the building, 90% were probably his slaves. The warrior got angry and said that, knowing about possible assassination attempts, the target was unlikely to give them a chance to shoot. He said there was only one option other than a sniper, but wondered if they should fight their way from the first floor to the fourth. Blizzard suddenly said that the government had identified the Hong Long Association as the mastermind behind the hospital explosion. She said police were forming a special team and they could mobilize special forces within the next 24 hours. The girl told the main characters that if they burst in there, it would attract the attention of the government and they would be in trouble. Kai Wen suddenly entered the room and said that if this was the case, then they could use what he told them. He advised mixing with the special forces after penetration, finding a way to convey information about the target to the police. According to him, the police will help them deal with the doctor's slaves, and they will only have to come up with a plan to pacify the hypnotist. The three main characters looked at him with very serious faces, and there was literally no trust in them. A squad of assassins codenamed the Three Musketeers, meanwhile, were in the interior of a black jeep, waiting in the wings. The main mercenary asked the rest of her comrades if everything was ready, because it was a responsible matter. They were completely convinced of their readiness, after which they got out of the car and went on their mission. Within a few minutes, they entered the building and started shooting into the air, and the civilians were scared. The mercenary ordered his follower to clear the room and inspect the building floor by floor in order to force the target to leave. Another bandit pointed a gun at a crowd of frightened people and ordered them to sit and not move around, holding their hands behind their heads. Among the crowd of frightened people was an assassin whose nickname was the Black Widow. Xiang Song and the warrior began to hug Kai Wen in a friendly manner and said that he was doing well, and Hallie just showed a finger up. But their joy was interrupted by Blizzard, who said that someone had attacked and then added that it was the Three Musketeers. One of the mercenaries turned to his older brother, who immediately looked at his comrade in arms to understand what he wanted. The assassin asked the elder yes or no, to which he waved his hand and said that he absolutely did not care. He advised finding a rope to tie the hostages, but unexpectedly the preset command about a zombie attack worked. The mercenaries were a little confused and did not understand anything, and suddenly a large crowd of zombies climbed on them. Just a minute ago, frightened people turned into zombies who climbed non-stop, without fear of getting hit by a bullet. The elder ordered the second mercenary to immediately shoot at the zombies, because they were no longer ordinary civilians. They immediately opened fire, but the zombies rushed non-stop, even making high jumps. The main characters, meanwhile, were watching this warily, and all this was completely unexpected and shocked the warrior. He looked at his comrades with a smile and suggested forgetting about it, and said that he had changed his mind a little because these people were too creepy. Xiang Song tried to remain calm and cool-headed, and then asked if the previous test subject was as skilled. Hallie Queen said she didn't know, but she roughly understood the reason for the destruction of this chip. 10 minutes later, Black Widow was hiding around the corner, and a stranger asked her if she was also a killer. The woman continued to watch the zombie warily and answered about the man that she too was a killer. The big man folded his hands to his chest and asked her in a calm tone if she wanted to accompany him to work together. But Black Widow refused and thanked him, and then said that this was beyond her expectations and she was giving up. The Pompeian assassin named Ram smiled and did not try to persuade her to meet him halfway. The widow soon left the building and called the hitman's manager, who asked if she was finished with the task. The woman replied that no, because the difficulty was beyond her expectations and she could not cope with it alone. The manager asked her to leave and forget about it because safety comes first, and Black Widow followed her advice. Then the phone call ended and Madame Ko, standing to the side, told the manager that this order could not be fulfilled. Xiang Song asked the warrior to contact the Korean and tell him that they were planning to infiltrate the special forces and act with the police. He listened carefully to his task and said that he understood everything, after which the main character switched to Kai Wen. The young man ordered him to be in charge of communication with Blizzard and to keep them informed of the actions of the special forces and what was happening in the building. The researcher said that he understood everything, after which Xiang Sang turned his attention to Holly, who was waiting to receive the task. He ordered help to check if there were any chips that could suppress the doctor's hypnotic abilities. The girl symbolically saluted and joyfully exclaimed that this was not a problem for her at all, and she would help him. Lu Ruyi spoke on the phone with his uncle and said that there is no need to do people a favor because they want to receive a favor in return. The antique shop owner said that this was the Liangjiang gang's request, and he couldn't refuse them because the people from Haoshan had helped them before. The upset man told his nephew that now that they have problems, they cannot stand aside and not help. Lu Ruyi nervously said that he would take care of it and decided that he would finish quickly so that his uncle could repay them. The assassin Ram, meanwhile, was moving along the corridor of the building with a pistol in his hands, ready for anything. At one point, he carefully looked into the room, in which he saw a male silhouette sitting facing the window. The mercenary immediately realized that this was the main target, namely the doctor, after which he immediately opened fire with a pistol. Having shot the entire clip, he decided to approach the doctor's body, but the body looked very strange. Ram became nervous because he realized that this was not his goal at all, but simply the body of an unknown person who was not valuable at all. He turned his attention to the player, and the voice said that he wanted him to kill every stranger who entered this building. The hypnosis immediately affected the assassin and he obeyed the order, after which he lowered the gun. Lu Ruyi, meanwhile, entered the building and saw a large number of zombies, which made him a little perplexed. He asked with a smile if they were really on the set of some kind of horror film and why there was so much blood on the floor. The zombies immediately drew attention to the young man, after which one of them pounced on him with his mouth open. But Asia's number 3 had a good reaction and physical strength, so he easily blew the zombies away with the wind. Gale Queen. And at that time told Xiang Song that she was not sure that the doctor was stronger than the test subject, but they clearly had the same weaknesses. The young man was lying on the bed at that moment and asked her what it all meant and what should be taken into account when completing the task. The girl said that hypnosis only works on primates and warm-blooded animals, and people with a strong will also resist it. She also said that she looked at the chips that the main character took from the laboratory, and there were 2 that were suitable. This immediately interested Xiang Song, who inquired about which chips were suitable. Gale Queen said with a smile that these chips are an entomologist and a sadhu who might come in handy. Lu Ruyi killed all the zombies, then used the phone and asked to be connected to the support service. A girl from the Special Support Service for Assassins of Asia 03 answered the phone and said that she was at his service. The young man asked for help with the Hong Long Association and said that he had their data for the last 3 months. The girl said that the necessary information had been collected and asked if he wanted to receive it by email. Lu Ruyi asked to voice it, and the woman said that on the 5th of this month, the head of Hong Long suddenly announced her resignation. Hallie said that with the help of the Sadhu chip, Xiang Song would be able to last a few seconds longer than an ordinary person. She added that he should be able to kill the target, and the hero said that it sounded like one of the duels in the Wild West. Then he asked what was known about the other chip and what was special about it because that was also important. Hallie said that the entomologist is different from the sadhu, and at first glance he is harmless, but in fact with endless uses. The previous test subject had developed the chip to the point where it could communicate with insects, and so Hemingway upped the danger level. Quinn said that the entomologist is harder to use than the sadhu, and they don't have any insects for the hero to use. She added that this chip was very difficult to deal with, but Xiang Song confidently said that he had his own plans. The support girl asked if Lu Ruyi needed additional fire support, and all the information was given. He hung up and said that he hated dealing with terrorists, and the people from Hong Long did not understand human language. In a minute, the windows of the building were broken by a group of armed mercenaries who burst into it to clear it. Mercenary Wolf said that they will prioritize hidden threats in the formation and then gradually advance. Mercenary Gabriel flipped through a magazine and wondered if the two mercenaries he met in mid-levels were participating in this hunt. The bartender, from whom the main character ordered documents, was wiping his glass, but suddenly the bell rang. The man answered the phone and then introduced himself as a service provider. It turned out that it was Xiang Song who asked if it was possible to deliver one batch of goods today. The bartender replied in a calm tone that it depended on what he was going to order and in what quantities. Xiang Song said that he needed him to find some common insects, including poisonous ones. Hallie Queen, meanwhile, was sitting on the bed and inserted a chip into the connector, after which an electrical discharge occurred. Drops of sweat ran down the girl's face, and with a smile she asked the main character if he ordered poisonous insects. Xiang Sang replied that yes, because Chip Broker has good connections with suppliers and the request will be completed within 2 hours. Hallie said that this is the A chip that Dr. Hemingway personally classified, and it is definitely outstanding. The hero asked if she was okay, and Quinn replied that she would be fine soon and it was just an old illness. The mercenary, meanwhile, conveyed to the operation that Zone A had been completely cleared and no longer posed any danger. 2 more mercenaries looked at the bodies of the zombies and reported over the radio that Area B had also been completely cleared. Assassin Wolf said that was great, but asked them to keep it up and not stop. Lu Ruyi heard the shooting stop and assumed that a winner had emerged between the attacking defense groups. The warrior with the Korean and Kai Wen watched these from surveillance cameras, and he exclaimed in surprise that the Vietnamese were something. Xiang Song approached them and asked how things were going, not expecting to hear anything joyful. The man replied that the 4 main triads had hired many experts, and the building was now in complete chaos. The main character remained as serious as possible and asked what was known about the target. Kai Wen, holding a cup of coffee in his hands, said that the target had not yet appeared, although they had been waiting for a long time. Xiang Song asked how the special forces behaved, and the man replied that there were no movements on their part. The reporter reported that these were new territories in the north over the past 3 hours. Armed people burst into the building behind her. The chief inspector of police made an attempt to negotiate with the shooters in the building, but has not yet received any response. Senior inspector of the new Northern Territories. Wang A was on the street at the time of the explosion and was angry at the mercenaries. The hypnotized mercenary Ram was on one of the floors and looked straight into his eyes while remaining silent. He radioed that Target 2 had been successfully eliminated, so there was nothing to worry about. The main characters were still in the office and monitoring the situation using CCTV cameras. The Korean, nicknamed the Old Man, looked at his comrades and said that the situation seemed to be getting more complicated. Xiang Song remained serious, then asked Kai Wen if the commandos had taken any measures. The man replied that he had already inquired, but Blizzard replied that no measures had been taken. But suddenly, the girl exclaimed and said that the special forces had finally begun to act, which gave hope. The Special Forces group loaded into the helicopter, after which the leader slammed the door and the helicopter took off. Xiang Song remained serious and said that it was time for them to move out, and his group happily followed him. Wang A was nervous and asked over the radio what he could do with the little resources he had and said only to go to his death. Suddenly, people started shouting that the SDU was here, after which the chief inspector turned around and saw a helicopter in the sky. He was pleased to realize that they were finally here, and the commandos began to land on the ground. Wang A looked at one of the landing special forces. I understand that he has to talk to him. The commando asked what the situation was in the building around him because this information was important. The inspector replied that the shots at the building did not stop, and moreover, there were several more people outside who wanted to break in. He also added that he has an assumption that even the people inside do not know how many people there are. The commando said that it seems that the current head of the association, Hong Long, has offended more people than they thought. He then asked how many civilians were trapped inside, and Wang A replied that there were at least 100. Meanwhile, the black jeep of the main characters stopped near the building, and they were about to start acting with special forces. Xiang Song looked at the rearview mirror and said that they were almost done chatting, so it was time for them to get out. The special forces officer ordered the squad to follow him because it was time to start breaking through the building. One of the commandos in the crowd was Xiang Sang, who followed the order and followed the others. Within a few minutes, they entered the building, but the leading commando asked to stop because he sensed something was wrong. He ordered one of his comrades to go and see if anyone was alive among the people lying on the floor. The doctor, meanwhile, continued to observe everything through the cameras, and Xiang Song looked sternly at one of them. Hemingway recognized him and said that the 82nd really came, and the mercenary Rom brought the body of the mercenary wolf to him. The doctor immediately turned around. The man said that he had grabbed the man he wanted to get earlier. The assassin wolf was unconscious, and there were traces of blood on his head in the area of the red bandage. Hemingway said it was a good job and asked that 2 groups of zombies be sent to the first floor to surprise the guests. The hypnotized big man Rom is ready to carry out any order of the doctor, which is why he obeyed him once again. The Special Forces soldier told the commander that the armed bandits lying on the floor had been bitten to death by a man. The commander said that they must be wary of rabid dogs pretending to be civilians, as well as a kung fu master. The warrior quietly asked the main character how they could convey information to the Special Forces because it was not at all easy. Xiang Song showed him the information on the phone and said that once the situation became more chaotic, he would report Hemingway as prey. Suddenly, the Special Forces heard that the elevator had stopped and people's hands began to stick out of it, which foreshadowed trouble. At that same moment, the elevator doors opened and a crowd of zombies, whom the killer Rom had previously sent out, rushed out. The commander ordered the squad to target the zombies, but it was necessary to leave 2 of them alive. The squad immediately opened heavy fire on the zombies, as a result of which within a few minutes they were all lying on the floor. The commander took off his mask and wondered if they were suicides, since they attacked them rather stupidly. Then they turned to the elevator, where there was a tied-up man in a white suit who was sitting on a chair. He did not make any sounds and sat with his head down. The commander ordered to check him because he did not look well. The assassin Rom was in the dark side nearby and watched as the commandos entered the elevator. One of the Special Forces officers asked the tied-up young man if he could be patient for a little while. Then he told the commander that the young man would not last long and he needed to be carried out. Then call an ambulance because there was little time. But they did not pay attention to the fact that there were explosives in the elevator, and at that moment Rom pressed the detonator button. There was a strong explosion, and the captain clenched his teeth, covering his face, after which he began to carefully peer into the elevator. In the elevator, there were the bodies of Special Forces and a long-haired man in a white suit, and there were ruins around. The commander was very angry, and after a few seconds the door of another elevator began to open again. Another crowd of bloodthirsty zombies began to emerge from the elevator, who were hypnotized and in a mood to kill. The enraged commander ordered to kill every single one of them, while showing no mercy to the enemies. The War Master said that they didn't need to warn the SDU to be careful with the tools hidden among the hostages. Xiang Song looked forward with a serious look and said that they could only hope for it. The entire detachment of Special Forces opened fire on the crowd of zombies who were constantly attacking and going to their death. Rom was still watching from around the corner and wondered if they really intended to kill everyone, after which he decided to act differently. He turned to face the 3 young men standing behind him, to whom he was about to give an order that played an important role. He ordered them to pretend to be hostages and ask for help from the cops, and when the right moment came, to blow themselves up. The 3 hypnotized guys obeyed his order and immediately went to carry it out. The commando, meanwhile, fired a bullet at the last zombie, which went through the head and took his life. 3 hypnotized guys came out from around the corner, and the Special Forces immediately pointed their machine guns at them and ordered them not to move. The 3 men immediately burst into tears and begged to be saved as they were wrapped in dynamite. The Special Forces soldier ordered to stand still and not approach, and the man tearfully begged to be saved from death. But suddenly, a loud shot of a comma was heard, as a result of which the man, begging for salvation, fell to the floor being dead. It was Xiang Song who told the 2 remaining men that if they took another step, they would end up the same way. This immediately angered the hypnotized people, and they became angry, after which they rushed at the hero. But the young man kept his word and did not stand on ceremony with them, and within a few seconds their heads were shot off. The commander of the Special Forces detachment was shocked by what was happening, and for several seconds he simply stood silently in place. He then grabbed Xiang Song by the collar and screamed and asked why he killed the hostages if they needed to be saved. The hero replied that in fact they were not hostages, and the commander asked how he knew and realized that this was not his soldier at all. After these words, Xiang Song took off his helmet and smiled at the Special Forces commander, intending to explain everything to him. The commander looked at him in bewilderment while remaining silent like the rest of his subordinates. He then smiled and asked the rest of his team to remove their masks, which they immediately began to do. Galley Queen, War Master, and Korean took off their masks and looked at the commandos without saying anything. The commando commander immediately pointed his weapon at the protagonist and ordered his subordinates to be ready. Shang Tsung told him not to worry and said that he just saved all of their lives with his actions, but they don't understand it. He said that the fake hostage could have taken a few more steps forward, and the instigator would have pulled the detonator and that would have been the end. The Special Forces commander could not trust him and shouted and asked who they were and what they were doing among them. The hero replied that they were professional killers, hired by an organization that suffered heavy damage from terrorist attacks in the port and hospital. He added that their task is to find and eliminate the current head of the Hong Long Association, so their goals coincided. The commander said that they received orders to capture the target alive and bring him to court, so they have nothing in common. Xiang Song grinned and said that this was all because they had not yet realized how dangerous this target was. Then, the Special Forces soldier noticed that the main character reached into his pocket for his phone, which was incomprehensible to him. The hero threw my phone and said that he could share the information, but after reading it, they would have to consider his offer. The Special Forces commander looked at him in disbelief and asked if he was sure that the target's abilities were that strong. Xiang Song replied that they were confident because otherwise they would not have tried to unite with the government. The Special Forces officer threw his phone back to him and asked why they were so confident that their information was correct. The hero replied that the bodies on the floor are proof of this, and although he does not deny the existence of cults capable of creating zombies, there is a but. He said that the target brainwashed the association in a short period of time, and other than hypnosis, there is no better explanation for this. The Special Forces commander looked at him with a drop of sweat on his face, because he did not fully know whether he could trust them. He then looked at Shang Tsung incredulously again and asked what they wanted the Special Forces to do. Ram, meanwhile, reported to the doctor that the intruders were not eager to seize the building, and they seemed to have other plans. He said that he knew about this, and meanwhile, the main character once again called the service provider. Xiang Song asked the supplier if his order was on the way, because he had little time and needed the goods. The man replied that according to calculations, he would arrive in half an hour, and he was simply missing the last ingredient. The hero asked if, based on this, he could add another ingredient, which is also necessary in completing the task. The service provider said in a calm tone that of course he could make another request for the product. Xiang Song asked for additional provisions and 15 packages of night vision devices with infrared imaging. The man said that he would be notified of the delivery shortly, after which the hero said that he had done his job. The news reporter said it had been 2 hours since the SDU entered the building and they still didn't know anything. The main character said that the delivery should arrive soon, and meanwhile 2 drones with packages were flying up to the building. The 3 Special Forces personnel immediately unpacked the boxes and carried a military-grade thermal imager and other goods in their hands. The commander said it creeped him out that hitmen these days could even get their hands on Class A items. Xiang Song called this an exaggeration because he simply knows one capable supplier, and other killers are not capable of this. Ram reported to the doctor that they had brought a military-grade thermal imager, so Plan A unfortunately failed. Hemingway said that confronting the enemy's actions is the fun part, so there's nothing to worry about. He then turned to the hypnotized Sergeant Wolf, who was listening intently and ready to follow orders. The doctor ordered the 3rd floor to be protected at all costs, and gave him control of the zombies, bombs, and shooters. The main characters, meanwhile, were moving along the 2nd floor, and behind the wall in one of the rooms, there was an armed man. Xiang Song immediately sensed something was wrong, and ordered his 2 comrades with his finger to move for 2 hours. The Korean and the warrior immediately went forward, trying to move quickly, but as silently as possible. They stopped near the door, and 2 armed men behind it held their weapons at the ready, looking very nervous. Suddenly, the window to the room was broken by an unknown object, which immediately alerted the armed men. It turned out that it was a smoke grenade, which immediately began to take effect, temporarily blinding the opponents. They immediately dropped the weapon and did not understand what it was, and the burning in their eyes did not stop and it was not possible to open them. Meanwhile, the Korean began to kick down the door because there would be no better chance to storm the premises. Yang Song stood to the side and watched all this with a small grin, while remaining emotionless. He had complete confidence in his comrades, and for good reason, because 2 armed men were thrown into the wall within a few seconds. A few seconds later, the warrior came out of the room and said that everything was clear and there were no bombs on the opponents. Shang Tsung smiled and asked to wake up the men because he needed to ask them something, which shocked the man. Nevertheless, he carried out the order, The main character asked if someone could do the interrogation because this was not his strong point at all. Hallie Queen immediately exclaimed that she was good at interrogations, and the hero said with a smile that he was counting on her. The girl smiled eerily and said that she knew that they both woke up, so there was no point in pretending to be dead. She began to press on the stomach of one of the men, and he begged her to stop doing this because it was very painful for him. Hallie grinned and asked if he was really done, and if he couldn't wait a little because she was just getting the hang of it. Xiang Song asked her to calm down and said that little by little is good, after which he began to look at the two hostages. He then said that they would have to answer a couple of his questions and advised them not to try to hide anything or deceive him. Two worried men hoped for a guarantee of life and said that they understood everything, after which they began to listen to questions. Xiang Song grinned wickedly and asked what tasks the new boss assigned them after he came to power. The men looked at each other, and one of them said with trepidation that the boss always assigns individual tasks to everyone. The main character asked, in this case, to tell about themselves, and asked what they achieved this month. The guy said that on orders from his boss, he went to promote short-term loans and attract uneducated clients. Xiang Song then looked at the second man, who was trembling with fear, and asked if he also did these things. The man was shaking more and more every second and said that no, because his job was to guard the warehouse. The hero asked what kind of warehouse it was. The man replied that it was a warehouse where the collected organs of those who could not pay off their debts were stored. He said that in the beginning, the warehouse was located in the Hong Kong port, but somehow the port gang came across their deal with an overseas organization. The man added that they asked them to stop smuggling the organ, but the boss ignored them and everything went wrong. The warrior said it was not surprising that the Hong Long Association decided to first start a war with the Port Association precisely because of this. Xiang Song looked sternly at the scared man and asked him what happened next. He continued that after the warehouse at the port became useless, he was tasked with finding clients with families and convincing them to work for them. The Korean said that the bomb man who was in the Hong Kong hospital was clearly an unhappy guy who could not pay back his debts. Xiang Song looked at the kneeling man even more sternly and asked where his boss was now. The hostages barely held back tears and said that he did not know about the whereabouts of the boss, and tried to convince the hero. After these words, the main character stood up from his chair and shot him in the head, which made him even more afraid of the second prisoner. Xiang Song said that if he doesn't know anything, then he is useless and of no use. The same fate befell the second prisoner, and within a few minutes they were both lying next to each other. The main character instructed the Korean to share this information with the SDU because it might be useful to them. Lei Ho held the meeting and said that information had come from the scene and there was progress in the Hong Kong harbor case. He said that the Hong Long Association was behind this matter and the authorities allowed all of them to act as they saw fit. He said that the only condition was to arrest the members of the association as soon as possible and asked if they could. Everyone present exclaimed that they would end their lives, while Sergeant Wolf and Hemingway still looked into the cameras. The doctor ordered him to first get rid of the most dangerous ones, namely the Special Forces, because they need to beware. The Special Forces commander, climbing the stairs, stopped and paid attention to the thermal imager attached to the machine gun. He ordered everyone else to prepare for battle because a detachment of opponents was approaching from the third floor. Within a few seconds, a squad of hypnotized zombies rushed at the Special Forces, wanting to tear them to pieces. They immediately opened fire, but among the crowd there was a man with a bomb who jumped, and the wolf immediately pressed the detonator. The loud explosion was immediately heard by Xiang Song, Lu Ruyi, Big Gabriel, and the man in the hat who was covering his face. The main character immediately asked on the radio what was happening, and Kai Wen replied that he was looking at surveillance footage. Lu Ruyi analyzed the situation and realized that the explosion this time came from approximately the third floor. The black-white hired by the Elite Association said that he had better check the place where the explosion came from. Kai Wen told Xiang Song that he sent the video from the camera of the explosion ground to his phone, and he could watch it. He and the warrior immediately began to watch the camera footage, and Harley looked over her shoulders and asked to let her watch it too. The video showed a fight between Special Forces and a huge crowd of zombies, and at the last moment, a man with a bomb appeared. The War Master looked at it with sweat on his face and wondered if they were even capable of that. The Korean said that the use of a narrow area in the building creates an excellent opportunity to detonate a bomb. He wondered if they could overcome their tactics with what they had, and the protagonist decided to contact Kai Wen. He radioed to ask Blizzard to immediately turn off all the cameras in the building, which alerted the man. Kai Wen nervously asked what he meant and what it was for. and Xiang Sung asked him in a serious tone to do as he said. The man did not argue with the main character and obeyed, after which he contacted Blizzard in order to fulfill the request. Dr. Hemingway and Sergeant Wolf, meanwhile, were monitoring cameras, continuing to monitor the situation. Xiang Song said that they would not have to worry about the enemy using the cameras to determine their location. This will allow them to lower the target's priority, and they will capture the doctor after they figure out a way to overcome his bomb strategy. The warrior asked how they could do this, and Xiang Song said that with the enemy's playing style, they would have to make a lot of sacrifices. He ordered the entire building to be checked and said that he wanted to know the location of all living people, and butterflies began to fly around. The butterflies went to carry out the order of the protagonist, and in the meantime, Dr. Hemingway had an idea. Lu Ruyi was in the place where the explosion occurred and covered his mouth because there were columns of black poisonous smoke all around. Then he turned his attention to Black White, who was coming down the stairs and was a little surprised. The man also recognized him, and they were surprised to see each other, especially in such a place and under such circumstances. Black White asked Lu Ruyi if he hadn't given up and why he started accepting orders again. In response, the Kung Fu master smiled and said that he needed to return the favor, which is why he was doing this. Black White asked if he had dealt with dead people so brutally, and Lu Ru replied that he didn't even have a weapon. After that, the man said that in this case it is the work of the people from the Hong Long Association, because only they can do this. Suddenly, a big man named Gabriel appeared. Noticed that someone was there and saw two men. Lu Ruyi asked who it was, and Black White replied that it was Gabriel, a European assassin. The European big man himself said that they did not expect his reputation to reach Asia, which pleased him. Black White said that the mission was dangerous and the special forces had already fallen, after which he suggested uniting just in case. Gabriel laughed a little and said that he was not against the merger, but then asked who would be in charge. Lu Ruyi proposed his candidacy, but Black White grinned and said that he wanted to be the leader. Gabriel said that since they all had the same thing on their minds, it was time for them to do something to sort it out. The Kung Fu master said that they needed to fight for it, and the winner would command and the losers would listen. After this, the two mercenaries immediately attacked the big man Gabriel, who was not at all embarrassed by this. Black White used his signature move and shot an electric blast at Lu Ruyi, who hit Gabriel. The electric charge went off, and a thin fishing line began to wrap around the Kung Fu master's wrist. But at one point, Lu Ruyi knelt down and asked everyone to stop, saying that there was someone here. The trio turned their attention to the mercenary Rom in a white suit, who asked what they were doing here. The assassin Pompey said that they were all of the same profession and asked what internal conflicts there might be between them. Black White looked at Rom with a smile and asked if Pompey was the only one who sent him here this time. The mercenary took out his phone and said that he had just received news about the target and asked if they wanted to see it. The trio looked at each other and looked at Rom in disbelief, and a blue butterfly flew not far from them. After a few seconds, the hypnosis worked successfully, and Roma said that they were now his colleagues, and the trio looked at him silently. Harley Quinn, at one point, joyfully exclaimed that the butterflies were returning, and everyone else paid attention to them. Xiang Song remained calm and emotionless, after which he began to carefully catch butterflies in his hands. The Korean looked at the butterflies and asked what they were doing. I expected to hear an explanation from Galley Queen. The girl replied that with the help of abstract graphics, butterflies convey the location and information of every person in the building to Xiang Song. The old man asked if Xiang Song understood this, and Holly replied that it was impossible for an ordinary person, but experts could communicate with insects. She said that the number of people in the world who understand insects as skillfully as the main character does not exceed 20 people. The main character at that moment was completely focused on the butterflies and was trying to find out information. Harley Quinn carefully approached him because she wanted to ask how things were going. Shang Song said that there were too many people under hypnosis, and with the current situation, simply purging ordinary soldiers would take several hours. The girl asked if he hadn't ordered a shipment of Japanese hornets and said they could let them clear the area. But the main character said that the hornet's poison takes time to act, and they don't have that much of it. From the speaker on the ceiling, the heroes suddenly heard a sound hitting their ears and wondered if it was a sonic attack. Harley Quinn was very wary because the voice seemed very familiar to her, and it seemed that she had heard it before. It was Hemingway who said that he was behind the bombings at the hospital and at the port, and that he was their target with a reward of 12 million. The warrior nervously asked if this man had gone crazy because he talked too much. Hallie Queen asked everyone to immediately cover their ears and not listen to the scoundrel, otherwise they would fall under his hypnosis. Hemingway said that in response to the retribution of the main triads, he carefully prepared for this moment to greet everyone. He said that their game had disappointed him, and he hadn't survived a single decent assassination attempt in the last few hours. Xiang Song asked if they could really be hypnotized just because of his voice, which sounded very crazy. But Hallie Queen exclaimed that this is exactly so, because the one who is speaking right now is Test Subject 008. Then she became very wary and wondered why the test subject was in Hong Kong. Dr. Hemingway said that in order to move forward with the show, he decided to make some sacrifices and tone down the difficulty. He added that from now on, everyone participates in the battle royal, and whoever remains last will find him in the broadcast room. The doctor said that he would be here within 2 days and wished everyone good luck, after which the heroes stopped covering their ears. The Korean asked what he said, and Xiang Sangga said that he would use the phone to convert the audio to text. The warrior did not understand the doctor's actions and wondered if he really thought that no one could kill him. Hallie said their plan was based on the target wanting physical contact, but the subject not following through with it. Xiang Song said that in other words, except for them, everyone else started killing each other. The hero said that a normal person would not sacrifice his advantage to give assassins a chance to kill him. Hallie Queen said that if it were someone else, she wouldn't understand either, but test subject 008 is crazy. After that, a pink shell appeared around her, which surprised her two comrades while the hero was thinking at that moment. Xiang Song assumed that the people who heard the broadcast would faithfully carry out the target's order and start the battle royal. However, as the game progresses and a few people remain, the likelihood of survivors colliding will depend very much on luck. The hero asked, who can prove that Survivor A is the winner if the CCTV camera is turned off? The Korean thought about the words he said and said that it turns out that no one can prove it. Xiang Sung said that the number of survivors will decrease and go, whoever thinks they have chosen will go to the broadcast room to claim the prize. But the problem is, how can the test subject be sure that the one who follows him into the broadcast room is the only survivor? The comrades in arms gradually grasped the essence of the protagonist's words, and they were even a little alarmed by all this. Xiang Song said no way. Because the target doesn't care about this fact, because he wants to speed up the game and capture the strongest people in the building. The warrior, with sweat on his face, asked if he understood correctly that this was all part of the insidious doctor's plan. The hero replied that it was possible, because he started a war with the main triads in order to force the criminals to set an exorbitant reward for him. The Koreans said that the reward would attract all the top-notch assassins from Asia, and with this chance, the target could add mercenaries to his legion. Xiang Song did not understand why he should increase his combat power if he had hypnosis, and Hallie replied that his enemy was the Ji Cheng family. She said that this family is the organizer of the Persona project, and even he cannot face them alone. The hero realized that the purpose of increasing combat power is to take revenge on the Ji Cheng family, but there is still something that he does not understand. Hemingway, meanwhile, spoke on the phone that he had caught several large fish and said that they would meet the day after tomorrow. The door to his room opened and he said that he was hanging up, while Xiang Sung looked at him coolly. The doctor stood up from his chair and introduced himself as the head of the Hong Long Association and also asked to call him doctor. The main characters said that this was not their first meeting and asked why his face changed after it. The young man said that the last time the doctor looked different, and he smiled in response and asked what he knew. Xiang Song replied that he knew everything, including the fact that the doctor was a test subject of the Persona project. His comrades, meanwhile, watched their conversation using the phone, as the audio was converted into text. Hallie Queen exclaimed that she asked not to drag her into this, and the Korean and the warrior asked the girl to calm down. Xiang Song asked why the doctor pretended to be a psychiatrist to get closer to him. He asked if he was afraid that the hero would ruin his plans against the Ji Cheng family and wanted to get rid of the hidden threat. Hemingway spread his arms to the sides and said that this is only part of the reason, but not the whole. He said that the organizers are in an alliance of large organizations that have significant power and wealth. He then added that Cyber is one of the members of the alliance, as is the Ji Cheng family, while Xiang Song listened silently. The doctor said that for the project subjects, the elimination of one of the organizers is quite possible if they strike first. But he considered the most terrible thing about the organizers to be that they could endlessly change their strength while half of the alliance members were still alive. He said that even if he destroyed the Ji Cheng family and Xiang Song Cyber, the organizers could easily find a replacement for both of them. Hemingway said that there was no point in this, and moreover, in the future they would still have to face the wrath of the organizers. Xiang Song asked if there was a way to break through. The doctor said that he could not tell him as it concerned him and his allies' plans. He admitted that he contacted him under the guise of a psychologist to make sure that his plans did not concern them and to find out the path the hero was taking. Then Hemingway began to pour a mug of tea. The main character asked what other path he was talking about. The doctor replied that the 41st test subject would be able to answer him and said that it was time for him to return because a prize was waiting for him in the lobby. Xiang Song's eyes turned red and he fell under the doctor's hypnosis, after which he said that he understood everything. He left, and a young man came out of the shadows, saying that the 8th would not mind launching an attack on the organizers because this would lead to the success of the plans. 24 said that the Ji Chung family is one of the weakest among the 12 members of the Secret Alliance. He said that the family's targeting was definitely not due to the fact that the 8th still harbored deep dislike for them. According to him, Xiang Song could interfere with the plans, and to ensure success, the 8th decided to secretly establish contact with him. He said the sign that test subjects were prone to developing mental illness helped find the main character. The young man also said that under the guise of a psychologist, the 8th patiently waited for the target, and Kai Wen did not recognize him due to his change in appearance. Using the psychologist's chip, the 8th instilled orders for Xiang Song to put aside his own plans and cooperate with him against the Jiqing family. Until August, the 8th, his allies completed the first stage, reducing the influence of the Hong Kong Triads and gathering Asian mercenaries. After tonight, he and his allies will go into hiding again to wait for the start of the war against the Triads by the Jiqing family. The psychologist said that given Xiang Song's continued journey to Macau to accumulate wealth and power, a conclusion can be drawn. 24 said that in the presence of the witness, he confirmed that there was no omission or interference in this story. Hemingway said that, with the historian's permission, he certifies that there are no omissions or interference in the story. They both said that they confirmed this, after which the historian hid the book in his backpack and exhaled with relief. The guy said that the process of assimilation of the historian chip is tedious, and when using it, you need to go through an ancient ritual. The doctor said that if they were careless, their main identity could be the one installed in the chip. The historian asked if it was a good idea to simply let Xiang Song disappear if he was the carrier of the assassin's chip and could be useful. Hemingway replied that they could limit his development and there was no need to offend the bearer of the swallow chip just because of the killer chip. The main character, meanwhile, returned to his squad and his comrades looked at him warily. Xiang Song said that they needed to go down to the first floor to collect the prize, and Hallie suddenly grabbed his hand. He didn't understand what she wanted, but the girl pulled out the chip from herself and asked him to change his chip to the one she was giving. The hero asked if she really believed that he was under hypnosis, and Hallie Queen said that it was just a procedure, and he followed her request. Xiang Song, with a sharp movement, snatched the chip from her hand and then inserted it into the connector on the back of her neck. Then an electrical discharge occurred, which lasted several seconds until the chip began to work. As a result, the young man knelt down and grabbed his face, and Hallie asked if he was feeling normal. Xiang Song answered yes, and the girl showed him a text recording of his conversation with the 8th and asked him to read it himself. The main character took the phone from her hands and began to read the recordings of the conversation, and it became clear to him how it all happened. Then he invited his comrades to go to the first floor because he needed to pick up their prize. The warrior became even more nervous and asked if he was crazy because this was an obvious trap. But Xiang Song confidently told him that this was not a trap at all, so they needed to go down. The Korean remained calm and in a calm tone asked what it was then, if not a trap in his opinion. The main character put on a smile and said that this was not a trap but his reward for the completed stages. The warrior asked Hallie in a whisper if everything was okay with his brother and offered to take him and not let the psychologist examine him. Xiang Song heard this and asked him to shut up, after which he said that if he heard any more chatter, he would go alone. Previously, the North Vietnamese mercenary leader Wolf was now 8th Sergeant and was stationed around him to carry out orders. The trio looked out from behind the door and the warrior asked if this one was smashing their prize. And the Korean said that the prize was the body on the chair next to him. Hallie Queen asked if they thought the body looked rather familiar and they had clearly met it somewhere. Xiang Song suddenly entered the room, and when asked where he went, the young man confidently replied that he went for his prize. With a machine gun in his hands, he approached Sergeant Volk, who was holding a knife in his hand and immediately drew attention to him. The main character confidently said that he was here to pick up his prize promised by the doctor. For the first few seconds, the wolf remained silent and tried to formulate a speech for an answer. He said that according to the doctor, Xiang Song might take the man's body to claim a reward for it. 23 and the village kid were in a cafe, and the news said that special forces had been in the building for half a day. The kid remembered that a colleague had recently said that Hong Long was not as simple as it seemed, and decided to ask what exactly. The man replied that in his opinion, the leader of the association did not intend to develop the Triad's business. He added that the leader chose them only to achieve the goal because first he waged a war and then organized a terrorist attack under the nose of the government. The man said that logically, there was no way the association leader could escape unscathed after committing such acts. The reporter reported that the SDU had found and killed the organizer of the terrorist attack, who had been hiding in the building all this time. The village kid and 23 immediately stopped talking and turned their attention to the news. The mercenary manager asked Madame Ko if the association leader Hong Long had really been killed. The woman replied that apparently yes, because all the rewards posted on the dark web had been deleted. The leader of the elite association, Shang Lao, received notification of the order being completed and immediately confirmed it. The wife of the leader of the port association, Madame Chang, asked not to call her for trifles and asked to simply transfer the money to the person who completed the order. Cheng Jingong was sitting with his comrade in arms, and having received the notification, he said that the degenerate who killed Ah Wang was silent forever. Cheng Li Yi was about to take a sip of hot tea and asked who did it, and guessed that it was Lu Ru Yi. The previous gang leader Cheng Jian responded that this was not true at all, and that the bastard was dealt with by an unknown guy. The leader of the righteous club, Zheng Dui, answered the phone and found out about this too, after which he said that he understood everything. He was near Jen Kun's coffin, and by telephone he ordered to contact the Korean as soon as possible and transfer money to him. The warrior hugged the Korean and asked if he was surprised, because he was now number 9 in Asia, and the old man replied that he was surprised. Xiang Song asked Korean to remember to explain everything clearly to his manager upon his return and said that he would not take a penny less. The man said that he understood everything. And meanwhile, Dr. Hemingway, together with the historian, was in the port of Wanchai. After a while, the main characters were at home, and Xiang Song silently thought about life while sitting on the bed. Galley Queen came into his room and said that the War Master and the Korean had left, and then asked how he was feeling. Xiang Song replied that he just couldn't understand some things and needed to get his thoughts together, but that was okay. The girl said since he was fine, she would go to bed because the day had been hard and she was tired. The hero said goodnight and the girl left, and the person of the killer asked him if it was true that he had been fooled. Xiang Song said that it was their trick and they were careless, but it's okay because they got important information about the doctor. The hero with a serious face said that the next time their paths cross, they will not be manipulated. John Chris asked if his plan was to stay in Hong Kong to watch the 8th and his allies fight against the Jicheng family. Xiang Song said that he would continue with the original plan to head to Macau and infiltrate the lowest level of government. The personality asked if it was okay to just leave things as they were and said that Shanzhu Hall would definitely be dragged into a war. The main character said that with the protection of the Koreans, they should be fine because no one would dare attack them. John Chris understood why he gave most of the reward, namely mercenary rating points, to the Korean. The next day, the heroes gathered in the office because there was an important topic to discuss further actions. Xiang Song asked everyone to be more cheerful and not be distracted because it was time for him to start the meeting. Hallie Queen was playing with the phone, and the hero threw an object at her and threatened to take the phone away if she played. He then asked if any of them had heard of the group of gamblers and asked them to raise their hands if they had. None of those present, except Galley Queen, raised their hand, and the hero asked if no one had heard what made the girl angry. She raised her hand even higher and exclaimed that she had raised her hand and was annoyed that he was ignoring her. Blizzard asked the hero if it was true that the group of gamblers he said were the ones that came from the myth of Monaco. Kai Wen pointed the laptop at Xiang Song, and he said that a group of gamblers really exists, and this is not a myth. The warrior raised his hand and said that he understood absolutely nothing, and all this was very tiring for him. Adu asked, why not explain everything from the beginning? And Xiang Song asked if they knew everything about Las Vegas. He said that there are only 2 places in the world that enjoy the same reputation, and one is Macau, and the other is Monte Carlo. The group of gamblers originated from Monaco, and the king at the time collaborated with Maurice Brown to build a casino in Monte Carlo. Maurice gathered famous gamblers, created a gambling parliament, and convincingly asked its members to control the casino. Adu asked if it was true that the group of gamblers who were mentioned earlier were the original gambling parliament. Xiang said that after hundreds of years of development, the influence of gamblers has spread throughout the world and is no longer limited to Europe. He said Las Vegas and Macau are currently under surveillance by a group of gamblers. Madame Ko asked that if gamblers were truly capable of great things, were they content to sit on the sidelines as judges? Xiang Song replied that yes, because in addition to supervising the casino players, they began to organize special games. Only group members can participate, and bets are not limited to money, and abstract resources or promises can be bet. The warrior asked if he meant that the people in the group of gamblers were either rich or powerful. Xiang Song emphasized the truth of his words and said that they are billionaires and the political elite. He said that only big shots with wealth or power are eligible to become an official member of the group. The Korean asked if it was true that his goal was to blend in with the group and get the resources of these bigwigs by playing the game. The main character liked the intelligence and insight of his comrades, and he said that this was exactly the case. Kaiwan asked how they would join a gamblers group if the special games were only for group members. Xiang Song said that this is impossible because only people who are recognized by the group can become members, and there is no other way. The warrior was shocked and said that in this case, the protagonist's plan would not work because he was not even a member of the group. The young man replied that the plan was still in force because in addition to the official participants, there was another way for gamblers. Xiang said that at the gaming table, there will be those who will slip through and win using extraordinary card techniques. When a group of gamblers determines that a person has gambling skills, they offer to take part in a special game. The warrior said that these people had nothing to offer that would interest the official members of the group. Madame Ko said that for these bigwigs, these scammers are the ones who have true value. Xiang Song said that no matter the training, the big shots who rank at the top are unable to break the 80-point barrier. He said that by paying a small price, they could bring in an expert to replace them at the gambling table. A Korean asked if it was true that in a special game held by a group of gamblers, players with a high winning rate would be popular. Xiang Song said that, in other words, if they can show their cheating skills, they will receive an invitation from a group of gamblers. He gave orders to Kai Won, Korean, and Madame Ko, after which he went to Sunny Macau with Galley Queen and War Master. He said that first they will go to the hotel where Adu booked and then they can do whatever they want. After some time, the trio came to the hotel, and the manager asked the main character how many there were in total. Xiang Song showed the tickets and said with a smile that there were 3 of them, and the hotel rooms were already booked. The man at the reception smiled and said that he would be happy to help them go through the registration procedure. Then he took them to the room, where the main characters looked around with a smile and were even somewhat surprised. Xiang Song told his companions that they could enjoy their free time and would go with him to Area J in the evening. In the evening, they were in Area J and the War Master was surprised by the many people, but did not realize that this was a public casino. The main character explained the whole point to him, and the warrior asked in surprise whether there really were other zones, and he said that there were zones Q and K. After explaining, Xiang Song turned his attention to Galley Queen, who was located near one of the slot machines. The girl looked with wide eyes at the stuffed tiger cub that was in the machine. Xiang Song said, "There was also this tiger in the Las Vegas casino, according to rumors. Whoever caught it in 10 attempts won a lot of money in the casino." Galley Queen wanted to catch him, but after 15 minutes the warrior asked how long it would take, and Xiang replied that it was about 3 hours. And then the main character said that he needed to go to the restroom, but at one point he stopped. The warrior looked at him and asked what was the matter and why he stopped if he initially left so quickly. Xiang Song looked away and said quietly that he saw something interesting nearby. A secretive girl was sitting at one of the gaming tables, wearing a black mask and glasses. The warrior asked the main character if he knew this girl or if she was just something special among the others. Xiang Song decided not to bring him up to date and said that it was both, after which he handed the bank card to his friend. He said that there are 100,000 on the card which the warrior can play with, but for now he can meet the girl alone. The colleague immediately grabbed the card and said that he would not interfere, after which he ran to the slot machines. Xiang Song began to move through the crowd to get closer to the table and soon reached the front row. There was also a Japanese player at the gaming table who handed all the chips forward and said that he was going all in. The hero wondered whether this Japanese player had a jack, a king, or a double ace, and then turned his attention to the second player. Shang Tsung realized that the reason the player did not answer was because he was afraid of the Japanese having 4 aces or a royal flush. The nervous Japanese man stood up from the table and asked whether she was answering or not, and asked not to waste time if she did not answer. A secretive girl with glasses and a mask said that she was going all in, and this made the Japanese even angrier. He opened the cards and slammed the table, after which he exclaimed that he did not believe that her cards were a king and a jack. But the girl said that she had just such cards, and everyone around was stunned because she had a royal flush. Shang Tsung stood aside and watched as the Japanese nervously got up from the table and left. He then turned his gaze to the mysterious girl, who also saw the stranger looking at her. The main character was calm and open, and invited her to chat a little because he was curious. After a while, they sat at the bar and sipped cocktails, and the girl finally sat without a mask. Shang Tsung decided to ask her what made her come to Macau and become a cleaner, because not everyone would agree to this. Barbara said that he had changed a lot since they last saw each other 3 months ago. The young man said that if someone had experienced betrayal, kidnapping, etc. in a month, he would also have changed a lot. A friend of the poker boys asked if she understood correctly that the bastard Ra did all this. Shang Tsung asked her not to talk about his appearance in Macau, because he did not want Rode to know that he was alive. Barbara asked if it was true that he came to Macau to seek help from members of parliament. The young man took a sip of the cocktail and said that this was exactly the case, and suddenly Galley Queen, standing nearby, began to call him. The hero said that his companion was calling him and he had to go, after which he said goodbye to his friend and went to his comrades. Charming Barbara looked after him with a warm gaze and was left alone with her thoughts. Galley Queen asked where the warrior was now, and Shang Tsung said that he gave him some chips and he was probably playing now. Then the girl ran up to the warrior and asked how much he managed to win in gambling. But the man turned and with a terrifying smile said that he had lost everything, which made the girl break into a sweat. Later in the room, he insisted that he was 1 step away from victory and only 1 card remained for a straight, but it was all in vain. Shang Tsung asked us calmly, "It was ordinary Texas Hold'em or Hold'em with 6 pluses." The warrior did not understand anything at all, and asked what he was talking about because he had never met anyone like this before. The hero immediately threw a can of soda at him and asked if he really didn't even clarify the rules and place a bet. 10 minutes later, Shang Tsung explained that if a player plays the game like regular Texas Hold'em, he will definitely lose money. The warrior listened with interest and took notes, and Galley Queen laughed and said that it was the first time she had seen him so hardworking. Shang Tsung said that an ace could be considered a 5 and 6 plus Hold'em, and the associates were fooling around and didn't listen. The protagonist's patience could not stand it, and he shouted and said that a little more and he would stop teaching them. An hour later, the main character finished explaining the basic rules and key points, and asked the warrior if he remembered everything. The man replied that he needed to play a few more rounds to learn the card combinations and chances of winning. Shang Tsung said they have half a month to figure out 6 plus Hold'em before the WSOP Macau begins. Galley Queen looked at the bank card with delight and asked if they could do whatever they wanted with the money. But the hero said that they could only play Hold'em, and all other expenses would be deducted from the reward. Then the phone rang, which was immediately answered, and Galley Queen called him greedy. Madame Ko asked whether to send the gathered people now, and Shang Tsung asked to send them to groups so as not to attract attention. The woman said she would send their resumes to him while holding one of the people's resumes in her hands. Then the phone call ended and she told the people that in 3 days they would travel with her to Macau. That evening, Galley Queen was in the casino playing 6 plus Hold'em, saying she was raising it to 10,000. The warrior, meanwhile, was playing the same game at table 7 and said that he was stopping and would not raise anything. Barbara stood with Shang Tsung at the bar and asked if these were his new friends, and he asked what she thought of them. The girl said that if it was the past him, she would never have thought that he would make friends with people like them. In response to this, the main character smiled and said that people change, and he had nothing more to say. Barbara said that at the WSOP Macau, there will be 2 players to watch out for and be careful. She handed Shang Tsung a sheet of players' names, and he looked at the biographies of Deng Zucker and Wang Baohe. The girl said that if he wanted to approach members of parliament as a player, then they would be his main opponents. Shang Tsung thanked her, and Barbara asked if it was not the law of nature to lend a helping hand to a friend when he is in trouble. The gambling ended and Galley Queen shouted to the main character that it was time for them to go to their room. The young man smiled at his friend and said that they would see each other again, but now it was time for him to go. After some time, the trio were at home, and Shang Tsung asked how much they managed to win that evening. Harley Quinn showed the number 3 with her fingers, and the main character praised her because she won 300,000. The city girl straightened her hair and said that she was inevitability and she could be proud. Then the main character drew attention to the sweating warrior and asked how much he managed to win. The man said that he lost half the money, and Xiang Sung, hearing this, choked on his soda and spat it out. 3 days later, the trio were in the park, where Miss Ko's people had finally arrived, whom they had been waiting for all these days. Madame herself was at the head of a cast of killers who looked the part and suited them perfectly. Xiang Song grinned and said that his main goal was to win the WSOP Macau Jian No Limit Hold'em. He said that the qualifying matches consist of 5 rounds, in each of which he will give everyone 3,000 for buy-in. He said that when one of them wins, a reward system will be triggered and they will receive prizes. The warrior said that the big game would finally begin, and Hallie mockingly said that it was better for him not to participate in this. Madame Ko said that, in other words, the more of their people make it to the finals, the more money they will split among themselves. Xiang Song said that this was exactly the case, and then said that if anyone had questions, they should feel free to ask them. One of the actors asked how the money would be divided if there was only one person left, and he refused to participate to help a friend. The main character replied that his share would depend on the number of chips he had in his hands. He asked if there were any more questions and said that if not, he would draw up an agreement based on what he had said earlier. Xiang Song then asked War Master and Kui Hua if they had any questions, but they replied that everything was clear. The main character also asked Madame Ko if she had any questions, but she replied that she had none. The qualifying tournament soon began and Xiang Song played at the 78th table, while responding to the bet. Harley Quinn was at the 42nd table and said that she was raising the bet, having already reached 12,000. Madame Ko, meanwhile, was sitting at table 93 and putting her cards aside, she said that she was folding. The warrior was sitting at the 16th table, and with his hands folded at his mouth, he said that he was going to the bank and he had little money left. The dealer announced that Xiang Sung at table 78 would advance to the second round of the qualifying tournament. The main character understood that the others were also almost finished, and he had $42,000 in his hands. The warrior hit the table and shouted that he wanted to enter the game again and asked to immediately give him another 3,000 chips. At the dinner table, he said that there was something wrong with the big blind because he kept guessing his cards when he went all in. Xiang Song said in a calm tone that perhaps the big blind is strong in card reading, which is why he is guessing. The warrior exclaimed that he could not be 100% right, so something was clearly wrong with him. Kui Hua said that the warrior was lousy at hiding his emotions, that he could easily be read, and called him a noob. Then they began to argue among themselves again, and Xiang Song, meanwhile, paid attention to the notification on his phone. A week later, the second qualifying round of the tournament began, and the hero sat at table 47, tense. He knew he was unlucky enough to face the best player in the second round, and meanwhile, Dan Zucker was upping the ante. Cool announced that the small blind had won, and Dan Zucker's chip count was 117,000. Xiang Song thought about it and realized that he couldn't win with conventional methods, and he could only use one method. He used a bee that flew up to Dan Zucker from behind to help the hero recognize his cards. The identity of the killer, John Chris told the main character to use the chip again, which made him smile. The entomologist's identity, Jean-Henri, agreed with the second identity as he observed what was happening. John Chris said that if this continues, Xiang Song may turn into a psychological monster. The entomologist asked if this was not good, since they could be reborn in another way, which would benefit them. Xiang Song said he was raising the bet, and his current amount of chips was 68,500. The third player in the blue suit said he was folding, while Dan Zucker was planning his next move. Although the main character would like to be honest with Zucker, he left him no choice, and his ability to read cards is too strong. The professional card player, meanwhile, said that he was answering the bet, and Xiang Song realized that victory was his. But unexpectedly, Dan Zucker said that he was giving up, which greatly alarmed the main character at that moment. A few hours later, the dealer told the participant to advance to the third round, and Xiang Song became wary because he could not eliminate the opponent. The man, meanwhile, looked into his eyes, and the current number of his chips was 53,000. Sometime later, Xiang Song was sitting at the bar with Barbara, and the girl asked if it was true that he had defeated Dan Zucker. In response to this, the young man smiled and said that he was just lucky, and asked how things were going with her. Barbara replied that Phantom Hand was also in the tournament, and she hoped she wouldn't get caught with him until the later rounds. The main character asked his old friend with interest if he was really so good that she didn't want to get caught with him. The girl replied that she could not understand his playing style, and many players claim that he cheats, but no one can prove this. Barbara said that Jiang Song should be more careful when playing against him in the future, and using card reading would not work. After some time, the main character returned to the room, and the beautiful Kui Hua immediately rushed into his arms. The young man slightly moved her face away and asked the warrior if there were any eliminated players today. He replied with a smile that all 10 passed, but 2 people were almost out of chips. Xiang Song said that if they were seated at the same table in the 3rd round, he would lose chips to them, because the victory of his comrades would increase the chance of victory. At the 3rd qualifying round of the tournament, only 408 players remained, and the hero had 245,000 chips. The young man looked at the man in front with a smile and realized that he was very lucky because he was caught with a friend. The killer actor Ah Fong asked the young man on his lips if it was true that first they would eliminate their opponents, then they would divide the chips. Xiang Song smiled at his comrade in arms and also replied with his lips that they would do just that. At the same time, a meeting of the Yoshinari clan was taking place in Nagoya, and for a while everyone sat in complete silence. The clan elder, Tobitake Masato, smiled and asked if those present had heard about what had happened. Second elder, Chikamatsu Jasu, asked if it was correct what he said about the showdown of the Hong Kong Triads. The man said that the 4 main triathas were destroyed by a small group of unknown people, and this made him laugh hard. Elder Asuna Yusuke said that the strength of triads in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan has declined significantly in recent years. Elder Jihu said that the leader had gathered them this time to discuss the second turf war with the Hong Kong Triads. At one point, everyone fell silent because the head entered, who immediately sat down on a chair to begin the meeting. The head of the clan, Yoshinari Zeren, was serious and said what he thought. Everyone had already guessed what he wanted to say. Tobitake Masato said that they would do something big, and the head said that he wanted to start a turf war with the Triads again. The dealer, meanwhile, raised his hand and said that the 6 table participants, Xiang Song and Ah Feng, would advance to the 4th round of qualifying. The main character smiled at his colleague and said with his lips that he was sincerely glad to work with him. The man also grinned at the hero and reciprocated, saying that he was also glad to work with him. Xiang Song then realized that Kui Hua should also have finished, and it was worth checking how she was doing. But turning around, the hero saw Dan Zucker, who stood behind him and looked into his eyes emotionlessly. The professional player asked the young man if it was true that he had cheated in the last round. Xiang Song asked him not to talk nonsense without any evidence and warned him that he would sue for libel. Dan Zucker said he was convinced of this by watching his last rounds, and he had clearly mastered the technique of identifying his opponent's cards. The professional player also added that otherwise the young man would not have brazenly shared chips with his friend. Xiang Song said that he did not understand what he was talking about, and Deng said that he would expose his cheating during the remaining 3 rounds. He turned around and said that he wanted Xiang Song to know that the reason for his defeat would be by revealing his trump card prematurely. Then he left. The main character looked sternly at his back and said that in that case he would wait for it. He soon told this to War Master, who asked if Dan Zucker really wanted to solve his trick in the next qualifying matches. The hero replied that it was unlikely, but it would be an uphill battle if Zucker found out that he was using insects to cheat. The warrior pointed to his neck and hintedly asked if they should deal with him at night, but this option was clearly not an option. Zucker was reviewing the recordings of the qualifying rounds at the time and noticed a bee flying near him. The next day, the 4th qualifying round began, and Xiang Song sat at the table thinking about his next steps. He realized that history could repeat itself if he took his time, and Dan Zucker finished before him to watch him play. The hero guessed that his plan was to closely observe his games and try to figure out his ruse. Xiang Song told himself that he should not let Zucker have his way, and then called the bet. An hour later, the dealer announced that table 23, Dan Zucker, was moving on to the 5th qualifying round. The professional gambler adjusted his glasses and then turned to leave the table, but was wary. Standing behind him was Xiang Song, who said with a smile that it looked like he finished faster this time. Zucker said that this was not a problem at all, because there were still 2 rounds left before reaching the final. An hour later, the hero was sitting in a cafe, where the War Master asked if it was true that he was now in a full-scale confrontation with Dan Zucker. Xiang Song replied that yes, but he has no idea why Zucker is mad and also constantly picks on him. Hua said that he might have fallen for the scammer before, but now that he has encountered him, he hates absolutely everyone. At that moment, the trio was captured on camera by a certain girl in a red hat who was sitting at a corner table. The warrior took a bite of the burgers and asked the others why they were silent, and the atmosphere became tense. Xiang Song was extremely careful, and then said that someone had secretly photographed them. Hua said that it was the girl sitting in the corner playing the phone who did it, and the intentions were unclear. The hero asked who would take care of this girl, and Hua replied that they could return to the hotel without her, and she would do everything. The detective sat in front of the monitor screen and realized that the trio were in Macau, so it was not surprising that he did not find them in Hong Kong. Project test subjects. Yokozuna told his associate that the detective had found them, which gave some hope. The second test subject of the project, Wrestler, in response to this, only looked at him sternly, but did not say anything. Hua, meanwhile, continued to follow the girl in the red hat, who was listening to the music without suspecting anything. Blizzard told Sang that the Yoshinari clan has accelerated the destruction of the remnants of Fujizaki Gumi and Takahashi Kai, and their leader is running out of patience. The girl added that next month the head of Yoshinari will begin a war for territory with the Hong Kong Triads. Adu said that negotiations recently took place between the main Triads about organizing Triads to face the enemy together. Xiang Song realized that this meant that the war between the Yoshinari clan and the four major Triads would begin soon. The protagonist then ordered Hell to try to delay the unification of Shanju Hall and the four main Triads. Blizzard was ordered to continue to monitor the Yoshinari clan and also report when the war would begin. At one point, Hua entered the room, and Xiang Song asked if she really ended up with that girl so quickly. The beauty felt her bicep and said that spying was really her job, so it was not surprising. The hero covered the laptop and asked why this girl secretly took pictures of them in the cafe. Hua replied with a serious face that someone had created a wanted ad for them on the darknet, which is why she took a photo. She added that apparently some experimental subject is looking for them, but these are definitely not the organizers because this is not their style. At that moment, Xiang Song became very wary and began to wonder who could need them so much. A week later, the hero was in the 5th round and understood that from this round the chances of facing Zucker would increase. Madame Ko mentally told herself that she was lucky, and there were no particularly strong players at her table, and it would not be difficult to pass the tournament. Dan Zucker sat at the 6th table and said that he was calling the bet while looking at the main character. At the 8th table sat the actors of the killer, who were upset that they were seated at the same table. The dealer announced that contestant Hua had qualified for the main tournament, and the girl realized that Xiang Song must also have graduated. The main character again crossed paths with Dan Zucker, who asked him if it was true that his trick was bees. Xiang Song turned on the acting game and asked if he was going crazy because he plays a lot of poker. At this moment, the professional poker player looked at him with a little bewilderment, remaining calm. The main character wiped away a tear of laughter and asked, who would buy such a ridiculous story about bees? At the same time, 3 test subjects arrived in Macau Harbor, namely Yokozuna, Wrestler, and Detective. Yokozuna asked how they should negotiate if the chips they were looking for were actually in the hands of the 82. The detective replied that they could be useful to him since he was a smart guy and would not make enemies out of them. The wrestler intervened in the conversation and said that all this is if Xiang Song and the 42nd test subject really have their ID chips. The hero, meanwhile, said that they were one of the 8 participants who qualified for the main tournament. He was distracted from the analysis by the warrior, who said that something was still not clear to him, and Xiang Song drew attention to him. The warrior asked if it was true that their reason for coming to Macau was to show how to receive an invitation to a group of gamblers. He asked why Xiang Song didn't just rely on the B-card reading technique to create a stir. The hero responded that creating a stir could certainly quickly gain the group's attention, but there were other things at stake. The warrior asked what kind of things, and Xiang Song replied that becoming the center of attention has its price. He said that body language, character, and so on will be repeatedly analyzed by enemies in the shadows. Over time, enemies will begin to understand a person better than he understands himself. And the warrior asked if this was not too much. Xiang Song said that their determination should not be underestimated because they had already paid a price that ordinary people would not pay. Players who strive to win are slaves to victory, and Dan Zucker is just a famous poker player in comparison. The hero said that before receiving an invitation from a group of gamblers, he did not want to be the talk of the town. Kuihua corresponded with the detective and wrote that she and 82 were at the Lisbon hotel. After a short period of time, the test subjects arrived at the hotel by taxi, and the girl met them. They immediately recognized her and headed towards her, and the faces of each of them were serious and completely unfriendly. The detective, holding the phone in his hands, asked where the 82nd was now, and Suihua replied that she was at the hotel. Xiang Song at that time said that there would be only 48 players in the tournament, and only 8 would reach the finals and share the prize. He also said that the number of tables in the tournament is less than the number of people who will come to the finals. Using this rule, allies sitting at the same table can work together to eliminate the enemy. Xiang Song said that at the moment they occupy half of the places in the finals, the winner of the tournament will definitely be one of them. The detective asked Kuihua if she had level A chips from the lab because it was important to him. The girl asked why she should take them, because the side effects from them are very serious, and she stays away from them. The wrestler said that 82 doesn't know about the side effects, and obsessed with revenge, he's probably interested in them. Kuihua said that the historian or the undertaker always collected something and never gave up anything that came to hand. Yokozuna said that the only people who left the prison before them were her, Xiang Song, Thunder, Hannibal, Dominic, and Scarface. He added that the detective had already questioned the others, and only she and 82 were left, and the girl simply grinned. The main character, meanwhile, exhaled because he had finally finished his work, but suddenly the phone rang. Kuihua shouted over the phone that if he finished the meeting, he should immediately go downstairs and pick her up. A couple of days ago, she told him that she thought some test subject, or maybe even a group of test subjects, was looking for them. The girl said that they were obviously hunting for chips, and Xiang Song asked if the chips didn't have strong side effects. Kuihua replied that a solution was always available. The easiest way was to find their ID chips, but this did not eliminate the main problem. She said it was a chip that Hemingway made from their memories, and using the chip suppresses other personalities. The main character asked why 8 and his allies did not demand the ID chips from them if they were so important. Kuihua replied that they didn't need any noise, and Xiang Song said that she would have to improve relations with the test subjects when they arrived in Macau. He ordered her to first find out what they wanted, while being very serious and wary. Currently, he walked down the lobby and then walked over to the table where the test subjects and his companion were sitting. Xiang Song said that he believed that there would be more people, and Yokozuna asked him to stop these stupid questions. The hero sat down on the chair and asked if he could ask him a question before the negotiations began. The detective gave him the opportunity to ask a question, and the protagonist asked what they were more inclined to do, a deal or a demand. The man replied that there was a deal, but if they couldn't reach an agreement, then they were ready to commit a robbery. The wrestler said that their chips did not suit Xiang Song, and he would not lose anything if he exchanged them. The main character asked with a smile what other chips we were talking about, because he had not touched any chips that belonged to them. Yokozuna said that among these chips there is a fighter, an entertainer, and also an appraiser, which they need. Xiang Song asked what they could offer in return, and wrestler said that they would work for him for the next year. This deal suited the main character, after which he said with a smile that they had agreed and he was happy with everything. Soon the tournament began, and the commentator introduced the special guest, who was a professional player, Cao Xingji. Cao Xing said that among the experienced players this year is Dan Zucker, who previously earned about $10 million. He had heard that many professional players chose to participate in Marathon to avoid this person. The commentator said there was a dark horse who debuted in the giant qualifiers and won a lot of chips from Zucker. Samsung had 6,400,000 chips, which surprised both the guest and the tournament commentator. The French player Ben raised the bet, and the commentator said that the bank had grown to 820,000 Hong Kong dollars. The main character called the bet, and Singaporean player Liu Ming-sheng also called, although his chip count was the smallest. The warrior did not understand Xiang Song's actions because he answered the bet, despite such low chances of winning. The hero understood that if he placed the bees behind everyone, he could be exposed, because the tournament was being broadcast. The game was over for the Singaporean player, but Xiang Song still sent a bee to the left shoulder of the Finnish player Ben. Thanks to the insect, the main characters learned that the enemy had the Jack of Spades and the Jack of Clubs, which brought clarity. All three players missed the current round of bidding, and in the next round, Finnish player Ben raised the bid. Xiang Song assessed his position and said that he was passing, which alerted the player at that moment. 2 hours later, it was announced that the main character, sitting at the first table, was making it to the finals of the tournament. The warrior clenched his fist tightly because he was very happy for his comrade, because all this would go into their hands. Commentator on the rocks. That participant Jiang Song suddenly became serious in the second half of the game and beat Finnish player Ben. The warrior continued to be happy for his friend, and Yokozuna asked if the guy who was recruited by Jiang Song had gone crazy. The detective with a spot on his face simply asked to ignore this guy because they are obliged to obey the main character. Jiang Song sipped his tea and realized that our only opponents in this game were Ben and Liu Mingsheng. Later, he would have to reveal even more tricks, and a translucent silhouette suddenly appeared behind him. Behind the back of the main character was the personality of the chip, but it was completely unknown what kind of personality it was. The commentator said that 8 participants on the table will take part in tomorrow's tournament final. Dan Zucker called an acquaintance and suggested they meet to discuss the finale and arranged to meet at a bar in Zone J. One of the finalists of the tournament, Luei, the next day asked Wu Dan why he called him. The man asked him if he could contact Fua and Patgorsky, which indicated the seriousness of the matter. Luei looked at him with a little bewilderment and asked what he intended to do and why he needed all this. Zucker asked if he watched the recordings of the tournament, and Luei replied that Jiang Song was highly skilled and his skills were superior to Ding. After this, Zucchera said that the newcomer was a cheater and the fluctuations in his game were caused by the difficulty of using the trick. Luei was convinced of the seriousness of his words and then asked what he was driving at and what he wanted to do with the newcomer. Dan Zucker suggested working together in the first half of the game to eliminate the cheater and get rid of the problems. Jiang Song meanwhile asked the team if everyone remembered the secret gestures they would use in the finals. The female contingent responded that they remembered the secret gestures, which made the main character happy at that moment. He said that although they occupy half the places in the final, they should not let their guard down since all the opponents are professionals. The main character also said that he is a little careless, and his rivals will not miss this opportunity. Dan Zucker, meanwhile, sat in the room with his colleagues and asked what they thought of his proposal. One of them said that the strength of 4 professional players against a beginner is stupid, and Deng is really deteriorating. Zucker said that if he still thinks that Jiang Song is just a rookie, then he can only wish him good luck in the finals. The bearded man asked how he would prove that he was a cheater, and also said that they would have problems if they found out, that they work together. Dan Zucker could only say that with more people the difficulty of using the trick increases, which will help them. He also said that if there were 2 or 3 players left at the table, it would be almost impossible to defeat Jiang Song. A commentator and special guest greeted the crowd on the second day of the tournament's final match. The tournament was about to start soon, and Jiang Song sat at the poker table, carefully looking at his opponents. He saw that they simultaneously turned over among themselves and realized that these 3 had united against him. Then the young man looked sternly at Dan Zucker and realized that this was clearly his plan. And the man himself also looked sternly at the hero. The commentator called it incredible that the tournament had just begun, but there was already a participant who went all in. Dan Zucker analyzed his hand and said he would fold this round. The commentator said that Zucker folded his cards and only Jiang Sang remained, and whether he would go all in was unknown. The main character realized that the opponent went all in, so he folded his cards and slowly spent his chips. He knew that if he answered, it would be just a game of luck, and the inability to predict the cards could deprive him of card reading. Luei knew that as long as the 2 of them received good starting cards, they would go all in, forcing Xiang to fold. He continued to look at the main character and in his thoughts said that they would not give him a chance to look at the cards. Jiang Song was extremely focused and serious, realizing that these guys were really planning something against him. At one point he said that he was folding, and the commentator said that in this round the entire pot of 800,000 would be taken by Luei. Dan Zucker understood that due to the nature of insects, even an expert would not be able to prove that Jiang Song was cheating. He believed the hero's only mistake was that he revealed the trick too early, which gave him time to develop a plan to defeat him. A professional poker player, Fua, looked at the main character with a smile and asked what he would answer this time. Jiang Song looked at him seriously and then said that he would fold this round. Madame Ko, sitting nearby, analyzed the situation and realized that the main character had become a target. She carefully looked at the 4 professional poker players who had clearly teamed up against him. One of them asked the tense Jiang Song what he would do in this situation because time was running out. The hero knew that even if he had a lot more chips, he couldn't afford to fail, but they had 4 players. But Dan Zucker understood that the likelihood that their starting cards would be better than Xiang Song's was high, and the likelihood of him losing was high. Unless the protagonist's luck is as extraordinary as the trick, he will definitely be excluded. With the help of the B, Xiang Song learned that Luwei had an 8 and a 6 of hearts, which gave some hope. He then looked at Kuihua and showed her a secret gesture to explain what cards his opponent had. The girl looked closely at the gesture and realized that her opponent had an 8 and a 6 of hearts. Luwei said that he was going all in, and the invited guest said that it was a pity that the 9 he wanted was in the hands of Xiang Song. The rest of the players, including the main character, saved in this round, after which Luwei reached for the chips. But suddenly, Kuihua proudly announced that she was answering and was also going all in, which slowed the man down at that moment. All 4 of them tensed, and the girl asked what he was staring at and did he really think that only he could go all in. The warrior was rooting for the girl, and the invited guest said that Luwei's remaining chips were negligible and he did not pose a threat. Xiang Song was glad because there were 3 opponents left and there was 1 more to eliminate, and then the game would be on their side. Professional poker player Luwei looked at Kuihua and realized that she had set this all up. The girl looked at him with an annoying smile and said that he was too kind to her. Professional poker player. Pat Gorski looked at Dan Zucker, asking what to do now with his eyes. He asked him to continue with the original plan, namely 3 against 1, because this way they would still win. Professional poker player. Fua silently looked at his comrades, trying to keep a cool mind. Madame Ko turned to the dealer standing next to her and suggested starting the game, and he kindly agreed. Fua understood that Luwei was practically out of the game, and if he continued to help Zucker, then the same fate would await him. But if he sits quietly and watches the dogfights between Zucker, Patgorski, and Xiang Song, then something will clearly change. Fua realized that compared to Zucker's plan, the plan to get into the top 4 without doing anything was clearly much better. Xiang Song grinned and looked at the man and realized that, as expected, some of them had already begun to doubt. He understood that a man could be in the top 4 without doing anything, and on the other hand, he could be all in and fail. When you have to watch someone who is more insignificant but gets more money, it is obvious what a normal person would choose. Xiang Song understood that when one of their group lost all their chips, the rest realized that they could easily enter the 4. He then looked at Dan Zucker with a grin and said in his mind that he would be completely alone at this time. After some time, the commentator announced that the inconspicuous and calm Madame Ko became the champion. After the end of the championship, Xiang Song walked out the door where Dan Zucker was, which he noticed. The professional player asked if these 3 people were his and how many assistants he had at the WSOP Macau Giant. The main characters replied that including Ah Fang, whom Zucker saw in the qualifying rounds, there were only 10 people. The professional player admitted defeat and said that they would see each other next time, after which he began to leave. But he stopped and turned to Xiang Song, who suddenly said that there would be no next time. He said he received an invitation from a group of gamblers, which made Dan Zucker even more tense. The man said that it was not surprising that the hero felt like an outsider, and that means he was not really a player. Zucker said his rule of creating a framework to guarantee victory would only work on this side, but it wouldn't be so easy on the other side. He also said that those who are able to squeeze out on the other side are masters of the gaming system, and with his style, he will clearly lose. Xiang Song said that he would remember this, after which Zucker said goodbye to him, calling him an egoist with a unique trick. The main character also said goodbye to him, smiling one last time and calling him a stubborn poker player. After some time, the heroes were in the room, joyfully shouting that they would now divide the money. Wang Cuihua asked Xiang Song what happened, or if there were any problems with the invitation. The young man said that the sender invites them to visit his mansion, but he can only take 1 person with him. Cuihua asked if there was a catch, and the hero replied that many members of the group of gamblers like to do this, and it was commonplace. They even organized competitions, the winner of which would become the agent of the main one. Xiang Song said that these people make a scene during the agent selection process, after which the candidates compete with each other. Wang Cuihua listened to him and said that she realized that this was all more like an interview. 3 days later, Xiang Song and his comrade arrived at the mansion of a group of gamblers, where they were politely greeted. A smiling man welcomed them into the mansion, calling them Sir and Madame, which emphasized goodwill. They then followed him, and the main character asked how many people were invited to the mansion this time. Xiang Song asked if he was uncomfortable talking, and the man replied that no one had asked this question for a long time, and he was a little worried. He said that there are 3 more groups of guests after them, and the 2 of them are the second group of guests. Soon the man brought them into the room and asked them to sit down, saying that when everyone had gathered, he would inform the master. Xiang Song sat down on a chair and noticed Wang Bao sitting nearby and asked if he had also received an invitation. But the street master Transparent Hand did not answer the young man's question and simply continued to think about his own things. An hour later, Yanbin arrived and apologized for keeping everyone present waiting. He believed that everyone had received some information about the group of gamblers through their own sources before going. Yanbin then noticed the man on the chair snoring and then asked his subordinate to wake him up. 10 minutes later, he said that in 10 days he had an important meeting in which he must take part. Coincidentally, the current agent is not good at this, so he is looking for a new agent to win the bet. Xiang Song raised his hand and then emotionlessly asked what the essence of this bet was. Yan Bin replied that he needed to find someone, and Wu Zuoliang adjusted his hat and asked if he could be more precise. The king of gambling said that within a set time, you need to find the person who hid in Macau before your opponent. The driver of the gang of crooks overheard his words and told his colleague that this was very similar to the information received from the eye. The executor remained silent and continued to eavesdrop, and Noga asked whose side he would not choose this time. The gambling king's younger brother, He Renshi, told the man that it seemed like they had already made their choice. The eye said that they had no reason to choose the other side, and the young man smirked after these words. Yan Bin asked if there were any other questions, but the players Zhou Mao and Zhou Yan unanimously said no. The king's assistant said that those interested in the bet would follow him because a small game had been prepared for them. Complete silence reigned around, and the guests looked at each other, awaiting further instructions. He Yanbing said that the Big Four and the Phantom Hand had given up, which made him smile. Soon, the man said that the essence of the game is to choose one of the photographs on the table and find the person in the photograph within 24 hours. One of the players asked what would happen if they all completed the task within 24 hours. The man smiled and said that in that case, the first one to succeed will win the game. The wizard of the gambling world, Wu Zuoliang, asked what would happen if everyone failed in the task. The man replied that they would extend it for another day, and if no one finished the game, even after the extension, it would be a draw. Texas. Hold'em upstart Xiang Song asked if there were any rules, such as prohibitions, in this game. The king's assistant replied that there were no rules, which made the main character smile because this would help a lot. Macau's gambling. King He Yanbin, left alone with a subordinate, asked who he thought would win. The man said that if he had not met the candidates, he would have had a higher opinion of Wu Zuoliang. He Yanbin asked what people thought of him now after meeting all the invited people. He replied that he was betting on Mr. Xiang, and Kuihua, meanwhile, asked the hero how he was going to find the person from the photo. He said that they would provide this to Blizzard because Macau has a developed surveillance system and it is not at all difficult. The girl asked how he could guarantee that they would find the targets before the other 2 teams. But all this was initially thought out by the main character, and he said that this could very easily be guaranteed. Players Zhuo Mao and Zhou Yan were successfully caught and tied up by Xiang Song's men, which immediately eliminated their chance of winning. The wrestler called the main character and said that they had captured the opponents, and the young man said that it was a great job. Wu Zuoliang, meanwhile, was running down the street from the warrior and did not understand why he was chasing him, because he did not touch him. Xiang Song said that if he can't make himself better, you can just make your opponents worse than me, because that's effective. Then he received a notification, after reading which he got up from the table and said that Blizzard had been found by a person. A day later, everyone gathered again in the mansion of the king, who asked if it was only Mr. Xiang who found the man. Wu Zuoliang, with a plastered arm, was angry with the main character, looking for it to be all thanks to his doings. Xiang Song said that He did not say that it was against the rules to interfere with other teams, which means that silence is a sign of agreement. He asked, why then be angry if everyone lost to him because of their inability to understand the situation? Zhuo Mao angrily said that he would kill the main character, but his comrade in arms said that Xiang Song was right. Yan Bin said that it was not surprising that the butler thought highly of him, because his frightening intuition was right on target. The gambling king then appointed Jiang Song as the agent for the next game, after which the meeting was over. Soon, the main characters, together with the king of gambling, were riding in the elevator where they were accompanied by a cute girl. Soon they entered the room and Xiang Song was surprised because the VIP area under the hotel was built in the style of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Yan Bing asked if the hero was previously an agent because his understanding of the internal affairs of a group of gamblers is not entirely ordinary. Xiang Song smiled and said that no, but he had already received an invitation from a group of gamblers. The man said that he would introduce him to their president to the Macau region, and at the same time they would sign his agreement. A few seconds later, they entered the room where one of the three presidents, whose name was Horace, was located. Xiang Song was emotionless and stood accompanied by the gambling king, waiting for further action. President Horace looked at the gambling king and asked if it was true that this guy was his new agent, and he answered yes. Yan Bin said who wants to make a contract right now, after which the president asked the name of the main character. He asked if he was aware of the risks of the bet, and Xiang Song understood that there was a risk of organ removal if he lost. President Horace then asked if he knew the reward the agent could receive from the winner. Xiang Song replied that it was 10% of the ante or one promise from the employer, but prior consent was required. The president asked if he wanted to be Mr. He Yan Bing's agent considering the risks and benefits involved. The main character confidently answered that he wanted to, after which Horace held out a piece of paper and offered to sign the contract. While in the room, Xiang Song told his comrades everything, and the warrior asked if the stakes were too high because you could lose an organ. The hero said that when the stakes are high, a group of gamblers must take action to ensure that the agents strive to win. He said that in any case, there will be people who intend to lose out on the price of their organs. The unknown person said that this especially happens if the bet includes the right to be the gambling king of Macau. Xiang Song did not understand what kind of person this was and turned to her, and the surprised warrior asked what was happening to him. Wang Tuihua wondered if the person born from the chip had begun to take the initiative to restore connections. Xiang Song asked if this was the identity born from the gambler chip, considering that he often used this chip. The male personality said that this was exactly the case, and then said that he could call him the god of gambling. The hero asked if he really meant to say that the pari bet that Yan Bing had prepared for him was the title of the king of gambling. The god of gambling said that this is obvious because there are only two types of bets where Yan Bing can only accept the people offered. The first type is such a high bet that even the king of gambling cannot refuse, and the second is a mandatory bet. He said that all the men of the He family who are eligible to enter the throne of the king of passion have one chance to challenge the eldest son of the main family. The god of gambling said that if this man wins, he will become a gambling king, and if he loses, his descendants will lose this right. Xiang Song asked how this was even possible and how he knew all this because it was all very strange. The god of gambling replied that he was once at the top of the gambling world, and the He families wanted to win him over to their side. The main character said that everything is clear to him, but there is still one more thing that he does not understand. He asked why Yan Bin chose him as his agent, and wasn't it best to choose an agent with a high chance of winning? God replied that winning the fight for the title of King of Excitement is not decided by just one go, and perhaps this is Yan Bing's strategy. Meanwhile, the gambling king's son burst into the gambling king's room, shouting that he didn't understand something. He Li Qing asked his father why he trusted such an important sword to a stranger with whom he had never even met before. Yan Bing replied to his son that his worthless uncle specifically chose the category in which all the agents were weak. He said that the battle for the title of king is decided by 3 rounds, and he can afford to lose 1 round. Suddenly, he received a call from Xiang Song, who said that if he wins, Yan Bing will recommend him to the members of the Las Vegas Gambling Parliament. They agreed to sign a contract, and on the second day, Horace appointed Xiang Song as He Yan Bing's agent for the bet. The president said that if he wins, Yan Bin must recommend the hero to the members of the Las Vegas Gambling Parliament. The king of gambling confirmed this, and Horace announced that if he lost, Xiang Sang would cut off his right little finger. The president then said that the agreement had been concluded, and in 3 days, Yan Bing's bet would take place here, where he would be the chief judge. Reserve gambling. King He Renxi asked the executor if they had discussed what reward they would receive. The girl from the gang of scammers replied that they choose assets and money, shares, as well as real estate will suit them. Renxi said that agents who choose assets rather than promises will suffer harsher penalties if they fail. The girl grinned and said that luck favors the brave, so they are confident. The man said that in this case, he would introduce them to the senior management of the group of gamblers to conclude an agreement. He then said that the documents on the table contained information for his arrogant brother's newly appointed agent that needed to be examined. Go Chenglan's agent Mandala asked if the one who challenged the king of gambling, He Yanbing, was his brother, He Renshi. Zhu Zhangyuan wondered if Yanbing was really giving a head start, and President Horace, meanwhile, looked at his watch. He said that there were still 3 minutes before the bet began, and Xiang Song looked at the other agent emotionlessly. Under his shirt was a stenopy that would allow for identification, which is what Blizzard was doing. At one point, the girl said that in front of him was the second leader in the Big Four gang of scammers. Xiang Song said that he understood everything and asked to collect information and then send it to Kuihua. Horace said that the point of the wager was to find 3 on the screen within the next 12 hours. He said that the first one to find the second employee wins, and if no one succeeds, it will be a draw. He Yanbing looked at his brother and called him worthless, and asked if he was afraid that he would resort to outside help. The rule was also stated that the agents of their comrades do not have the right to use any form of violence, limiting the freedom of the seeker. President Horace finished with the rules and said that now both agents must appoint their seekers. 3 days earlier, Xiang Song came to He Yanbing, who said that his agent needed to remember something. He handed him a piece of paper and said that it contained some information about the bet for which he was responsible. Hero got acquainted with the document and asked what the status of waiting for a response means, as well as waiting for announcement. Yanbing replied that the enemy and his agent, as well as them, each have 1 opportunity to set an additional rule. The man then said that he had set rule number 4 and now it was his turn, and Xiang Song asked if any rule would do. Yanbing said that as long as Horace believes that the established rule does not affect the balance of the game, anything is possible. The main character looked carefully at the document and said that he needed some time to think about everything. Soon, he was sitting in a room with a detective who studied the documents and said that this guy was a little complicated. Kuihua looked at the man with a little confusion and asked what he meant. He said their opponents could impose 2 additional rules, which could lead to defeat. The detective added that the 2 rules may seem normal, but there is a possibility that their combination will covertly influence the victory. He said that they could establish 1 rule to negate 2 of their opponent's rules, or to create a hidden path to victory. This decision was very difficult, and Xiang Song understood that it was necessary to analyze it in detail and think about it. He decided to consult the person of the god of gambling and asked if he had any suggestions. God replied that this was not a proposal, a reminder that they may have missed 1 detail. The detective asked Kuihua in a whisper if she hadn't told Xiang Song that it was dangerous to overuse the chips. The girl replied that she tried to convey this to him, but he didn't want to listen to her at all and continued to do it his own way. The god of gamble said that there is still a draw in this bet, and until both agents complete it, no one will be the winner. He said it was impossible to pave the way to a guaranteed victory with 1 rule, but one could set one to protect oneself. 3 days later, everyone gathered again, and Horace asked the agents to step forward and provide him with a list of seekers. Information about the 6 seekers was uploaded, after which the president announced that the bet had begun. The brain of the Big Four gang contacted Ruka, who was an agent, and said that it had begun. He asked her not to do unnecessary things and said that having a better starting point, they would not lose if they found the target before them. He didn't even suspect that there was a person around the corner of the wall who was watching and photographing them. The detective said the Big Four members had been located, and Kuihua said she would send it to Blizzard. Blizzard said she would update their location every 5 minutes and asked how Madame Ko was doing. Madame remained calm as usual and said that everything was ready, and her killer actors were next to her. Oligarch Zhu Zhangyuan asked Agent Mandala if she was able to understand the playing style of the other agents. She replied that the bet had become a competition of collecting opportunities and said that if she were the brain, she would divide the seekers. Zhang said that Renshi clearly wanted to stop Yanbing from helping Xiang's team, and the bet would clearly become a competition of abilities. The oligarch then asked what about Agent He Yanbing and inquired about his playing style. Mandala replied that if she was right in her judgment, then Xiang Song wanted to complicate the bet with all his might. Zhang Yuan asked what this meant, and the girl reminded that seekers were the main part of this rule. Once they determine the location of the opponents, they will be able to steal the results of the work, and the oligarch understood what she was talking about. He realized that he first needed to find the enemy search team and keep an eye on them, and then he would head towards it. Mandala said that Xiang's established rule turned the bet into a large-scale spy game and a 100-meter race. She also said that if Renshi's team had not yet realized the change in the victory factor, then they would be at a disadvantage. Yuan said that it usually takes beginners time to get used to the rules, but Xiang Song seemed to know how to win from the beginning. Mandala, looking at the main character, said that this guy is truly a born player. The detective reported that they had located the enemy searchers and said that the enemy had no idea what the rule entailed. He added that the first point in this bet would probably be theirs, and Sang asked if the War Master had already left. The warrior, meanwhile, was near a coffee shop, where a member of the Big Four asked how long the procedure would take. The Eye told him that if the people they were looking for appeared in public places, they would quickly find them. They continued their discussion, and in the meantime, the War Master reported on the radio that he was in the right place. The detective asked him to be careful not to let himself be revealed, and to inform him as soon as a movement began. Yeonbin told his brother that he was wondering why the Big Four refused his test, but realized that they accepted his brother's offer. He Ren-sai told his arrogant brother that his helplessness made them go to his side. Seong-song asked Madame Ko how things were going, and she replied in a calm tone that everything was going quite smoothly. The woman looked at her killer actors and said that they were ready to move on to the second stage at any time. The warrior reported to the detective that something was happening, and it seemed that the enemy had found someone. The detective ordered to follow them and asked Blizzard to find out the target's locations based on their routes. She said that the target was sitting in a restaurant on Costa Cabral, 2 kilometers from Starbucks, and said that she would send the address to the warrior. A member of the Big Four, Noga, stepped out of the taxi and spotted the warrior, after which the 100-meter race began. He immediately rushed after the man, but the warrior ran faster and got to the woman, saying that Noga was late. The president announced that He Yeonbing's agent, Mr. Xiang, gets 1 point, which made the hero smile. The brain of the Big Four was stunned upon learning of this, because it was reported that the target had been captured by another team. Noga said that he suspected that he was being followed. Otherwise, everything would not have coincided like that, because they arrived at the place almost simultaneously. The gang leader said that he should not return and ordered him to hide and wait for further guests from them. The oligarch said that as Mandala predicted, Yeonbing's agent earned his first point in the competition. The girl said that the strategy could only be used once, and Ren Shi's agents should have realized that their location had been revealed. Zhang Yuan asked if it was true that to prevent history from repeating itself, his agents would do everything to hide before finding their targets. Mandala had a feeling that Xiang Song had another trick up his sleeve in response to this, while the hero looked at Yeonbing. The man laughed and asked if Ren Shi and his agents were still at this level, which couldn't help but make him laugh. But the reserve gambling king said that the bet was not over yet, so it was too early to laugh. He Yanbing grinned and said that in this case he would wait for the bet to end and the results. Ren-sai reminded Ruka that if she and her team lost this bet, then according to the contract, a limb or organ would be cut off. The warrior, meanwhile, was walking down the street and asked if he would return to spying on the Big Four at Starbucks. The detective said that his location was now known and they could use him in their plans, so he shouldn't do anything for now. Xiang Song, meanwhile, ordered Madame Ko to move on to the second stage, and she said that she understood everything. She told the actors that for 12 hours they must all maintain their current appearance while walking in visible places. The gang intelligence collector slammed his fist on the table, looking tense and very angry. The brain asked in a calm tone if nothing had been found yet and there was no information about the opponents. The Eye replied that the other 2 targets were well hidden, and even if he found them, it would take several hours. The leader said that it was too late to copy someone else's strategy and suggested sticking to the original plan. The young man asked what if the opponents again used their strategy and set the goal by rushing forward at the finish line. The brain said that if they moved forward steadily and did not give the opportunity to intervene, then they had a chance to turn the tide. The information collector tensed up, looking at the monitor screen, and said that they had problems. Madame Ko told Blizzard over the phone that she had finished her part and was leaving the rest to her, and the girl was ready. The Eye said that the opponents had collected a bunch of fake targets and he couldn't identify the real target through the screen. Xiang Song understood that Team Hand had a chance to find and track their seeker, and then make a dash to the finish line. But he was not going to leave them more than a single chance, and Ruka was biting her nails because she understood that they were losing and things were bad. 2 hours later, the president announced that the winner of the match was Agent Mr. Xiang Song, who was low-key. In the evening at the mansion, Yeonbing said that he would try to fulfill his promise as best as possible and asked him to wait for the call. In the room, Xiang Song told his associates that they could only wait for Yeonbin to fulfill his promise regarding Las Vegas. Kui Hua asked if he was sure he wanted to go against Cyber now that he didn't have enough help and power. Xiang Song replied that he could not wait that long, and first, He would return to America to return what rightfully belonged to him. He just needs to exhaust Cyber's financial resources, and Kuihua asked what the test subjects thought about this. Yokozuna said they weren't good at using their brains, so he would just follow their decision, and Wrestler said the same thing. The detective called Xiang Song's strategy a bit risky, but said it was worth trying. Suddenly, a phone call rang, to which the main character immediately drew attention. He said that it was Blizzard, after which he answered the call at the request of Kuihua, who was sitting next to him at that moment. The girl said that the Yoshinari clan declared war on the Triads, including Shanzhou Hall, and all the Triads in Hong Kong received a declaration of war. The main character became very wary and asked if the clan really intended to seize the power of the Hong Kong underworld at one time. Blizzard said that they had even summoned Okubo Shoya, and the leadership of the Righteous Club and the Port Association above had been slaughtered. Xiang Song became even more nervous and asked how the Elite Association leader reacted. The girl said that he pays incredibly high prices to hire all the top killers on the list. Tobitake Masato, meanwhile, said that based on the situation, the Hong Kong Triads will leave the scene in the next 2 months. Chikamatsu Jazu asked not to forget how the 4 main Triads turned everything in their favor under the leadership of Ashan. But Masato said that, together with Ookubo Shuya, they could not do this again, hiring Asian killers for showdowns. Ashina Yusuke asked if it was true that Chinese Red, Korean Kim Seong-min, and Korean had not yet entered the fight. He added that the Korean is capable of stealing booty from the hands of anyone, and after strengthening his position, he will want to fight Song-min. The Yoshinari clan's steward, Diju, asked if this was a reference to the Korean War, which made him chuckle. Member of the horoscope, Crown Prince Hassan asked if they were again the only ones who came to the scheduled meeting. Boris Berezovsky said that the Yoshinari clan has become more active lately and asked if it was true that their next one was Hong Kong. Yoshinari Zeren was the emperor of Shadow Japan and the head of the clan, but he remained silent when asked by the oligarch. The heroes returned home and Xiang Song asked Adu how the situation was outside and whether the Yoshinari clan was able to inflict damage on the main Triads. The actuary replied that 9 hours ago, the elite of the Shan Lao Association announced a reward on the darknet for revenge. With Okubo Shuya as his escort, the elite association will not be able to keep Yoshinari Zeren from going to war. He added that they might lose, and Xiang Song asked, how can he know that they cannot win if there is not even a real battle? Adu responded that they were in an unfavorable position in terms of strength, and with all these people on Yoshinari's side, victory became impossible. Xiang Song realized that direct confrontation and covert assassinations would not work, and Yoshinari would likely destroy the main Triads. Adu said that people are concerned about how the mid-sized Triads will continue to do work after the clan wins the war. He said that if the clan destroys the main Triads and does not interfere with them, then the war will end in about a month. Xiang Song asked if it was true that as long as the Yoshinari clan did not interfere with the others, they did not need to help the main Triads. The actuary replied that yes, and the psychologist arrived at the port of Wanhai, who said that Lang Zhonggong accepted his conditions. The experimental decision-maker said that this was very good, while smiling sincerely. He said that now they just had to wait for Yoshinari Zeren to fall into their trap and everything would change. Zeren, meanwhile, said that thanks to Okuba Shuya's support, everyone believes that the standard elite trick no longer works. Tobitake Masato rejoiced that a full-scale war had finally begun, and this was the dawn for their clan. It was clear from the leader that he was becoming more and more impatient, but he did not declare real war. The main character and his comrades watched the camera recordings, and the warrior asked what the main Triads were thinking about, because the enemies were already at the doorstep. The Korean said that the assassins hired by the Elite Association were killed by Okubo. Because of him, Hong Kong will help the main Triads. Asuna Yusuke added that the Yoshinari clan has ended the entire top of the Port Association, and only the Liangjiang gang can fight. The warrior said that they can't just sit and wait for defeat, so something needs to be done. Suddenly, the main character loudly slammed the laptop, which slightly frightened Kai Wen, who was sitting next to him. He said that there was no point in looking any further and left, and Kai Wen asked what was wrong with him, to which the warrior replied that he did not know. The John Chris personality asked Xiang Song why he was hesitating, and the young man replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. John said that Yoshinari's actions disrupted the hero's plans, because without the Hong Kong Triads, he would not be able to fulfill his plans. He said that if it was the past saying, they would have left the battlefield and would not have allowed anyone to take control of the situation. The main character said that the 8th brought the Yoshinari clan here, so he will deal with them himself. John Chris asked if it was true that he was giving up and did not want to interfere in the affairs of the clan and the 8th, because he was afraid of hypnosis. He asked Xiang Song to stop deceiving himself and that all his fears were clearly visible to him, because they were one whole. The schemer was in the doctor's personal clinic and asked if he had returned to the face made by the Undertaker. The long-haired blonde smiled and said that the doctor looked just like an Asian, then chuckled slightly. The psychologist asked why he was here, and the machinator replied that he had finished his business and had free time. The doctor asked the man lounging on the chair what he was up to, because he was behaving quite strangely. The schemer said that he has no bad thoughts and is not going to set up his own comrades. He said that even if the doctor doesn't trust him, he must have faith in the rules set by the decision-maker. The psychologist laughed and said that he should pray that he never finds his Achilles heel. The schemer laughed and said that he knew, and then asked where the psychologist's toys were hidden, which he had previously obtained. After these words, the doctor became very wary and looked at the man with a stern, also incredulous gaze. The leader of the Yoshinari clan, meanwhile, got off the plane and walked along the red carpet, where he was greeted by people in black. Assassin. Xiaoran said into the radio that the target was here, but Okubo Shui was not with him, and then asked whether he should proceed with the murder. Manager Xiao Ruang, or 23, ordered him to open fire immediately with a stern face. But the shot did not have time to take place, because a mercenary approached Xiao Ruan from behind and shot at him. Henry Tande, a top-class security guard, reported that the killer lurking near the landing pad had been eliminated. The fake Shadow Emperor of Japan, Yoshinari Zaren, told the guard that he did a great job. He then got into the car and the convoy began to drive towards the hotel, and Zaren asked when they would arrive at the Peninsula Hotel in Simsha Tsui. The driver said that after about 40 minutes, but half an hour later, a strange stranger stopped in front of the car. The driver of one of the cars climbed out the window, shouted, asked why he was standing, and rudely asked him to go faster. But unexpectedly, the stranger fired a shot right into the head of the rude man, and he died immediately. Lonjiang's gang member, the Vulture, opened fire with an assault rifle, mercilessly shooting at the convoy's vehicles. The fire did not stop, and the windshields of the convoy cars were shot out, and another of the men died. Yoshinari Zaren became very wary and asked what happened, and his bodyguard replied that they were trapped. Lonjiang's gang member, Condor, along with the others, fired at the clan head's guards, showing no mercy. The schemer, being on the roof with Li Ruyi, said that there was quite a beautiful view from here. Zaren asked the guard if he was sure they could hold out with reinforcements, and he replied that the car had bulletproof glass. The bandits opened fire on the car. The head of the clan asked how long they still had to wait for reinforcements. Security guard Henry Tande replied that there was still 5 minutes to wait, and the non-real chief said that was good. But at that moment, the Vulture was planting a bomb under the car, and Henry exclaimed that the car was going to explode. After this, Condor pressed the detonator and the car exploded, while the machinist watched from the roofs. He misunderstood the situation a little and said that the person in the car was definitely not the real target, and that was some kind of lie. Chen Lian Kong told his comrade that the one who recently appeared in Hong Kong was probably not their real target. The second leader of the Liangjiang gang, Chen Li Yi, replied to his comrade that he understood this perfectly well. Lian Kong asked why he was collaborating with this bunch of psychos and didn't even send shooters to intercept. Chen Li said that everyone in Hong Kong is waiting for their defeat, and the Triad, in their opinion, is a relic of the past, incapable of defense. He added that if they continued to sit idle, they would disgrace all the people of Kaohsiung, and asked Li Rongfu if he was saying it right. Meanwhile, the heroes were watching TV, and the warrior asked if the boss of the Yoshinari clan really died like that. Asun Yusuke said that everything is not so simple, because the clan leader is meticulous and has recruited a bunch of doubles to replace her in public. He added that it was likely that the one who was blown up was one of the shadow clones of the clan leader. Yoshinari Zaren was indeed in the hotel, where he was informed that the Liangjiang shooters had attacked their convoy. Chikamatsu said that the shadow warrior was killed, and Zaren asked how many people the 4 main triads used for the ambush. Jazz to answer that, not taking into account the killers and customers, all the shooters were members of the Liangjiang gang. The clan leader looked at the manager and asked if the elite association was not involved, to which he replied no. Zarin asked to inform Okubo Shuya that tomorrow at the same time, he would need news about the death of the leaders of the Liangjiang gang. The decision-maker asked the machinator if it was true that he thought that Yoshinari would want to go together and send Okubo Shuya to kill the Chung brothers. The schemer confidently replied that this was exactly the case, and the man asked why he thought so. He said that on the day Okuba accompanied the clan detachment, he could have killed the brothers, but did not. And when the elite decided to attack, his goal changed. The schemer said that all this is illogical because important people who arrived in Hong Kong, whose protection is the main task, do not appear. He added that in such a case, Okuba Shuya might have changed plans to fight the assassins in order to protect the person hiding in the shadows. The decision-maker asked if it was true that he wanted to take the opportunity to find out more about Zareen. The schemer replied that yes, and the receiver said that they needed a professional and asked if he had the detective's contacts. The detective received a call from a schemer who said he needed his help with something, calling him Auguste. The man himself, with a wary face, asked if Brutus was really calling him and he was not mistaken with his voice. The schemer replied that it was he and asked an old acquaintance if it was convenient for him to talk now. Xiang Song sat next to the detective and with a serious face asked who was calling him because it could be dangerous. The man silently answered the main character that the 13th, namely the machinator, was calling him. The schemer himself asked the detective if someone was sitting next to him now, because he felt it. The man nervously replied that yes, and a sumo wrestler was sitting next to him. He did not reveal the real person. The schemer continued the conversation and said that he needed help finding the real Yoshinari Zarin, hiding in Hong Kong. The detective and the main character looked at each other, and he asked if the young man understood everything through eye contact, and he answered yes. Then Yugost said that he would help, but I don't know how long it might take, and the machinator said that he has no time limits. Finally, he said that he would provide the rest of the information later, and then ended the phone call. Xiang Song asked if this person was working together with the psychologist, because he was also looking for Yoshinari Zarin. The detective replied that it was quite possible because the psychologist and the machinist are on good terms with the decision-maker. The main character looked into the eyes of his comrade in arms with a serious face, while thinking through his further actions. Meanwhile, the stern Okubo Shuya, who was the #1 killer in Asia, entered the restaurant on the territory of the Liangjiang gang. He looked around and asked if they really knew about his arrival and had time to evacuate everyone since it was so empty. But then Okubo Shuya turned his attention to the stairs, along which armed men were descending, walking towards him. He was surrounded by armed men, and the door was closed by the people outside behind him, so there was nowhere for the poet to retreat. Okubo Shuya muttered that he seemed to be underestimated, and Condor ordered the rest of the gang to open fire. Many bullets began to fly towards killer #1, but at that moment he decided to grin while standing still. There are 3 reasons that lead to becoming a hitman, one of which is someone hiring a security guard for personal protection. The second reason is revenge from close relatives, when people cannot restrain their thirst for revenge. The third reason is the rivalry between representatives of the killer sphere. In this brutal environment, assassins who can stand firm have unique qualities befitting their status and rank. Among these superhumans who have surpassed the limits of the human body, Okubo Shuya is the superhuman who dodges bullets. That is why he grinned while the fire was opened on him, because the bullets were not at all scary to him. Then Okubo Shuya rushed away from the bullets, and the vulture pointed a finger at him, but this did not help much. Condor ordered his subordinates to immediately open fire, because it was impossible to let him escape again. Okubo Shuya continued to dodge the bullets before opening fire with his pistol into the crowd of opponents. At one of these moments, an assassin's bullet flew into Condor's head, and the vulture could not believe it and was stunned. Killer #1 kept his gun ready and said he had one ready, which would make his job a little easier. Standing aside was Li Rongfu, who was not surprised by Okubo Shuya's skills, but his vision was indeed excellent. Kuihua, meanwhile, asked the hero why he should get involved in the war between Yoshinari and the 4 main triads if there were no disagreements. Xiang Song said that if the clan wins the territorial war, then its plans in Hong Kong will go down the drain. The girl asked whether the psychologist would not participate, because he and his partners would definitely enter into battle soon. The hero said that his intuition tells him that this is the last chance, and his eyes turned red for a moment. Kuihua recalled that the consequences of frequent use of chips are larger, and now his meetings with individuals occur more often. She said that if this is the initial stage and it is not dangerous, but if he continues, then over time the personalities will gain control of the body. The girl said that she didn't want to wake up and not see him one day, and Xiang Song only said that he understood everything. The entomologist and ascetic personalities standing behind him were quietly talking about how this girl was talking too much. Okubo Shuya looked at the opponent's bodies and said that it took a little more effort than he expected because their skills were not bad. The vulture, barely alive, crawled to his feet, saying that he didn't understand how he managed it because they had so many people. Okubo probably has a gun. You said it was surprising that he survived, but it was still worth pretending to be dead. He then coolly pulled the trigger and within seconds walked away from the vulture's body. After that, the number 1 assassin went up to the second floor, where he saw Li Rongfu standing in front. Okubo asked if it was Hong Kong Li, and killer number 4 replied that it was. Killer number 1 moved there to the side and asked what was wrong with Li Ruyi, and did he really just not come? Li Rongfu said that thanks to Okubo, his older cousin had retired and could no longer be a killer. Okubo Shuya said that he hoped to fight him this time, coolly calling it all a pity. But killer number 4 took a fighting stance and said that he didn't have to worry, so how could he not disappoint him? Killer number 1 didn't waste a second before he lunged forward and swung his fist. Li Rongfu also had good fighting skills, causing him to stop his strike with a smile. He then immediately punched his opponent straight into the chest, causing Okubo Shuya to spit out blood. Rongfu took advantage of his opponent's weakness and then swung his leg to finish him off. But killer number 1 was about to give up and used an Aikido technique, grabbing the enemy in the ankle area. The study of martial arts bore fruit, as a result of which Okubo threw back the enemy with a well-practiced throw. Li Rongfu rode on his back for a few meters and asked if this was the martial art of Bajikwan. Okubo Shuya held his chest and with blood on his face said that this is exactly what he thinks. Then he paid attention to the fighting stance his opponent took after these words. Okubo realized that this guy's style was not the same as his cousin's, and in that case, the experience from sparring with Lu Ruyi was useless here. Li Rongfu wondered if Ryukyu Kenpon should be Shuya's style and why he then switched to Aikido. He also realized that he could inflict wounds and reduce maneuverability against him by using the Li Men Ding Zhou. Okubo Shuya still decided to simply use standard tactics to study the enemy's techniques. But his thoughts were interrupted because the enemy began to attack first, trying to pin him down. The number 1 assassin did not understand Li Rongfu's actions and took a couple of steps back for safety. At one point, the enemy's fist was right in front of Okubo Shuya's face, who was a little confused. He didn't understand what kind of fighting style this was. He knew that it was definitely not Bajikwan, because the behavior was completely different. Unexpectedly, Li Rongfu launched a kick, but the number 1 assassin was lucky enough to block in time. Okubo Shuya looked at his opponent and realized that in addition to Bajikwan, this guy also practices Jeet Kunudo. Li Rongfu began to use completely different actions again, and the assassin realized that he had switched between fighting styles again. In the world of assassins, there is a clan of eccentrics who use their own fists as weapons, and special blood flows in their veins. Li Rong's style is different from the rest because he trained hard for 5 years to defeat the monster that took away his clan's pride. He has mastered many martial arts and can now combine them as he wants. And even Okubo is not a problem for him. But at one point, the enemy suddenly grabbed his hands when he was about to strike, which made him nervous. Okubo Shuya looked at his opponent with a small grin and asked what he was talking about now if he managed to grab him. Li Rongfu could not believe that this was possible, and within a few minutes, Okubo Shuya went up to the leaders of the Lanjiang gang. Gang leader Chen Li looked at the killer and said that Ah Fu clearly lost in this fight, and his brother agreed with him. Okubo Shuya looked at him sternly and said that they must be the leaders of the Liangjiang gang, the Chen brothers. Chen Li Yi calmly grabbed the gun and aimed at the number 1 killer, but he was not afraid at all. The old man immediately fired his pistol, but Okubo Shuya remained completely calm and dodged the bullet. Chen Lan Kong said that the bullet-dodging Superman lives up to his reputation. Okubo Shuya still remained serious and said that he was flattered by his words, but it did not change anything. Lan Kun said that they, the people of Kaoshan, would not leave this just like that and asked him to tell Zarin that his time was near. Then a shot was fired and the brothers were killed, and Okubo said that he would definitely convey their words, but they would not know about it. The leader of the Yoshinari clan received a call from Okubo Shuya, which he immediately answered, initially not knowing who it was. Killer number 1 introduced himself and said that the Chen brothers were dead and no longer pose any threat. He then turned his attention to the phone on the table, and Zarin asked if something was wrong, but the killer replied that everything was fine. Okubo Shuya called Elder Zhao and said that he was very sorry, but the person he was looking for was dead. The old man warily asked if it was true that he was the same assassin hired by the Yoshinari clan, Okubo Shuya. Killer number 1 confirmed that this was the case, and Zhao threatened that they would take revenge on them with extreme cruelty. The phone call was then ended, and the elder ordered his subordinate to prepare the plane for Hong Kong. Asia's number 2 killer, Chinese sniper callsign Red, said he would do it immediately. Zhang Song, meanwhile, was studying the chips that were in the case that belonged to him. Personality from the chip. The entomologist said that they had gone far and asked why the hero was hesitating. Personality. Amar said that being a figure or a player in the coming chaos is not such a difficult choice. Zhang Song nevertheless came to the decision to use the chess player chip, after which he inserted it into the connector. Then an electric discharge immediately occurred, which filled the main character with the necessary skills. Personality from the chip player. Mr. Gao said that it seems that they will have another partner. The identity from the killer chip, John Chris, grinned slightly and said that it was indeed true. Xiang Song came out, then breathed heavily, and then said that they were too noisy and interfered with his thinking. The schemer arrived at the warehouse area of Wan Chai Port at that time, and the decision-maker asked if he had received confirmation. The man replied that the Chen brothers had been eliminated, and the elite association was all that remained of the 4 main triads. The historian said that they are just one step away from capturing Yoshinari Zeren, because everything is going according to plan. Undertaker said that Horoscope was not idle while they were imprisoned, and they do not know how much their influence has grown. She recommended to be careful with the Zeren, because they only have a chance, and if they give themselves away, they will not be able to withstand the Horoscope. The decision-maker said that the probability of Zeren being captured by using his identity to infiltrate Horoscope is almost 100%. He added that as long as the clan leader does not use the historian, machinist, or chess player chips, the likelihood of their defeat is extremely low. Yoshinari Zeren, meanwhile, was reading a book and said that the killers had not yet realized that he sees everything and they have no chance of winning. Mr. Gao said that now that Xiang Sung has implanted the chess player in his body, he is able to determine the future. John Chris asked him to be careful and said that if there were 2 more pieces together, then he needed to stop. The entomologist asked him to think about the dead and asked if he would not like to understand the whole picture of this game. He also added that with the chess player implant, he will be able to see even more and more fully. Jiang Song closed his eyes for a few seconds, after which he found himself in a white room, and a man was sitting at the table playing chess. The main character approached the man to ask what this place was and how he ended up here. The man replied that the 12 signs of the zodiac are a collection of 12 organizations that have wealth, power, and authority. He added that if there is some progress in the Persona project, it is almost certain that some participants will benefit. The man said that a member of the zodiac with a powerful chip implanted must be aware of the horror of the power that the chip brings. Xiang Song asked if he meant that the 8th, his allies in Hong Kong, had been discovered. The man said that it was inevitable and the bait was custom-made for Jicheng Zeren, and some people benefit from this. He added that the border war was started because Zeren does not want to expose himself as the one who benefits. Xiang Song asked if he was really so sure that the people from Jicheng Zeren were receiving some benefits. The chess player said that one should never underestimate one's opponent, and sometimes executing a plan smoothly may not be good. The beginning of the identity of the chess player's chip was given by Eamon Ryan, and the main character simply remained silent after the man's words. Soon he was walking through the living room, but Kui Hua stood in the way, who did not allow him to pass further and asked if he was still Xiang Song. The main character immediately began fooling around with her and rubbing his fist on her head. The girl asked to let him go. She then asked if it was true that he had made the decision to combine personal grievances and go against 8 and Zeren. The protagonist replied that yes, and he no longer needed to endure Zicheng Zeren, and number 8 was left alone. After some time, Xiang Song and Kui Hua knocked on the detective's door because they needed to discuss the case. The man asked if they were on business because he was busy, and the hero asked if they had found Zicheng Zeren. The detective replied that they had found it, and Xiang Song asked him to help contact the conspirators and said that he wanted to work with them. The schemer was in a warehouse, but suddenly a phone call rang, to which he paid attention. The decision-maker asked who was calling him, and the schemer replied that it was a phone call from a detective. The man assessed the situation and asked him to answer the phone call because it could be important. The detective said that he had found Zeren, whom he had asked about and that he was currently hiding in Sim Sha Tsui. The schemer said that he had a debt and thanked him, and then said that he could call if he needed help. Using gestures, Xiang Sanga asked the detective to give him the phone, and the man said that he understood everything. The detective told the schemer that he didn't need anything, but there was something else that needed to be discussed. Brutus listened attentively, and Xiang Song answered the phone, who said that he knew that this was number 8. The schemer became very wary, after which he looked at the psychologist standing nearby. Xiang Song said that 8's plan was to use the triads as bait and then hypnotize Zarin. The psychologist listened to all this, then in a whisper asked the machinator to give him the phone. He took the phone, and the hero said that he had important information for him, which would be interesting. The 8th remained emotionless and asked him to speak, while listening carefully to the young man. Xiang Song said that the psychologist may indeed have hypnotized, but he cannot afford to lose. He added that they have little chance against Horoscope, Zirin, and even Cyber, and when they reveal their plans, Horoscope will come for them. Sang said that he was ready to offer him help, but in return he wanted them to join his plan to exterminate Cyber. The psychologist asked if it was true that all the powers that were available to him were sumo wrestler, and suihua, but the hero replied that he had more powers. After half an hour, the main character threw his head back and tiredly said that everything turned out just like this. The entomologist said that it seemed to him that the young man knew about the outcome of this game, but Xiang said that it was thanks to the chess player. Mr. Gao asked if it was true that he was planning to just sit and do nothing, or if he had something in mind. Xiang Song said that he couldn't do this anymore and they had to get 8 out unharmed. John Chris said that someone should have said this and asked what they needed now. The hero said that there were many additional sources for the best killers, but whether they could be trusted and what these resources were was unknown. Shan Lao was at the headquarters and asked if the job was done, and the spy replied that the Liangjiang elite had been destroyed. He added that Yoshinari again sent Masai Okuba there, and Shan Lao said that he had already sent the order to the operator and they would receive help soon. Then she called the girl, who said that the 2 killers had accepted his offer and asked if he wanted to contact anyone else. The girl said that the smiling guest and Han accepted the offer, and Shan Lao asked, "What about Red and Iron Man?" The girl replied that they were not interested yet, and it seemed that they had no plans to participate in this at all. Red, meanwhile, was at the Hong Kong airport, and at one point the phone rang. The girl said Mr. Han took advantage of his privileges and asked him to join him in the hunt for Masaya Okuba. Red asked if it was true that Han is that stupid Korean who thinks everything that happens around him is boring. The operator asked if he was rejecting the request, but the man asked for Khan's contact information and said he would talk to him. The Korean, meanwhile, told the main character that Red said he wanted to meet and talk. Xiang Song analyzed the situation and realized that the man was also in Hong Kong now. He then asked the Korean if he knew where they would meet, and he replied that of course he knew the meeting place. A couple of hours later they met, and Red asked if the Korean realized that he really surprised him, and he just awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Meanwhile, the wrestler asked the sumo wrestler if, being so fat, he really thought that he would be invisible. Xiang Song suddenly stood up from his chair, and Kuihua looked at him, not understanding why he stood up. The Korean was proving something to Red, but he only said that the Korean had been hiding in the shadows all this time, like a second-rate killer. He asked not to deny this and said that Division L would not lower their ratings, and would rather find stronger or secret masters. Shang Song intervened in the conversation, who said that Red's goal was to find Masai Okuba and establish Han's unshakable #1 position. He sat down at the table and said that Red could call him a chess player, and added that the real #4 was destroyed by him. Red adjusted his glasses and grinned, then said that now everything was clear and understandable to him. He said that he would give Xiang Song a chance to fight with Okuba, but he would consider the offer of cooperation so as not to regret it in the future. The main character grinned maliciously and asked if Red really didn't believe in them, since he looked at things so pessimistically. Red said he knew their plan was to gather all the unknown masters to make them Okuba's target, but they were missing something. He said that #1 is not as stupid as they think. If something goes wrong, he will simply disappear. Shan Lao nervously thought that there were only 2 killers on this list, and he could only find people in North America. Suddenly, he received a call from a stranger who said that Ji Cheng had begun to lure people away and that perhaps there were spies in Shan Lao's house too. Shan Lao asked where he got his number, and the decision-maker simply said that there are people who do not want to die for honor. He asked Lao not to hope for much because no one cares about his contact on the darknet, and the best killers are collaborating with him. The decision-maker asked if it was true that the two consenting killers were the smiling guest and Khan. Shan Lao became even angrier and asked if he really called him just to tell him all this, and the man said that he wanted to invite him to join the fight against, and mockingly asked him not to be offended. Shan Lao mentally wondered if he was talking about the remnants of the Fujisaki and Takahashi groups. He asked how he could be sure that the decision-maker really had the power to defeat Jicheng. The man said that it was not difficult, and he would soon see everything with his own eyes, after which he ended the call. The employee reported to Shan Lao that Li Rui, Black White, Pompey Rum, and Gabriel had accepted his offer. Shan Lao realized that with such powers, he would definitely be able to send Yoshinari to the next world, because the killers are very strong. Red, meanwhile, told the main character that if Okuba wants to escape, then no one can stop him. Shang Tsung asked what would happen if he locked the #1 assassin in a cage and prevented him from escaping. After these words, Red grinned maliciously and said that if he could do it, he would join the cause. The main characters grinned sarcastically and at the same time confidently, realizing that the matter rested with him. The decision-maker said that the Shan Lao Triad decided to join them, which is quite good. The schemer said that everything is going according to plan and the game is starting, and it remains to be seen whether there will be information about the 82nd. Suddenly, everyone became very wary as Xiang Song and his team entered the room, and it was unclear how he found them. The main character smiled and greeted everyone, but no one understood how he found this place. The schemer asked him not to be so self-confident and rocky, that breaking into allied territory like that was not the best way to introduce himself. Xiang Song said that it was better than constantly pushing or getting in the way, and he would say that rushing in and getting to the point was much better. The man in the shadows asked how they found this room, because few people knew about it. The hero replied that this warehouse used to belong to the Hong Lun Triad, but when it was destroyed, everyone forgot about it. Bodyguard Kozier said that they understood everything, and the decision-maker asked what the main character wants. Shang Tsung opened the case with the chips and asked how many chips the horoscope currently has, because this question is important. Jiatsu told Zarin that the fight did not require his presence, but he said that his goal was not the 4 triads but something else. He said that it was very rare to have the opportunity to catch everyone at once, and he was willing to take that risk, which surprised the elder. Zarin asked him to calm down, looked for the fact that they had Okuba and another of his level, and asked if they could really lose. The 8th at the Wanji warehouse, meanwhile, said that the historian's chip was not in the case, which was a little surprising. The schemer said that Xiang Song is clearly not a coward, because he brought Class A chips here from the island, which was closed. He asked if he was afraid that they would take the chips for themselves, and the hero replied that stealing Class A chips was pointless. Xiang said that if you compare the chips they can't use, and Nim, which was an experiment, it is more meaningful. The schemer said that this guy would do, and the main character asked the detective if he checked what was assigned. The man said that 8 chips were stolen, including a historian, a bomb specialist, a king without a crown, and others. The protagonist asked which of these 8 chips the Jicheng family was least likely to have. A young man who was a historian intervened in the conversation and said that Jicheng clearly did not have a historian chip. Xiang Song incredulously asked what features this chip had, since it was quite important to him. The young man replied that the carrier of the chip, a historian, can predict the future based on an analysis of what happened in the past. The man asked Zarin if it was true that there were people who could find him from the clues he left behind and kill him. He answered yes, and Darius Bryce, who was a security professional, laughed wickedly and said that it was interesting. Xiang Song asked the guy if he knew a way to resist Zarin if he really owned the historian chip. The guy turned to the decision-maker, and he said that everything is in order because 82 is no longer a stranger. The historian turned to the main character and said that they just need to change the bait to resist Zarin. He said that they plan to use Shan Lao as bait and could win this war if they killed Zarin and his minions. Then they will use the best assassins that 8 controls, and then begin an attack on Yoshisawa's people. Xiang Song asked who would be the bait if Zarin was the sponsor of the historian chip and would definitely know about this plan. The young man spread his arms to the sides and said that everyone who is present here will be bait. The schemer said that since Jicheng wants to play, they will force him to play by their own rules. He added that even if it was terrible for them, they were perfect bait for Yoshisawa and should go to any lengths to kill them. The decision-maker called Shan Lao and said that they had discovered the location of Jicheng and asked him to prepare the headquarters. He said that when their people were ready, he would tell them to leak the false location of the headquarters to his spies. Zarin, meanwhile, said on the phone that as long as the information was true, his promise would be fulfilled. Masai Okuba went into the room of the head of the clan and, calling him a master, asked if he was looking for him. The head said that he was informed about the location of the headquarters and he needed to go there. At the same time, there were killers in the apartment at the main headquarters, and Gabriel said that he did not understand why they were hiding them. He asked why they should all be here and why not split up if they were all on the killer list. Li Ruyi said that it was because Gabriel had not encountered Dong Yin's people, and he replied that it sounded like he had encountered Nero. Ram asked Gabriel why not try to go one-on-one with Okuba if he thought it was unfair to attack with 6. Black White heard a crash outside the door and said that there was someone here, so you need to be quiet, and behind the door was Okuba. He tried to hide and move forward, but Li Rui and Black White attacked him from both sides. Okuba was confused because he did not expect to see the Kung Fu master, who at that moment launched a kick. Li Ruyi said that it was time to pay back the cousin and 2 uncles who were killed by Okuba in Liangjiang. Gabriel at that moment took the chance and struck his opponent in the chest with both legs. Li Rui and Black White angrily asked if he had gone crazy, but he didn't want to hear anything. They shouted and asked why he was throwing his doors and whether they were afraid if he ran away, because they had been waiting for a long time for him to fall into a trap. But suddenly the trio turned their attention to Okuba, who returned to the room and closed the door. Holding his hand to his jaw, he said that today no one would run away until the fight was over. Black White asked if he really thought that he could take them down on his own, and Gabriel cracked his fingers and said that he was offended. The schemer told 8 that his men had taken on Masaya Okuba, so it was time for the next stage of the plan. Meanwhile, Tuan Zhang and his men broke into the buildings and began to advance, while the people around began to panic. Zarin was informed that a group of bandits had entered the hotel and he could be their target, and he immediately turned to Darius. He ordered a guard to deal with the disturbance below, and Zarin's historian chip was activated at the time. Darius Bryce grinned insidiously and said that the order would be completed because he had long wanted extreme sports. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and Zarin asked to come in, and then a polite cleaning lady entered the room. Darius asked to stop playing dress-up and said that downstairs was a complete mess, and it was unlikely that the cleaners would work. After these words, the cleaning lady lowered her head and said that he was smart, because she really wasn't a cleaning lady at all. Killer Smiley waved her knives and said that she thought she would have time to kill them before the news from below spread. Darius Bryce sat down on the table and, with a wicked smile, asked if she really thought she could just kill him. Smiley also grinned maliciously because she was sure that she could kill him without a doubt. The man said that it seems that killers in Asia are completely stupid, but she definitely has some kind of trouble in her head. The killer said that if he really thinks so, then he probably wants to see all this for himself. The enemy began to walk in a circle, waiting for each other to take the initiative in striking. Zicheng Zarin was absolutely calm and sat on the chair while the opponents were about to destroy each other. Smiley rushed at the head of the clan with a knife and said that she would kill him first and Darius would be next. But at that same second, a bullet from a sniper who was in one of the high-rise buildings flew into her head. Darius Brins, codenamed Canart, raised her rifle and radioed that the crazy degenerate was worthless. The Korean, meanwhile, asked Ram, who was standing nearby, if they should intervene in the fight and help the others. Ram replied that asking to join is normal, but 3-on-1 coordinated actions are enough. He added that even number 3 didn't make his move, looking at Iron Man standing next to him. Okuba continued to fight, saying in his mind that almost all the Asian killers on the list were here and fighting him. He began to like it, and in his thoughts he said that this was really beyond the bounds and very unusual. Xiang Song, meanwhile, told the schemer that there was one thing that he did not understand, and he asked what that thing was. The hero asked why not use 8's ability to hypnotize Masaya Okuba. The schemer looked at him and said that the answer is quite simple, because this cannot be done. He added that people who are strategic and advanced, as well as multifaceted, have the ability to resist or escape hypnosis. The schemer then said that using hypnosis to control Okuba puts 8 in danger. Masaya Okuba, meanwhile, resisted Gabriel's blow, not at all going to give up and holding on with dignity. Black White said that there were several shortcomings, after which he jumped and used the technique. Okuba's leg was tightly bound by his white ropes and he was distracted, and then Li Ruyi appeared before his eyes. He took advantage of the enemy's confusion and attentiveness, and delivered a strong blow to the jaw with his fist. The blow was incredibly powerful, causing Masaya Okuba to fly several meters away. The Korean on the side was happy for his comrades and exclaimed that this was great, and Ram added that they did a great job. Masaya Okuba rode on his back for several meters and spat out blood, but was not going to give up. Iron Man said that this was definitely not the end, and he was right, because the #1 killer began to rise. The three were shocked, and Masaya Okuba rose from the floor and said that he approved of Lu Ruyi and it was incredible.